4,000 years ago, terrible monsters were being destroyed. A mysterious man gathered all of his powers, focusing them on the horrid creatures that lunged at him. With just a single touch, he was capable of exterminating them. He used a protective barrier so nothing and no one could reach him. At that moment, the battle was already nearing its end, until the surviving creatures discovered he was in fact human. The Apostle of Justice, the man who fought against the evil forces that threatened this world. That man was Lucas Trauman, the most powerful mage of humankind. The creatures couldn't believe a human would dare to oppose them. Smiling, he claimed he only wanted to help the world after achieving everything he desired. To him, it all felt like volunteer work. Suspicious, the monsters didn't believe a mere human could defeat them. Soaring through the sky, he displayed all of his power and stated he could take down any one of them. With a single blow, he launched a massive explosion that crushed all the creatures instantly. Before leaving, he emphasized that humans never wavered. A voice warned that Lucas Trauman's pride would lead to his downfall. Meanwhile, a blinding light struck him, but he couldn't understand what it was. He tried to defend himself in every way possible. What he faced now was law itself, the existence that governs chaos. Demigod was worshipped by humans as if he were a god, but Lucas claimed he had never worshipped anything in his entire life. The boy's actions disturbed the law and order of that being, so his behavior could no longer be ignored. Laughing, he said that this world had neither laws nor order. Demigod declared the hero had exceeded the limits of humanity, even though humans were just humans. Lucas sensed a strange movement, until he was grabbed by enormous hands. He could no longer gather mana. The boy had committed a sin, doing something impossible for humans, something unacceptable. Now he would reflect on his actions in the darkness of the pit of Apollyon, surrounded by all of his doubts, uncertainties, and hesitations. In the end, he would question his very existence, and once in the void, he would embrace eternal suffering, wishing only for death. That was the punishment for humans who dared to challenge God. After those words, he was thrown against a brick wall and ended up in the present day. 3 boys were yelling at the boy lying on the ground. His mouth was bleeding. He had already been beaten badly. They said he was trash compared to all his talented brothers. One of the boys grabbed his hair and said that even though he was known as the Blake family's disgrace, the dumbest person in the Academy's history, he still didn't want to kill himself. Getting close to his face, the redhead said that if he were him, he would have ended it a long time ago. Meanwhile, the protagonist couldn't stop crying. Another boy watched the scene. With a smile, he prepared to land a blow and punched the boy in the face, saying he never got tired of beating him up over and over again. Jumping on him, he kept hitting him hard. Again, he pulled his hair violently and threw him to his friend to finish the fight. Now the protagonist was met with a kick. Lying on the ground, they kept kicking him without stopping. Their expressions were cruel, their faces menacing. The protagonist was on the floor, feeling pain all over his body. He begged them to stop hitting him, but they ignored him and kicked him again. Tomorrow afternoon, there would be a magic training session, and the protagonist's duel would be against the red-haired boy. While pressing his face down with his foot, he said he'd go easy on him, claiming to be a nice guy. Still, tomorrow would be an unforgettable day for the protagonist. He'd better pray not to leave crippled. Leaving the boy lying on the ground, they told him to be well rested for the duel. Finally, the redhead said he felt amazing after beating up that lunatic. Hearing that, the protagonist's fist clenched. Even filled with rage, he couldn't move. His only wish was to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Lucas was trapped in darkness. At that moment, he heard a cry for help. He looked around, but realized it was just a hallucination. He was stuck in the dark depths and going completely insane. A long time had passed, hundreds or even thousands of years. He was exhausted with everything. God's punishment felt like pure despair. Upon hearing the words again, Lucas believed it was his own conscience speaking to him. The boy's expression showed terror. Kneeling before his father, he was being expelled from his home. The powerful man no longer wanted his family name to be tarnished. At that moment, the young boy lost all ground beneath his feet. He couldn't believe being weak was such a terrible sin. But his father didn't want to argue anymore. Going down the stairs, he repeated that he wouldn't accept anything that stained the Blake family name. He got closer to his third son, Frey, and declared that he should no longer acknowledge his existence. At that moment, the boy's eyes filled with tears. His father turned his back and walked away, leaving the boy in despair. At Frey's house, the lights were still on. The windows were shut tight, letting no air in. Inside his room, notes were pinned to the walls. Everything was perfectly organized, just as the boy had left it. Lost in thought, he held a bottle in his hands. He was considering ending his life once and for all. The bottle contained medication that would end his suffering. Even so, death remained terrifying. In another world, Lucas suffered God's punishment. He felt uncertainty, doubt, hesitation. The words of Demigod were coming true. He was doubting even his own existence. Tired of that voice in his head, he begged it to be silent. Imprisoned by shadowy beings, he still questioned the laws and rules. That world was deeply evil, because someone had allowed it to fall into that state. He called out to Demigod, saying that if he could endure this life, he would gladly endure hell itself. At that instant, he felt a strange sanction in his veins. A light opened at the end of the path. After taking the pills, Frey was dying. Even so, he knew dying wasn't the better choice. The boy entered the consciousness of the demigod and began to affect him with his words. a bird born without wings and destined to die. Only the fittest survive. That's why the boy knew all the blame was his. He was guilty for not being born with wings and for being unable to become stronger. Therefore, his destiny was death. A few onlookers watched the scene. Everyone said he was the shame of the academy. The redhead asked why he was still alive. Smiling, he said that if he were in his place, he would have killed himself already. At the center, the protagonist was lying on the ground while everyone stood around him. In his final moments, the boy appeared before the demigod. Extending one of his hands, he noticed unusual movements. Lucas Trauman was being released from the grip of God's punishment. The moment that child entered his mind, it felt like sunlight was shining down on him. Too weak to stand, blood spilled from his mouth. Curious, he came closer and touched the boy. With one hand, he tried to feel even a little bit of energy. If somehow he could be reborn, he would wish to walk the earth on his own 2 feet and fly to the highest point so he could see the whole world in one single view. With the greatest and strongest wings. Opening his eyes, Frey felt something very strange. Kneeling in his room, he was alive. He looked at both his hands and examined them closely. Suddenly, the wounds on his face vanished with the purest magic, leaving not even a scratch. Placing one foot on the ground, he stood up. At last, the demigod had returned to life. 4,000 years had passed. Looking at the bottle of pills, he realized Frey had been the weakest person on Earth. In contrast, Lucas Trauman was the most powerful mage in that world. He ripped off the tie that held his hair. From that day forward, he would be Frey Blake, grateful for the freedom the boy had given him. He promised to give him wings just as he'd wished. Touching the window glass with his fingers, he opened it to watch the evening fall. His eyes turned toward the moon. With a single finger, he pointed toward Demigod, the one praised as a god. Speaking to him, he said it wouldn't be long before he had his revenge. Soon, the two would meet again. As dusk fell, the moon hid behind the clouds. A burst of energy could be seen coming from the forest, but it was only Lucas Trauman practicing his movements. He couldn't use all his powers within Frey's body. It would be necessary to gather the missing energy and improve his foundation to absorb more mana. The character needed to recover his former strength as soon as possible to face the demigod and become even stronger than before. If he failed to do that, it would be a lost battle. Even so, he chose not to rush and to take advantage of the chance he'd received after a 4,000-year wait. He decided to free himself from impulses and master his anger. For now, he needed to do everything within his reach. The next day, sunlight streamed through the tall trees. Focusing, the character gathered his powers and began to let the energy flow through his body. He realized he had reached the 5th level, until he felt something wrong, an eerie sensation. Suddenly, he starts to vomit a little. It was one of the pills the boy had taken. Looking at the liquid, he realizes he needs to purge the impurities that had built up in Frey's body. Determined, he would have to get rid of every last drop. So he used his powers to make that happen. Meanwhile, students were arriving at the academy. David and Jack had arrived early. The red-haired boy said he was excited for today's class. His friend asked him not to hurt that weak boy, Free. Jack recalled seeing the boy in the infirmary yesterday, running around with several sleeping pills. The two bet 10 snack tickets on whether the boy had the courage to take his own life. Meanwhile, Lucas continued expelling those impurities. Exhausted, he didn't even notice how much he had already vomited. His gaze turned grim when he saw the amount of liquid in front of him. All of that had been inside the boy's body. He felt pity for Frey and said the kid had been through a lot. After all that, he was starving. In the Westron Academy cafeteria, the students were preparing their meals. Everyone was curious about a strange scene. Desperately, Frey was eating everything in sight, as if he hadn't eaten in a week. The protagonist wanted to try everything from chicken soup to broth. Everything tasted amazing after 4,000 years without food. Ignoring the comments, he kept eating. After leaving the cafeteria, he found the environment strange. He didn't want to go to school with those brats, especially being over 4,000 years old. Still, he had no choice. He needed to learn how the current world worked. Only that way would he achieve his goals. As he approached a door, he kept his composure. Entering the classroom, he observed all the students sitting in their chairs. Noticing Frey's presence, they turned to look. The red-haired boy watched him closely and shouted that he just won 10 snack tickets. But the protagonist didn't understand what that meant. As he walked toward a seat, he noticed the boy had stuck out his foot in front of him. To stop him for a moment, with a wicked smile, he tried to talk to him. Looking at that guy, he grew suspicious. His gaze was strange, and so were his intentions. He tried to retrieve some of Frey's memories. Meanwhile, Big Jack asked him for 10 snack tickets, since he had lost all his in a stupid bet. Looking at the student's face, he realized this was no friend. His body began reacting strangely. He started to tremble without even understanding why. He couldn't believe he was shaking because of someone like that, a complete idiot. Irritated, the guy opened his mouth and started yelling at the protagonist. With one hand, he tried to hurt him, but failed and was thrown to the other side of the room. After that scene, the redhead was shocked. No one understood how Frey had changed positions so quickly. A girl reading a book began paying attention to the scene. Lying on the floor, the student didn't understand what had just happened. At that moment, Lucas realized those were the people who had caused immense suffering to Frey. The character looked extremely angry. Standing up, he grabbed the boy's head and tried to slap him with one hand. He released a burst of energy, and without taking his hands out of his pockets launched the guy across the room, breaking some wooden chairs along the way. Exhausted and confused, his face was now bruised. Frey had won the fight without even reciting a single spell. Around him, whispers grew. People said the boy looked unconscious and different. Realizing the scene he had caused with a bunch of kids, he felt embarrassed. All the students were frozen in place. The protagonist tried to slip away unnoticed. Terrified, David didn't say a word. He just watched everything unfold. No one could believe someone as weak as Frey had caused all that. The red-haired girl continued to watch him closely. A voice suddenly asked what all the noise in the classroom was. At that moment, the students stopped laughing. It was Professor Dio who had just arrived. Apparently, Jack had fainted and wasn't moving a muscle. Getting closer, the professor checked on him. There were traces of remaining mana in the boy's body. The man was deeply shocked by what he saw, unable to believe someone that talented existed. Looking at his students, he began to wonder who could have done it. Professor Kevin would be teaching today's class since Professor Dio left to take care of Jack, who was only unconscious. The students exchanged glances while they waited for class to begin. That professor noticed the girls in the room. He realized they were the majority, which made this class the best one. Finally, he noticed the beautiful Isabel, who was reading her book. Soon, his attention is drawn to another corner. While reading a book, Frey was also among the students present. One of the girls commented that she didn't like that professor because he turned into a disgusting pig whenever he looked at women. He approached the protagonist, who looked at him attentively. It was strange to see the boy in class as he didn't attend regularly. However, Frey didn't know how to respond. He thought the boy was studious, but realized he was mistaken, since he was always skipping classes. Smiling, he apologized to the professor and claimed to be very busy. The girls whispered among themselves, saying it was pathetic, especially since he was bullied whenever he did show up for class. Curious, the professor asked if there was anything more important than his classes. Without giving a clear answer, Frey said he was living the peak of his youth. While they spoke, the girls laughed quietly. The professor thought it was all nonsense. He wasn't the arrogant type who believed his class was the most important thing in the world. He asked if the boy had been studying properly, so he wanted to give him a quiz. If he couldn't answer anything, he would have to face the consequences of challenging him, even if he was just a student. The quiz began with the first question. He had to name the 3 items used by the magic warrior king Kassadin. His eyes narrowed the question. Instead of answering, he asked the professor to repeat it. He hadn't caught the name Kassadin properly. It sounded incredibly familiar. 4,000 years ago, there was a hero. He was extremely strong and courageous. He had mysterious powers that left everyone in awe. He practiced martial arts and his focus was unparalleled. With his energy, he could destroy entire forests. He caused earthquakes and devastation wherever he passed. Thus, he could reshape the geography of a region, and he never grew tired of such activities. His friend asked him to take a break, or there would be no mountains left. With a bag slung over his shoulder, that man was Lucas Trauman. It had been a while since he'd seen his friend Kassadin. The clouds in the sky were as white as snow. Lucas watched his friend practicing martial arts. He didn't stop training even with a visitor present. Continuing his movements, Kassadin simply said he had made some tea and Lucas could help himself. While sipping, Lucas asked if his friend ever thought about getting married. At that moment, Kassadin paused for a second. Teasing back, Kassadin said Lucas would never understand a woman's heart. Loving a woman had the terrifying power to shake someone to their core. A man with a weak mind was doomed to fall before temptation. For Kassadin, warriors had to be firm as stone when it came to women. But that was not a belief shared by mages. Carefully, he observed his friend, who returned his gaze with a subtle look. After some time, Lucas replied that he'd date a rock if it were pretty enough. The character began to cry uncontrollably. Remembering his friend, the magic warrior King Kassadin, he realized the man had become famous after 4,000 years. The professor didn't understand the student's reaction. Meanwhile, the others debated the difficulty of the question. Isabel knew the professor was just trying to use Frey to show off his knowledge. A voice apologized for the interruption. Isabel believed that question was unrelated to the subject of magical history. No one understood the girl's boldness. Even Frey noticed how she spoke like a soldier despite being beautiful. The professor watched the girl's behavior closely. His lips curled slightly when he realized what she was saying. What she claimed Kassadin was a warrior who used mana to assist in training, so he couldn't be considered a mage. Anxiously, she waited for the professor's response. Climbing the stairs toward her, he began questioning her answer. When he reached her side, he paused. He asked if student Isabel was trying to insult everyone who followed the path of a magic warrior. Frightened, she said that wasn't the point of the conversation. All the students were watching the scene. Frey interpreted it as some kind of insult, recalling his friend who didn't like being compared to a mage. The professor just gave a tense laugh and decided that maybe this could turn into an interesting discussion. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he asked the two of them to talk in his office. But the girl immediately pulled his hand away from her body. Seeing that, he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect her to be so disrespectful toward a teacher. At that moment, she saw no way out. Getting closer, he asked her to answer on Frey's behalf, but someone spoke before she could. Hearing the mention of the Tiger King's glove, the giant's belt, and the storm necklace, the professor froze. Calmly, he turned around to see who had given the answer. Frigg himself boasted about knowing that Kassadin used nothing but those 3 items. He began to say something about his old friendship with the warrior. Noticing the reactions around him, he asked if he had said something wrong. Angrily, the professor admitted that his answer was correct. Frey celebrated, saying there was no way he could get that question wrong. To the students, Frey seemed a little odd that day. Turning to Isabel, the professor said she was being very disrespectful in class. With his hands, he grabbed her wrist and ordered her to accompany him to his office. Frightened, the girl didn't know how to react. Meanwhile, Frey observed all that abuse and tried to step into the conversation, saying something Kassadin always used to say. His friend used to claim that loving a woman had the dark power to shake someone to their core. He added that Kassadin said warriors should be firm as stone in front of women. He concluded by saying that a man with a weak mind is doomed to fall before temptation and be reduced to a mere animal. The professor didn't like the student's interference and didn't understand his point, stating that perhaps Kassadin was wrong. Frey noticed the professor was still standing perfectly still on both feet. Understanding the insult, the teacher's face filled with rage. He shouted the student's name and began to huff in frustration at the boy's audacity. Isabel realized her friend had defended her. Now Professor Kevin turned his attention to the young man who had become extremely arrogant after answering just one question. He repeated that the student would have to face the consequences if he couldn't answer the rest. Patiently, the protagonist waited for the next question. Nervous, the professor was sweating bullets. The students' faces showed their surprise. Frey answered all the questions with great ease. Even when they entered the topic of the Age of Light, the boy's knowledge was astonishing. The bell rang and the protagonist was thankful it was lunchtime. Finally, he called out to Professor Kevin. Despite having had fun, he said he was really hungry and wanted to know if he had to answer more questions. The teacher couldn't understand how that brat knew so much about a history from 4,000 years ago. Frey's gaze was calm and unrevealing. Meanwhile, the professor's face burned with growing frustration and sweat dripped down his forehead. Finally, he dismissed the class and kept reflecting on what had just happened. Student Isabel was also completely stunned. Outside the academy, the sun shone brightly. Happily, the protagonist hummed as he walked lightly. The girl asked if he was heading to lunch. With a sweet expression, she appeared behind him, but he didn't say a word. Still, she looked at him with a face full of pity. Turning his back, he walked away and ignored the girl. Even so, she didn't give up and started following him. The two walked together as if in a single file. The protagonist noticed he was being followed. Turning around, he asked why the girl was walking behind him. He also grew annoyed when he realized she spoke too formally, but it was a family habit of hers. All the students headed to the cafeteria. Meals were being served and the dishes looked delicious. Surprised, the girl couldn't believe the protagonist could eat all that at once. But he simply said he had gone 4,000 years without eating. Even so, he didn't offer her many details. Isabel apologized for following him, but said she had nowhere else suitable to sit. Curious, she asked how he knew so much about the Age of Light. According to history, that period was named for the blinding abilities of the 4 great masters. While chewing, the protagonist grew interested. He realized that even after 4,000 years, magic had regressed instead of progressing. He wondered if it had something to do with the demigod. In front of him, the girl chewed her food silently. He told her that the 4 great masters of magic were Kassadin, the magic warrior, Schweizer Wilsman, the sage, Iris Peacefounder, the dark witch, and Lucas Trauman. The girl seemed utterly fascinated by Lucas, saying he was truly an incredible man. In the end, she said she would have asked her mother to marry him if he were still alive. But Frey started laughing at the girl's comment. He couldn't believe someone so young was already talking about marriage. Saying he was flattered, he gently turned down her proposal. Meanwhile, others were watching the conversation between the two students. Rumors were already spreading that she had been following him earlier. Isabel was known as the second best student in the academy, and even crazy David had a crush on her. At that moment, the boy showed up after hearing his name. The others ran away in fear of him. The conversation continued between the two characters. David couldn't believe what he was seeing. While slicing a sausage, the girl asked about Professor Kevin's final question. But his classmate didn't stop devouring everything for even a second. He had just mentioned the training methods of Schweizer, and the answer was assimilation, development, and conflict. However, she revealed she had learned that the training methods were only assimilation and development. At that moment, she placed one hand on the table, while asking him to teach her about the training method known as conflict. Biting into some bread, the protagonist asked what the girl's current level was. Isabel was at the 3rd degree of magical ability. He was impressed that someone her age had reached that level. The girl noted that he spoke as if he were much older. Licking his plate, he said he had been alive for an incredibly long time. But to her, they were the same age. Still, she was right in one sense and wrong in another. After finishing all that food, Frey said he was satisfied, his belly bloated from eating so much. He walked away carrying the dishes, but hadn't answered whether he could teach the conflict method. Despite the nice conversation, he said he had no formal knowledge of it, only experience, and that she should read books instead. Therefore, he couldn't teach it in an objective way. When he mentioned having experience, the girl was even more shocked. She couldn't understand how such a young boy could know so much about all forms of magic. As he carried the dishes, she began to wonder who that boy really was. In today's class, the students would be performing magic duels. To ensure the duels were fair, magic use would be restricted to the first degree. David was excited for the class. Besides that, he grew increasingly irritated watching Frey and Isabel getting close. He didn't understand why the girl was talking to him so much. The teacher informed the students that these would be real fights and that they should take the dueling session very seriously. Frey was interested in that teacher. Her name was Jane. He was completely obsessed with her beauty. Isabel objected, saying that kind of behavior was inappropriate in front of a 40-year-old teacher. Even so, he kept emphasizing how beautiful she was, saying she had the perfect woman's body. The girl was shocked to realize that even his taste in women was old-fashioned. The first duel would be between David and Frey. The two looked at each other, ready for battle. Taking one step at a time, the protagonist approached. Playfully, David said he was dying of excitement and extended his hand, but the protagonist turned his back on him and said nothing. His behavior was suspicious. It didn't seem like the same boy David had been bullying. The audience gasped in shock as Frey grabbed the teacher by the waist and complimented her. Seeing her startled reaction, he told her not to worry, since he looked young on the outside, but inside he was much older than she was. Looking into her eyes, he asked if he could take her to dinner that evening, but she tried in every way to free herself, asking him to return to his place. He decided to make a bet. If he won the duel, the teacher would have to go to dinner with him. But no one believed he had a chance of winning, since he was just a first-degree mage and would have to fight David, who was at the third degree. Knowing he would lose, the woman accepted the bet. Now the two had a promise between them. The teacher was flustered by the boy's words. Her face turned a light pink. She realized she was embarrassing herself and needed to calm down. Her heart shouldn't be racing because of a boy. Now the students stood face to face. David asked his classmate if he was insane. He tried everything to provoke him and mess with his head. He underestimated his opponent, thinking this was just a ploy to make the teacher cancel the duel. In his gaze, anger and hatred were obvious. The boy kept mocking the situation while Frey paid no attention. First, he claimed he would tear out his vocal cords. Then he said he'd break every one of his bones. This would definitely be the last day the protagonist would walk straight. Frey's eyes didn't show a hint of fear. From what he remembered, first-degree spells weren't capable of doing that kind of damage. But the boy in front of him was incredibly arrogant, acting like he could do anything. Under Professor Jane's command, the fight began. Standing still, the boys got ready. With his first spell, David cast Stone Fury. Huge rocks started rising from the ground. In the air, he formed a gigantic arrow made of stone. The students were amazed he knew how to use Stone Fury. Isabel was shocked by what was happening. The teacher had said that only first-degree spells were allowed, but David hadn't broken any rules. Desperately, the red-haired girl asked how a spell like that was permitted. He said it was something only a direct heir of the family could use, and then invoked vision magic. Even though it was a powerful spell, even a first-degree mage could use it. Despite vision magic being the symbol of power in his family, he only used it to bother others. Aiming the stone arrows at his opponent, he concluded that Frey was afraid. But Frey ignored him, stating that those spells were nothing. With one of his hands, he cast Magic Missile. In the audience, the students were stunned. Even Isabel was in shock. That color really looked brilliant. Laughing, David didn't care about the Magic Missile, which couldn't possibly stand up to Stone Fury. He pointed the stone arrow toward his opponent, and with a single strike, Frey eliminated all the stones, hitting David at incredible speed. The energy sent the boy flying. His body hit the ground and rolled away. Completely injured, the boy foamed at the mouth. The students were stunned by that duel. Even Professor Jane was intrigued by the mage's power. Frey seemed to have evolved a lot. Meanwhile, the student cried in pain. Noticing the wound in his throat, he couldn't speak. It was truly a disturbing scene. At the same time, one of the students held a stone in his hand. They had come to watch a C-class magic practice session. Frey said the kid was disgracing his family's name by shamelessly using vision magic in a duel. The boy tried to speak, but only saliva dripped from his mouth. Frey remembered the warning that he would cut his vocal cords and gave a slight smile. Once again, the glowing sphere appeared to fulfill its role. The boy had said he'd crush his bones one by one, so the protagonist was going to return the favor in kind. Realizing his defeat, the boy wanted to beg him to stop, but his voice was inaudible due to the damage from the attack. With a touch, Frey launched the sphere again, which hit one of the boy's legs. He screamed in pain, realizing how screwed he was. The bones in his right leg were shattered into 1,000 pieces. Even so, Frey kept advancing, saying that this was David's plan. Isabel brought one hand to her mouth, realizing that the violence had gone too far. Turning around, the teacher asked for the duel to be stopped immediately, declaring Frey the winner. However, the boy had not yet surrendered. Earlier, the teacher had warned them to treat this as a real battle, and that there were no timeouts on the battlefield. The girl didn't understand the teacher's reasoning. Unable to do anything, she lowered her head. The protagonist's eyes changed color, revealing his fury. The boy lying on the ground had seemed to enjoy himself while causing pain, but now the tables had turned. Frey said that people like him, calling themselves mages, were the reason the world was in such a state. For the sake of society, it would be better if he never used magic again. Taking short steps, he got closer. But it was just a joke. He said he wouldn't break all of his bones. Feeling pity for David, he decided to end the fight. Crying even harder, the boy sighed in relief. But turning back to him, Frey said it wasn't over. the boy still had another leg, so he would use magic missile on that one too. Watching the formation of the sphere, the boy's eyes filled with complete despair. In Frey's hands, the power kept growing stronger. David tried to scream in every way, but no sound came out. From a distance, others watched the protagonist's abilities. One of them with blonde hair paid close attention until he turned his back and walked away. Two people looked carefully at the arena. Gossip spread quickly through the academy. Rumors said that Frey crushed David in a duel, severely injuring his vocal cords and legs. Deep down, everyone thought David was an idiot, and the academy felt a lot better without him. Even so, they still couldn't fully believe that the trash of the Blake family had actually won. Some thought he might have made a pact with the devil. While walking through the halls, the protagonist was stopped by a man, but he didn't recognize him and asked his name. He was a fourth-year student named Human Milost. After realizing he was an upperclassman, Frey introduced himself. The two exchanged intense looks. With a direct request, the student offered him a spot in the Traman Rings. Upon hearing that name, Frey felt a bit emotional. Since he studied at the academy, he was already familiar with that group. They were an assembly of students representing Westrad Academy. Moreover, it wasn't a group open to everyone. Their members were handpicked. The rune ring worn by the student showed he was part of the Traman Rings. The only thing the protagonist was thinking about was whether using his name without permission could be considered a privacy violation. While the student rambled on, he just listened. Before the student could mention he was the leader of the Traman Rings, Frey turned his back. The character had no intention of joining that group. A voice said that boy wasn't easy to persuade. It was Peruan Jun standing in the hallway. Imposing, the boy was greeted by his companion. Upon hearing that name, the hero paid attention. Approaching, he introduced himself as the group's leader. He apologized for Duman's behavior. Despite everything, his friend had told the truth about the Traman Rings. Without saying a word, the young man stared at him. He began to take interest in the boy standing in front of him. He seemed like an impressive leader for someone his age. But even so, he wasn't interested in the offer. He walked away saying he wouldn't charge anything for the use of his name. Dauman became extremely irritated by the boy's arrogance, but Peruan told him not to stress about it. Scratching his head, his friend apologized for his behavior. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed boy watched the young man leave. It was nighttime and the guests had begun to arrive. The tables were filled with delicious food. Keeping his promise, the professor had to have dinner with Frey. Even so, she found Isabel's presence at the table strange. While eating, Isabel asked her not to mind her presence, pretending she wasn't there. Annoyed, Frey asked the girl to leave. Shrugging, she began talking about the conflict method, and the professor listened closely. Since the protagonist hadn't taught her anything, the most logical choice was to follow him wherever he went. Curious, Professor Jane asked if the girl was referring to Schweizer's training method. She was surprised to realize the woman in front of her also knew about it. While sipping her drink, Jane said there were only rumors about it among other warriors. Despite searching extensively through the records, she had never found anything about it. Realizing Frey knew about the topic, she became interested in hearing more. Meanwhile, the protagonist was drinking from his cup. A man approached the table, and the professor was startled by a touch. Frey stood behind her, offering to teach something much more interesting as he hugged her. His goal was to continue that conversation in his room. The professor felt captivated by the boy, even though she was hesitant since he was only 20 years old. It was as if her body and mind were acting separately. Just before they kissed, Isabel slammed her hand on the table, demanding that Frey stop doing such shameful things with the professor. The moon looked like it had been sculpted into the sky. Near the balcony, the hero reflected on his new life. If the demigod was fully ruling the world, he should be considered a problem. Even after 4,000 years, some people still knew about Cassidon, Schweizer, Iris, and himself. He realized there were still people following his legacy and fighting. Calmly, Isabel approached her classmate. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice her arrival, but she looked at him intently, her eyes wide open. Shortly after, the protagonist looked into her eyes and decided to ask the girl a question. He wanted to know who was the boss of the academy. He needed to find out who was the strongest person among the students, professors, and other members. Before answering, she pointed out that he never answered her questions, but he said he'd answer all of them if she told him who the boss was. Excited, she started celebrating with small gestures. The most powerful student was Peruan Jun. Among the professors, it was Professor Dio Pulsman and Professor Adelia. However, the strongest person of all was probably Isabel's aunt. The girl's aunt was the headmistress of Westrad Academy, Madame Cyrus Trisnine. Professor Jane approached the two students. She said Cyrus was a famous 6th-degree mage with an icy personality. Frey felt the pressure of the woman's high rank. Theoretically, mages can reach the 9th degree, but it had been more than 3,000 years since anyone had done so. Furthermore, it was still debated whether that was entirely true or not, and many believed the true maximum was the 8th degree. There were likely fewer than 10 mages in the whole world who had ever reached the 8th degree, so reaching the 9th was considered a legend. The protagonist turned to observe the surroundings. He asked if the person who cast the spell to protect the academy was also the headmistress. However, Professor Jane wasn't sure about that information, but concluded it was possible. Frey realized he wouldn't be able to face a 6th degree mage. He remembered the offer to join the Traman Rings. Thinking something was off, he decided he needed to meet Cyrus Trisnane. Turning to his new friend, he called her over. With a gentle look, he thought about what he was going to ask her. Depending on the situation, it wasn't a good idea to involve an innocent child. Now his goal was to reach at least the 7th degree. The professor informed him it would take 10 years if he was quick. However, the protagonist stated he would reach the intended level before the end of the vacation. Laughing, the professor said it was great to have big dreams in life, but the protagonist was being serious. When he noticed the woman was alone, he approached her and tried one more of his flirtatious moves. Annoyed, Isabel pointed out that she was still there. She said that if a teacher were caught having an inappropriate relationship with a student, they'd have to have a talk with her aunt. With those words, the girl crushed Frey's dreams. That was the reason he didn't like the little kids. Thus, Professor Jane agreed and walked away, leaving Isabel quite irritated. The lamps lit up the dark night. The protagonist knew he didn't need to rush, he just had to avoid making mistakes. Looking at the moon, he decided that was the fastest path. 2 weeks later, someone showed up limping. David had returned to school and was looking for that Dan Frey. He still hadn't accepted the defeat, saying there was no way he could lose to trash like that. All the students heard his complaints coming from the hallway. Meanwhile, the hero read a book calmly. Furious, the red-haired boy said he'd make him regret ever being born. David was going to turn his life into hell, but before he could finish the sentence, Frey launched a magic missile that knocked him down. Throwing his crutches into the air, the boy hit the ground. Terrified, the students watched the scene. Now the boy's nose was broken. Inside the classroom, Professor Kevin informed them that David had gone home to get his nose fixed. Bored out of his mind, the warrior walked through the hallways. He believed those students should have at least a little class, since they were part of the prestigious Westerod Academy. To learn how to use mana directly from Frey's body, the young man needed real combat experience. A voice called out to him, referring to him as gray-haired guy. Behind him, a boy said they needed to talk. He had heard Frey was great with magic. In a room with cracked walls, that boy introduced himself as Alex Dreamid, a senior who expected to be admired by Frey. With no fear at all, he said he could wipe the floor with the skinny guy in front of him without even sweating. Angrily, he wanted to know what the young man had done to David, the boy he considered his little brother. But the hero didn't seem concerned about that discussion. He wondered if those boys were trying to bother him on purpose. Demanding respect, the senior raised one of his hands. To the hero, they were nothing more than a bunch of Dan brats. Dream had tried to understand why a boy fought his friend. While listing his achievements, such as ranking 17th in the last Gledheed Magic Tournament, Frey let out a yawn. Finally, the senior tried to intimidate him, saying this would be the day of his funeral. The character was just boasting while threatening a freshman in front of his friends. Those boys were there to watch the battle. It wasn't necessary for them to gang up on someone as weak as Frey, who was already preparing a magic missile. It hit 3 students at once, while Alex was thrown far away. The boys' powers were enough to take down several people at once. That left all of them very angry. While Alex lay on the ground, he didn't respond. The boys claimed it wasn't fair to attack while the opponent was speaking. But bothering a bunch of brats was something hilarious to the protagonist. Because of his arrogance, the attacks intensified. Gulbarex, the firstborn of the Gillard family, wanted to wipe him out. Prix, the second son of the Pinalark family, also joined in. Even so, the hero didn't feel intimidated, and using his hands, he launched a second magic missile. While those students tried to reach him, he kept generating more energy to take them down. Even a simple movement created a powerful magic missile. In the end, he was sitting on top of some exhausted bodies, realizing how much of a waste of time that had been. Scoffing, he thought none of them had been worth the beating. The blue sky, filled with clouds, stretched out over the academy rooftops. As he slept, Frey was exhausted from studying so much to improve his techniques. A voice asked what he had been up to lately. Turning around, he saw that it was Isabel. The students at the academy were calling him the Deadly Missile because he was leaving piles of bodies with his magic missile. That nickname brought immense embarrassment to the protagonist, but he hadn't had any other opportunity to use stronger spells than his signature one. The girl was shocked to feel something strange for her classmate. Lying on the desk, he looked very handsome, taking all her attention. With his face resting on the table, he asked what she wanted. The girl said she had followed Frey's advice, even though she knew troll blood could be used to boost magic circle efficiency. The idea of mixing it with magical essence at a 7-to-3 ratio was a new discovery. If she used blood from a Troxo, the mixture would be even more effective. Even so, the girl was very grateful for the amazing discovery. Pausing for a moment, she wondered what he could teach her next. The hero seemed so tired and bored that he just stared at her face. The girl returned his gaze, showing interest in his abilities. Still, the character had realized he had become Isabel's private tutor. Being a talented girl, if he taught her properly, she could reach the 7th degree. Thinking it over, he kept considering the proposal. Finally, he called out to the girl and said he would teach her conflict at this time. Instantly showing joy, she couldn't believe that moment had arrived. He said he would leave the academy during the break to train, and she would come along to see it with her own eyes. Still, it would be a difficult trip, possibly even deadly. Before he could finish the sentence, the girl accepted the invitation. She was truly determined to learn conflict. She wanted to go with him no matter what, so she could train. With a huge backpack full of stuff, the girl showed up for the trip. Frey couldn't believe the amount of unnecessary things she was carrying. But women needed a lot of things, something he couldn't understand. Nervously, she wanted to know what their destination would be. But even the protagonist wasn't exactly sure where to go. He was thinking of heading to the Hispania Mountains. That place was known as a monster's paradise, extremely dangerous. With a map in hand, they wanted to find the fastest route. Carefully, they estimated how long it would take. If they went by ship, it would take about half a day. Besides that, the road to the mountains was complicated and full of monsters. But the girl was already getting ready for the trip, showing no fear at all. She never thought the journey would be easy. The protagonist pouted at her attitude. They walked while talking about the teleportation stone, which was used as a means of long-distance transportation. That kind of thing didn't exist 4,000 years ago. Even though magic hadn't progressed at all, technology had been steadily advancing over time. Still, the idea of traveling long distances via stones was really appealing. Even so, the item was a bit expensive. The distance between Cao Symphony and Hispaniola was huge, so it would cost about 10 gold. Free tried searching his backpack for savings, but all he had was 1 gold. Despite the lack of money, he had another idea. Isabel was also a noble, just like Frey Blake, and could have plenty of money. Trying to be polite, he asked how much money she had, but she hadn't brought any money for the trip. She said that money makes people lazy, so she wouldn't bring any for a training journey. As a conclusion, she mentioned that earning money for expenses during the trip was also part of the training. Frey was shocked by the girl's shamelessness, even while carrying a massive backpack. She yelled that those things weren't related, and that women had many needs. The two continued on their journey, thinking everything would work out if they went to the capital. Neither of them had ever worked before. When they got near the ship, many crew members and workers were around the area. Looking up, they were stunned by the size of it. It was a massive ship made of wood. That ship was completely free for academy students. For that reason, there were many students in the area. In addition, the food served was top tier. Frey was already drooling just thinking about the meals. However, his plans were ruined when he heard the ship was full, and the next departure wouldn't be for another 4 days. He threw himself on the ground, thinking they wouldn't even make it halfway. The only option left was the Cortez, a much older and simpler ship, but neither of them could complain about the situation. Life is like that, and they had to accept the burden. Although the ship stopped at Jutenbol along the way, it would take less than 5 days to reach Cao Symphony. Moreover, the academy students didn't have to pay for the trip. Inside the ship, the crew members were having a discussion. One of them, who had a scar on his face, stated that everything was ready. The captain decided they would set sail that night, aiming for a perfect raid. The other, wearing an eye patch, just let out a laugh. A man asked why he had removed his eye, but he replied that it was the symbol of pirates. Looking at the map, they discussed the bloodthirsty pirates. Pointing to a more remote region, he said their target today would be the ship that stopped at Jutenbol, ambushing it right after it passed the Oscal Islands. Finally, they just needed the name of the ship. It was the one full of rich kids, the Cortez. Isabel and Free stood at the bow of the ship. The captain introduced himself as Mac Martins and welcomed the passengers. Very politely, Isabel started chatting with a man. If it weren't for that ship, they would have had to wait 4 more days, and even though it was a decent ship, it had few passengers. The captain explained the reason. The ship's route passed through the Oscal Islands, where pirates were known to appear. The girl grew concerned, but the captain reassured her. Although there were only 2 warships escorting them, each carried a 4th-degree mage, and they were battle mages from the Magic Tower. So no matter how many pirates showed up, they would be incapable of doing any harm. The 2 mages continued casting their protective spells. Isabel felt relieved to know there were battle mages aboard. If the pirates were smart, they wouldn't dare attack the ship. The character's attention was drawn to something ominous. The appearance of pirates startled the entire crew. With an imposing and fully equipped ship, they approached. Even Captain Mac couldn't believe what he was seeing. Panicked, Isabel watched what had just happened. Meanwhile, Frey didn't seem the least bit worried. The warships had all been sunk. The men had taken down both warships, showing they weren't ordinary pirates. They had massive cannons and an unusual determination. A few minutes earlier, the pirates had spotted their target and noticed the Cortez approaching. When they saw the 2 warships, they became concerned. But they had a secret weapon, a special guest who would help them with the raid. Speaking in a completely unknown language, he began to display his powers. That was Lord Dullard, a lich who would assist them in the raid. His powers were terrifying even to the pirates. He seemed entirely dark and destructive, but the captain knew he could trust the monster. It was an undead creature, terrifyingly fearsome. Now the pirate understood the captain's plans. By hiring a lich, the captain could become a pioneer who would go down in pirate history. Meanwhile, the undead began preparing his attacks. His dark power merged with shadow magic. His first offensive spell was the Ice Spear. He aimed at the warships and pierced through the wood. His goal was to hit the mages commanding the ships. Noticing the attack, the 2 tried to defend themselves. But it was too late, and the power of those spears was overwhelming. The mages tried everything, but nothing worked. The spears kept piercing through the wood, and yes, they completely destroyed the vessels. The captain let out a fiery laugh, realizing they would be swimming in riches that night. Meanwhile, the crew drew their swords, ready for battle. Getting closer, the captain tried to compliment Dullard's movements. The undead felt something strange. Turning his ugly face, even the captain was startled. He said he was sure he had summoned 3 ice spears. They didn't understand how that last ship was still afloat. At that moment, the man tried to remember the request not to destroy that particular ship. since his passengers would be used as hostages. However, his words seemed to irritate the monster, who called him a bone-headed brat, completely annoyed. He explained that he had attacked them to prevent any escape or resistance without using enough force to sink the ship. Confused, the pirate didn't seem to understand the undead's intentions. Looking at him, Dullard said something was strange about that ship. On the other side, chaos erupted as all the students ran across the deck. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure sat quietly. With the hood on, he looked tired and began breathing heavily. Isabel and Frey remained standing, unsure of where to go. The girl was terrified after realizing that the warships had been annihilated. But Frey showed nothing in his expression. Placing his hand on the girl's head, he asked her to relax a little. For now, they were just pirates, and there were bigger concerns. He had noted that there were 3 ice spears, but the one coming toward the ship vanished in the air. However, the protagonist said he hadn't cast any defensive spell. He started to think more clearly. Although he felt the flow of mana, he couldn't block it. His mind went blank when he sensed a presence similar to the pain of the demigod. He felt anger for being unable to defend himself. At that moment, he needed to collect himself and acknowledge that it wasn't a demigod. Thinking aloud, he concluded that that mana belonged to an undead, but they still didn't know who had defended the ship. Raising his hand to his lips, he tried to reflect further. Even without knowing who it was, he knew it would be necessary to thank them. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was getting closer. The students ran in complete panic. The vessels neared each other, and ladders were used as bridges between ships. With their giant weapons, the pirates began their invasion. Calling for help, the crew didn't know how to defend themselves. Running back and forth, the situation was total chaos. Bodies were falling everywhere as someone stood up. The real battle was about to begin right there. Although the Cortez was a smaller ship than the Nifliso, it had many passengers on board, approximately 40 people from wealthy families. Aiming for ransom money, the pirate captain smiled at the current situation. Wishing everyone a good evening, he introduced them as their friends, the bloodthirsty pirates. With a sword in hand, the Cortez captain tried to confront the pirate. But to the pirate, that ship was just a treasure chest full of heirs from rich families. All of his crewmates burst into loud laughter. It was outrageous that those filthy pirates dared to speak that way. Noticing someone standing in front of him, there was a student who seemed completely defenseless. He stated that the ship was full of exemplary students who would one day become great mages. In other words, it was the wrong ship to raid. The pirate captain noticed the boy's intention as he began to activate his powers to defend himself. Before he could complete his spells, something flew toward him and hit him hard, pinning him against a piece of wood. The captain had thrown a knife at the boy. At that moment, he began to panic. Noticing the sharp blade next to his neck, he trembled with fear. Frey and Isabel remained frozen amid the panic and hysteria. The protagonist knew the knife had been aimed straight at his neck, but its path had been altered. Sensing the presence of a hooded man, he wondered if that was the one who had stopped the attack on the ship. A voice exclaimed that the young man was not capable of facing the pirate. Telling him not to take risks, the figure demanded that he stay quiet and obey. The pirate captain, pretending to be mistaken, brushed it off. From that moment on, he decided to stop playing around and get serious. Spotting an innocent figure, he decided they would use him to their advantage. The boy tried to protect himself, backing away from the pirates. Frightened, he wet his pants. Stating that the student had peed himself, the captain called him a baby. One of the pirates decided he would take care of the situation. He lifted the boy onto his back and said he'd give him a bath. But the hooded figure asked him to stop. The man threw the boy into the open sea. Trying to swim, he pleaded for help. Slowly, he drifted away from the ship, until he completely disappeared from view. Even though he was second degree, Orko was cruelly killed. But the pirates didn't care about that at all. Provoking the fury of the other students, they began to show their powers. The captain realized those kids were incredibly noisy. Trying to strike the men, they launched their spells. But they were terribly hit by something far stronger. The undead's power was protecting the pirates. He was everywhere and wouldn't allow anything to reach them. The other students didn't know how to fight against that evil force. Meanwhile, the captain just laughed at the situation, and the undead did all the dirty work. Using the powers of darkness, he defeated the students. Through a shadowy hold, he tried to suck them all in. The boy couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. It was something they had studied in books before. It was a powerful and terrifying lich. Isabel was shocked when she saw that monster, but Frey remained lost in his own thoughts. The pirates had made a contract with an immortal being. But immortals never make deals with mortals, meaning they were being manipulated at that very moment. Being pirates, they didn't care about anything but money. Their greed was greater than anything else. Frightened, Isabel clung to her friend, who asked her to let go because it was too hot. He was left speechless when he looked at the girl's face. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. Now, everyone knew these weren't just ordinary pirates. That lich had to be at least 5th degree, which explained why the warship mages couldn't defend themselves. The pirate captain looked at that enigmatic figure. Curious, the lich demanded that the person who had blocked his attack show themselves. He was sure they were among the people on the ship. When he didn't get a response, he decided to make a threat. In one of his hands, he gathered some energy to form ice arrows. If the person didn't reveal themselves, he would kill everyone right then and there. The crew members were terrified. With a maniacal laugh, the arrows grew larger and more powerful. The pirate captain tried to stop Lord Dullard's plan, saying they needed hostages, but the undead glared at him with a terrifying stare. Not even the captain could look him in the eyes. Someone approached with light steps. The hooded figure still didn't show his face, but the undead suspected he might be the one who blocked the attack. Without wasting time, the young man declared it had been his doing. Curious, the Lich asked the child's name. At that moment, he removed his hood, and everyone was shocked to see who it was. Even Isabel showed a surprised expression. Meanwhile, Frey was a bit lost in the events. The boy introduced himself as Peruan June. Isabel realized it was her classmate from the academy. All the students knew the boy. At the academy, he was the leader of the largest club and the legitimate son of one of the 3 most influential families in the empire. In addition, his grades were excellent, and he and Isabel often competed for the top rank of the academy. But this wasn't the time to brag. She said that even though their grades were similar, his degree was likely much higher than hers. The girls were impressed to see Peru and Jun aboard the ship. Everyone cheered, realizing they might be safe. Isabel said maybe Peruin would be able to deal with the situation, but the hero told her not to get her hopes up. He was probably struggling just to stay on his feet, considering the blood dripping from his mouth. The Lich was at least 5th degree, and although Peruin was very talented, he seemed to have just recently reached the 5th degree. The fact he was still alive after blocking a spell of a higher degree than his own was nothing short of a miracle. Desperate, the girl asked Frey if he was at a higher degree than the undead, but he said no. Even so, he asked the girl to back away from him since he was still feeling hot. Exhausted from the fight, Peruin regretted choosing that ship. Apparently, picking a ship with fewer students to avoid standing out had been a terrible idea. Fortunately, he had managed to stop the spell, but because of it, he felt like his body was going to fall apart. Looking at the creature, he didn't know how he could face it. The undead said he was having a very lucky day. He hadn't expected to find such good material. The two exchanged looks without saying a single word. Fearing his end, Peruin closed his eyes. A question was directed at the pirate captain, asking what his true goal was. With a slight smile, he replied that it was nothing too serious. Noticing all those precious children passing through the dangerous Oscal Islands, they couldn't just sit by and do nothing. So they would escort the young ones safely to their destination, Cow Symphony, because they were friends to all. One of the pirates said the captain was a very busy man, but he finished his plan by saying they would only take them after receiving payment for their protection. In the end, it was all about money. Peruin remained still, unmoving. The boy proposed another suggestion, an alternative. He offered himself as the only hostage. The boy said the Jun family could pay double the amount they were hoping to earn that day. But the captain refused the offer, claiming he had an immortal being at his side to get whatever sum he desired. Shrugging, the boy admitted the pirate was right. He didn't consider himself strong enough to face the hired Lich. Still, he would give it his all, betting that he wouldn't be the only one to die. His actions left the captain in shock. Frey grew very interested in that boy, and began to like him more and more, impressed by the spirit he had for someone his age. The protagonist says the nation has a bright future ahead. The undead does not back down from a decision. The boy's mana seems spectacular. Realizing the monster's intentions, Peruin becomes frightened. He tries to dodge the dark attacks, but the undead is determined to absorb all of the boy's mana and use his body to create an undead under his control. With his powers, he traps him in his claws. At that moment, negotiations were over, and everyone would be transported to the pirate ship. The students begin to run, trembling for their lives, but the pirates grab them with full force. They squeeze the girls and hold them tightly. Watching the scene, everyone seemed pleased with the work, until the one-eyed pirate realized he should help capture hostages. Looking to the side, he noticed Isabel's beauty. Approaching her, he frightened the girl, who tried to hide behind Frey. The pirate mocked the protagonist, calling him a twig. Frey looked around, pretending not to understand who the man was talking to, until he realized the pirate was talking to him. Again, he mocked him, calling him a scrawny kid. The hero asked the man to show a little more respect. The pirate found his reply extremely annoying. Clasping his hands together, he decided he'd give the boy a beating. But Frey didn't move or follow his commands. Meanwhile, some students were already tied up. Jack said Frey had gone completely insane after becoming famous. With an angry expression, the pirate was already very irritated. He began moving toward the boy. With his sharp sword, he ran to reach him. Everyone else watched intently. Despite the fear around him, the hero didn't move. The pirate was now very close, ready to strike the final blow. Isabel closed her eyes, not wanting to witness the scene. But the one who ended up hurt and missing a few teeth was the pirate himself. With his powers, Frey pushed him far away. The man fell like a rotten fruit. The warrior observed what he had caused. The kick launched the enemy into the sea. Those who were watching were astonished by the scene, because standing before them was Frey, the eternal loser of the academy. The blonde with blue eyes stared in disbelief, unable to say a single word, trying to understand what kind of move that had been. Thinking to himself, he tried to analyze how it had been done, the spinning kick imbued with mana before the pirate could strike. Even though he already had a sense of Frey's talent, he had never imagined the boy's mana control was so masterful. Returning to the present, the protagonist stopped the redhead from taking a step forward and gave her a head pat. He added that she should stay alert, as the opponents there weren't stronger than her, except for the Lich. so she should be able to defend herself on her own, and he asked her if he wasn't right. The mage looked at him with a small smile, lightly touching her own head. Then she refocused as the protagonist turned toward the aggressors. One of the kidnappers wondered what had just happened. Then sarcastically he tried to justify the scene, saying his comrade got distracted by lust. That's when the gray-haired boy appeared in front of him at extreme speed, creating even a gust of wind from the force of his movement. The aggressor couldn't understand what was happening and was startled by such speed. The lich in the background observed the situation silently, analyzing his opponent, and was also surprised by the speed. A burst of aura followed by a loud explosion could be seen. The aggressor, still confused, wore a pained expression and groaned. We see that he was fatally struck by the boy, who said they shouldn't have accepted a deal, because he didn't like that agreement and wouldn't be polite this time. The gray-haired one reflected that he had never taken someone's life before, but in the end that didn't matter, as everyone looked on in shock. He concluded and thought that guys like that never liked guys like him. All the kidnappers charged at the gray-haired boy, letting out a powerful war cry. The protagonist just watched them with a cold gaze, then grabbed the defeated warrior by the neck and hurled him at two of the attackers. He finished his strike by using his aura to launch a deadly attack at everyone in front of him. The pirates who were still free tried to flank him and strike from behind, taking advantage of the opening. But in the blink of an eye, Frey expanded his aura, hitting those behind him as well. The man next to the lich couldn't understand anything, calling it impossible. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to defeat all the warriors one by one. The innocents watched the massacre in awe, stunned by the overwhelming difference in power. One of the pirates tried to grab a woman as a hostage to save himself, pleading for his life. But without wasting a second, the protagonist dashed toward him at extreme speed, so fast that he left behind afterimages, and with a single kick, he sent the attacker flying, soaring over the girl and landing a direct hit to the pirate's mouth. The pirates tried to surround him in hopes of gaining an advantage, but the hero simply leaped into the air, causing the villains to crash into each other by mistake. Frustrated, the villains shouted that they'd send the hero to the bottom as revenge. But when they looked up, they saw the gray-haired boy holding a giant sphere of energy. They panicked, screaming at him to stop the attack. But with a cold expression, he launched it without saying a word. The last thing heard from the men was a desperate scream, and all that remained of them was dust and scorched ground. The protagonist slowly descended from his flight. Looking to his right, he noticed one pirate was still alive. He had taken the mage as a hostage and called the boy a monster. That kidnapper told the gray-haired boy not to move or he'd hurt the girl. Our hero just stared at him for a moment and seriously asked what the villain had just said. The bald man was surprised by the question, and before he knew it, the mage was already charging up an attack. She looked deep into his eyes and unleashed a massive electric shock that enveloped them both. A single strike was enough to drop him to the ground. The surrounding crew stood in stunned silence, unable to say a word. The same went for the lich and the redhead standing beside him. The mage and our hero stared at each other for a moment, until the redhead asked what he thought of her abilities. The hero responded cynically, saying she acted all innocent and sweet despite her powerful skills. Applause was heard in the background, drawing the hero's attention. It was the villain beside the lich, clapping sarcastically as he praised their abilities. He added that he was genuinely surprised this time. Hero and villain stared each other down for a moment, but the silence was broken when the villain made an offer. He said that although he understood the boy in front of him wasn't just anyone, it would still be difficult for him to handle everything on the ship. The boy said nothing and let him continue. The villain added that he only wanted just half of the trainees on board. Our hero looked to the side and saw the hostages. One of them was even crying for his mom. Others were weeping and saying they didn't want to go under. The villain asked if the hero would accept this deal, as it would save some people and let him walk away, calling it a win-win situation. Our hero heard that and questioned how it could be win-win when he had already decimated the enemy's forces. The villain just shrugged, mocking him. He added that the gray-haired boy could choose who to keep and who to give up. A blonde woman suddenly screamed and ran toward him, begging to be chosen. She tried to leap into the protagonist's arms, saying she was begging to be saved, even offering to pay him in other ways if money wasn't enough, saying she'd fulfill any desire he asked for. Another crew member also started begging on his knees. Soon, others followed, pleading to be saved and offering money in return. The gray-haired boy said he had no choice and suggested Isabel collect the money, but Isabel shouted angrily that he couldn't accept such a thing. Hearing of a protest, the boy smirked and started an auction for who would pay most to be saved, leaving the girl fuming. The screams of desperation continued as the background characters begged and swarmed the protagonist non-stop, while the secondary characters watched the intense scene, speechless. Frey responded by asking if they were ever going to stop. Then he shoved the blonde woman away, saying she was too clingy and smelled like rotten fish. He called them all rats, yelling that they had only learned to use money to get what they wanted. He added that they took advantage of their parents' hard-earned bonuses to exploit others, and they should be ashamed to call themselves mages. He finished by saying that a mage's job is to be a hero who protects the weak. He finished by saying that a true mage always saves others before themselves, which made the girl admire him even more. But that he ruined the move by bringing up the payment again, which made the redhead go crazy. Meanwhile, the villains observed from afar. The red-haired one looked at the lich, wondering why he was so quiet, as if he doubted the Lich could win against that boy. The Lich responded to the villain, saying there was no human he couldn't defeat. This surprised the redhead, shocked that the Lich had read his mind. He cursed the monster in his thoughts but quickly corrected his posture. The undead then said he was just observing for a while, causing the villain to sigh and think to himself that he better be careful with his thoughts from now on. The monster kept reflecting, thinking that man was radiating a mana he had never seen before, assuming he was a very skilled warrior. But in the end, he was just a 5-star. He concluded that the human wouldn't be able to go head-to-head with him, then released his energy, tearing through his cloak with it. The redhead beside him declared that he always knew Lord Dullard was capable of that. The heroes watched as the monster raised his energy. The undead continued, saying he had already defeated countless like him and ordered the mage to surrender and become his property. But the gray-haired boy remained completely relaxed, saying the monster talked too much. The Lich wasted no time and began preparing a new spell. Living missiles, a purplish energy materialized into spear-like forms. The red-haired girl was surprised by the ability, but before she could say anything more, the monster had already fired them at the heroes. However, our protagonist simply sidestepped, causing some pirates in the background to almost get hit by accident. The missiles didn't stop, they curved mid-air and changed trajectory to strike again. The mage shouted for Freya not to relax as the ability would keep chasing him. But the protagonist just dodged again, as if dancing, exclaiming that he already understood how it worked. The red-haired boy nearby, watching the fight, called it dangerous in his thoughts. He continued his internal monologue, noting that the missiles would keep tracking the target even if Dullard used another spell. And sure enough, the Lich invoked another spell, Bone Hands. An energy formed on the ground and from it emerged numerous skeletal hands. Our hero kept dodging the missiles, but he was surprised by the hands reaching for him from behind. The villain started to celebrate as if the Lich's victory was already certain, while the girl softly called out Frey's name. Then she screamed it louder as she watched the massive explosions caused by the undead's magic. The blasts intensified in the area, forcing the mage to shield herself and her companions with her magical barrier. The others nearby tried to dodge the lingering attacks to avoid being caught. The redhead focused on maintaining her barrier, until she looked toward the center of the attacks and realized the protagonist wasn't there anymore. All that remained were the shattered remains of the ship. She began calling for him, begging him to answer her. The blonde mage already started mourning their loss. But unexpectedly, the Lich's missiles froze in midair. The undead was shocked by what had just happened and quickly turned his head. He realized that his missiles were now aimed back at him. Quickly, the monster raised a repulsion shield to protect himself from the projectiles. But this made him lose focus, causing him to release the mage he had been holding with magic. It didn't matter, he began charging another dark spell in his hands, and used that spell to destroy the remaining missiles. He asked himself how this had happened, how the hero had turned his magic against him. He thought he had already defeated his opponent. It made no sense for the mage to still be casting spells, until the gray-haired boy appeared behind him. This shocked everyone watching the battle, because Frey was still standing, strong and steady, behind the monster. The Lich tried to turn around quickly, not understanding how it had happened. But no matter how hard he tried, our hero just stayed at his back, using his speed to toy with the monster. The monster, now desperate, leaped into the air to escape his presence. The Lich was in a panic, trying to understand how any of this was even possible, because humans shouldn't be capable of that kind of skill. But the protagonist just stared at the monster, his eyes filled with magic, showing an expression of pure superiority. The girl asks if Frey is okay and is answered with a calm look and a few nods of the head. The girl looks at the boy in awe, as she begins to recall a vision of another mage who closely resembles the protagonist. She starts putting the pieces together in her mind, better understanding what's happening, until the villain begins charging another spell that ends up scaring the blonde boy present. The Lich was releasing a rain of giant ice spears against the ship. The crew members are extremely frightened, looking up as if it were the end for them. Meanwhile, the Lich reasons that he must destroy the ship in order to save himself. And so he begins to bombard the ship non-stop with his magic, convinced it's the best choice despite the sacrifices. Until he notices something that shocks him. His magic was blocked with ease. None of his attacks hit the ship. All of them were nullified by a massive barrier created by Frey. The undead creature is left baffled, exclaiming that this is impossible. The blonde boy explains that it truly is unbelievable. He would have coughed up blood if he had tried to block even a single spear. Meanwhile, the girl in her thoughts tries to understand who that man could be. The monster above them calls our hero a mere human while charging a massive iceberg to throw at the ship. The blonde boy yells that there's no way to block an attack of that size. To unleash his strike, the Lich screams for the humans to perish and thrusts his hands downward to send the meteor-like iceberg at the ship. But in response, our protagonist simply prepares to leap, and he goes straight at the giant ice spear, breaking it clean in half. He finishes his movement by rising and coming face to face with the monster. The remaining debris is blocked by the less experienced mages on the ship, while the Lich is in disbelief at what just happened, calling the mage before him a mere 5-star and claiming he couldn't possibly stop him. But the gray-haired one says he simply knows the path he must follow. Yelling at the protagonist, the undead asks if he truly knows the path beyond 5 stars. Frey merely mocks him, saying the monster should go harder because those spells were nothing for this battle. Then the Lich, visibly shaken, asks who is standing before him. The hero introduces himself, Frey Blake, the eternal loser of the Academy, or something like that, which terrifies the villain upon recognizing the name. Until the gray-haired man declares himself to be Lucas Trauman, someone who returned after studying for 4,000 years, representing the strongest mage in history. The other mages on the ship say they can't hear the conversation even as they try to focus, while the girl looks up worriedly. In denial, the monster says it makes no sense as Lucas is dead, and he lunges forward with a frontal attack against the hero. Frey appears behind the Lich, sarcastically saying he looks much better from the back and strikes him. A blow that goes beyond the monster's body and grabs his bluish heart in his hand. The protagonist says he knows what that is and asks if the Lich plans to keep living. Frey continues, saying he had a sense of where that object would be but wasn't completely sure due to the variation, while the monster screams for him to wait. But the hero crushes the stone in a massive explosion, causing the monster to disintegrate and vanish into the air, with the mage simply floating and watching the scene before him with a serious expression. Meanwhile, the mages on the ship are stunned at how easily it all ended, and the pirates begin to lament their imminent defeat, while the red-haired villain keeps questioning how this is possible. Frey appears behind him in a terrifying manner, already affirming that the villain knows what's coming. There would be no more negotiations, because all the pirates would fall that day. Sometime later, all the pirates were already taken out, including the redhead, who was in an even more pitiful state, with our hero simply striking a pose amidst all the bodies, ending with him thrusting his hand downward to finish the task in style. After that, he looks to the side to see all the other apprentices watching from afar, especially the red-haired mage who stares at him in awe. Some more time passes, and at dawn, they arrive at a port. The protagonist walks off the ship with the girl, until he is stopped by the blonde boy who compliments his skills. And then he says he's a big admirer of him. But the gray-haired man just turns his back and keeps walking, leaving Isabella a bit puzzled by the protagonist's attitude of simply ignoring him. However, Frey is surprised when the mage approaches him, bows, thanks him, and says he will repay him for saving his life. The mage girl tries to tell Prith to stand up, saying there's no need for that. Meanwhile, our hero looks on in surprise and sighs in relief. Right after, he asks how the young man is feeling, since the shockwave might have hurt him. The blonde boy says he's fine because he had already taken precautions against that sort of thing. Our hero finds that response amusing, while the girl tells him not to be so rude. The three begin walking through the city, with Prith asking what happened to Frey. He asks how Frey was able to defeat the Lich so easily, something that would seem absurd for any mage. He adds that he had heard of him before, the most talentless student in the history of the Academy, saying that he returned only a few weeks later and asking if he had lied this whole time about his abilities. The protagonist cynically replies that it's hard to say and that anything can happen in life. They both stare at each other silently for a moment, until the blonde boy shrugs to break the ice. He ends by saying that yes, it's true, anything can happen, while the girl watches them from behind. At the end of the question session, Pri asks if Frey would like to visit him at his residence so he can properly thank him. This leaves Isabel speechless at the formal invitation, and it leaves her blushing and enchanted, waiting for Frey's response. Frey, on the other hand, says he'll think about the offer, if he has time, of course. This leaves his companion fuming with rage, saying he must be crazy to turn down such a noble request. After understanding the situation, the protagonist changes his mind and says that if he earns some money, he might accept. Isabella gets even more pissed off, calling him a bastard, while the protagonist doesn't understand the reason for so much fury. The girl starts yelling at the mage, calling him shameless for asking for money, while the gray-haired man argues that it's her fault they're broke. The blonde boy in the background says he doesn't mind, but he'd like to know why they need money. Our hero explains that he needs to use the Cos Infinity portable stone and that it's very expensive, prompting Prith to ask more about it. But then he gets the idea and starts rummaging through his backpack, revealing the gold coins he had and saying it would be his gratitude payment. 3 gold coins totaling 300 others, which makes the heroes super happy. The gray-haired mage says they don't need that much, minus 20 gold would be enough, but the noble refuses and tells them to keep it all. That makes our hero think to himself, a little deflated, that the boy really was a spoiled rich kid. They go back to walking through the city, still chatting with the blonde boy, inviting the protagonist once again to his home. He throws out a bunch of reasons why his place is great to visit, leaving the protagonist totally fed up. After Frey snaps at him, Prith says he was just trying to be nice and mentions how his father makes all the decisions alone. But something catches Frey's attention and he asks the boy if he has an older sister. The blonde says yes, she's in the kingdom of Luanable, but the hero doesn't care and just wants to know about the girl, which irritates the redhead behind them. Continuing the conversation, the blonde boy mentions she comes from a family that produces many impressive warriors, adding that they'd probably be disappointed in him for not being that good with magic. But Isabella tells him not to feel that way because he's not as weak as he thinks. Then our protagonist draws the boy's attention and tells him not to lose confidence because he has a super handsome guy to help him, making the boy a little flustered. But Frey quickly kills the move and says to contact him if he has an older sister or even an aunt, which leaves Isabella furious. Isabella starts screaming at him non-stop in a very childish squabble while she curses his perverted mind. That makes the blonde boy take a deep breath for a few seconds, and in the end, he bursts out laughing. He adds that it's been a while since he laughed like that, calling the two of them very funny friends. Some time passes, and now it's late afternoon that day. The blonde boy says that he'll be going his own way now. He says once again that they should visit his home, saying he won't be able to live in peace without showing his gratitude. And once again, the adventurer says he'll go if he has time, which makes the redhead annoyed all over again. They all exchange glances for a few seconds, keeping silent and waiting for the goodbye. Isabel says that in her eyes, it's a very good sign. And everyone says their farewells, with the mage reflecting that they could become great friends. Frey comments that the boy was really nice, just like nobility should be, and his companion agrees, saying he's splendid. But the cheeky protagonist adds that the boy also has some deep pockets, which once again irritates the redhead. He has no idea why she's mad as always, until she explodes on him again and he instantly reacts, saying it's not his fault, he's a broke guy. The next day, Isabel starts trying on several outfits and armors like a massive silver warrior's set. The next one being a mage outfit that looks like a circus illusionist, asking Frey what he thinks and if she looks pretty. Frey answers the question saying he just wants to go home, then yells that she should be picking work clothes and not frilly ones that'll just get in the way, which leaves her totally flustered. The redhead slowly starts getting irritated. Then she starts yelling at him, saying she's just happy she can finally wear quality clothes, while he once again doesn't get why she's so mad. The shop attendant tells her that apparently her companion prefers more minimalist clothing, while the protagonist reflects that he probably shouldn't have brought her along. Now outside near the edge of the city, our main group is ready for another adventure, now with new gear. The gray-haired one adds that no matter how much he looks at it, that thing is still an incredible item. The magic subspace bag, an item that can multiply its internal space several times over with magic. The girl says it's not all that impressive, and the protagonist asks if she's just being dramatic, with her replying that it doesn't matter anymore. Frey takes a deep breath, reflecting on everything going on. Then he starts looking around, saying that like the portal stones, the world's technology has evolved and the population has grown. But after thinking for a bit, he realizes that's kind of obvious. After all, he's been gone for 4,000 years. He reflects that he suspects the demigod have been holding back human development in his time. He muses that the gods see humans as nothing more than ants. Isabel asks Frey what he's thinking about so deeply, saying they've already arrived at the portal stone. The protagonist scratches his cheek, thinking it through a little more, and says he'll answer that question on his own. A man with a megaphone in the background announces that the portal is about to open and asks everyone to step into the magic circle. Frey is surprised they're able to conduct separate sessions. The protagonist is amazed by the way the portal works, while the girl tells him to stop embarrassing her in that place. A magic circle opens above everyone and begins to expand. The hero tells her to be careful, since nausea is common for portal rookies, which irritates the girl again as she says she already knows that. The portal begins activating and the energy gives everyone a strange sensation. And we see that the light was so bright it fully reflected in Isabel's iris, as we're transported to a place resembling a sci-fi wormhole, as if the portal were sucking in the entire platform, which glows blue and gold non-stop, until the protagonist is surprised as they reach their destination, Hispania, a place full of mountains and a yellow sky. The hero observes the land, reflecting that even after 4,000 years, some things don't change. He looks back and asks his companion where they should head now. But when he notices, Isabel is actually vomiting from how sick she feels. She argues that it's because she didn't eat anything that morning, adding that she'll be fine after she eats something, while the protagonist reflects that he really shouldn't have brought her along. Meanwhile, in another place nearby, inside a tavern, several men are drinking, but the bartender stands out from the crowd as something catches his attention. Frey bursts in asking for food and drink, which shocks the redhead, not expecting him to order something alcoholic. She yells at him, saying that drinking that kind of thing is completely irresponsible. The mage tells the girl to be quiet because she has no idea how long he went without drinking. He adds that he still doesn't understand why they don't sell alcohol at the academy, leaving Isabel speechless. Then she starts yelling again, saying the reason is obvious, and Frey argues that the law doesn't matter since everyone starts drinking after 13. I don't know where he got that information from, but anyway, the bartender brings their orders while asking if they're mercenaries. Frey initially ignores the question and just gets super happy when he sees the food in front of him. The bartender continues, saying that since they were in that place, they must be rookies, because they were wearing brand new armor, like they were ready to take on a dragon. Our protagonist keeps ignoring him as he digs into the food. The bald man goes on, saying that it's not such a bad thing. Privileged kids should enjoy their youth. But he adds that they should finish eating and go back where they came from, because rookies shouldn't challenge the mountains. Isabel comments that she heard the place was full of period monsters and calls it a dangerous location. Calling the mountains that way makes the bartender furious, saying she has no idea what she's talking about. That startles the girl, but draws chuckles from the other adventurers nearby who find the idea of them trying to face the mountains amusing. The protagonist continues to ignore everything, happily stuffing his face with food. Then the bartender apologizes for the outburst, saying he has his son about their age. He begins telling the story of how his son once trained to become a mercenary, which is why he felt the need to step in. Isabel asks where the child is now. The old man says the child is gone. He tried to enter the mountain. She apologizes for her insensitivity, but the bartender says it's fine, that he chose to talk about it on his own. The old man continues the story, saying his son was escorting a mother and daughter. The daughter came back alone and said his son wouldn't be returning. The bartender says he doesn't mean to speak badly of them, but he doesn't recommend going into the mountain. They might never come back. Isabel is left speechless by the old man's story, until the silence is broken by Frey, who keeps eating like nothing happened while complimenting the food. Then the heroes simply ask the old man if he can inform them about the nature of the monsters. The redhead tries to eat some as well to see if it's really that good, but she realizes the food is actually pretty bad. The old man asks if the protagonist is really willing to go into the mountain, even if it means not coming back, but gets no response. He understands the situation and comments that he won't be able to sleep well tonight. But after the protagonists finish their meal, he pulls out a map and points to it. Isabel comments that she already had something in mind, but this wasn't so bad. Free asks how much everything they ordered will cost and thanks him for it all. The old man says they don't need to worry about that for now. It's all on the tab. They just need to come back alive and pay him later. Our hero asks how the bartender keeps his business running if he gives in so easily, and the old man says he hears that all the time. Sometime later, now at night under a purple shining moon, Frey thanks him for the meal as they say goodbye, and the bartender calls him a liar, saying his food is terrible, but the drinks are good. He says farewell, telling them he'll remember the two of them and promises to make better sausages next time. Our hero says he can't wait for that moment. The old man gives them a cheerful goodbye smile, and our adventurers continue their journey entering the forest that leads to the mountains. In the darkness of night, an intense battle unfolds. Bluish lightning crackles through the air as a warrior with glowing eyes unleashes a powerful strike on his enemy. His radiant energy tears through the surroundings, and the force of the impact shakes the ground beneath them. Watching the scene from afar, a red-haired woman keeps a close eye on the situation, evaluating it seriously. Next to her, a white-haired man observes in silence, his expression unreadable. In the background, the landscape reveals a chaotic battlefield, where fighters clash amid destruction. The words of one warrior echo in the dark. They're trying to stop us from moving forward. Another responds firmly, his posture full of determination. If we must, we'll force our way through. The tension rises, and the battle is far from over. The conversation between the characters continues in a tone of urgency and strategy. The white-haired man maintains a firm posture, while the red-haired woman analyzes the situation cautiously. He questions the reason for them being there, showing concern about the dangers they are facing. She, in turn, reveals that the situation is even more complex than it appears. Something greater is happening behind the scenes. An impressive sight appears before them, an immense structure surrounded by a whirlwind of energy. Then the woman explains that this place might be the key to recent events. Elsewhere, a group of enemies prepares, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. The danger grows as the protagonists realize they are not alone. Tension rises, and the next move will be crucial. Free keeps a steady gaze as he makes an important observation about the situation they are in. The red-haired woman responds with a tone mixed with curiosity and skepticism, trying to understand the logic behind his plan. He then raises a finger, signaling that he has a crucial point to make. With a confident expression, he states that everything comes down to a single month, a seemingly short deadline, but one that carries significant weight. Then the girl questions the feasibility of this plan, arguing that a month might not be enough time to deal with the situation. However, the man stands firm, assuring that if they use that time correctly, they will achieve their goal. As the sun begins to rise on the horizon, a new confrontation erupts with great intensity. The warrior charges forward with a powerful attack, unleashing a wave of glowing blue energy, signaling that the battle is far from over. The fight continues with an explosion of energy as the red-haired warrior moves with agility. Dodging attacks and preparing to counter, her determined gaze reflects the intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man watches the battle calmly, analyzing every movement and contemplating the next step. He expresses his intentions clearly, revealing a plan that could be decisive for the outcome of the situation. Then the scenery shifts dramatically. The sun rises on the horizon, illuminating a breathtaking landscape. The woman, amazed, gazes at a massive waterfall, her expression filled with awe at the grandeur of the scene. The sound of water echoes through the environment as the group moves toward a hidden cave behind the waterfall. Inside, something mysterious awaits them. A golden sphere shines intensely, radiating an unknown energy. Inside the cave, the golden sphere floats in the air, emitting a bright light that illuminates the rocky walls around it. The silver-haired man observes the scene attentively, immediately recognizing the object as something of great value. The red-haired young woman kneeling on the ground watched in awe as a mystical glow intensified around her. Her gaze conveyed admiration and curiosity as she tried to process the events unfolding before her. Beside her, the protagonist wore a calm and confident expression. With a simple gesture, he demonstrated control over a powerful energy, as if manipulating the forces of the universe with ease. Tiny luminous particles floated around him, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. As the energy concentrated in his hands, he assumed a meditative position, emanating a radiant blue aura. The nearby waterfall seemed to react to his presence, increasing the intensity of its flow. The impressed young woman remained silent, simply observing. Suddenly, the energy changed color, taking on a deep purple hue. The man opened his eyes, revealing a determined glow. The young woman sensed that something grand was about to happen and without hesitation stepped into the phenomenon, immersing herself in the same powerful aura. Her eyes reflected the mystical light as her body became enveloped in the growing power. Before her, the man smiled as if recognizing the girl's potential. He seemed pleased, as though he had been waiting for this moment. The energy surrounding them surged even more, expanding into a glowing vortex that illuminated the entire cave. After the intense training, the atmosphere around them gradually began to calm. The young woman stood still for a moment, processing everything she had just experienced. Her gaze met that of the man, who wore a playful and proud expression. Then, breaking the silence, he spoke in a relaxed tone, suggesting they should eat something. Surprised by the sudden change of subject, she just stared at him for a moment before smiling. She thanked him for how he had changed as a person. After all, if he hadn't changed, he wouldn't have brought her along for that training. Until recently, Isabelle never imagined she would spend time like this with him. Even though he was a student who suffered bullying, her attention was drawn to something she couldn't quite identify. Her expression changes as she thinks about her next words. Lately, he seemed like a completely different person, as if he knew exactly what to do without the slightest hesitation. Curious, the protagonist asks which of the two versions would be his real self. At that moment, the girl doesn't know how to respond. With a light laugh, she simply states that both versions were the same. To her, people don't change, they just evolve. Closing his eyes, the young man even agrees with her words. Isabelle shows immense gratitude for his transformation. After all, before this, he wouldn't have brought her along to train, just the two of them on a trip. For a second, she stops and thinks about the time ahead, feeling uneasy. They were going to spend a whole month together in that cramped cave. But Frey claims he's not interested in kids, saying she doesn't need to worry about nonsense. Feeling the embarrassment on her face, Isabelle seemed outraged even without fully understanding that feeling. Frey starts casting some kind of spell. It was a barrier, functioning like a sack in case monsters entered while they slept. Lying down, he decides it's time to rest and tells the girl she should do the same. Moments later, he's already snoring in deep sleep. Looking at her companion, the girl felt an overwhelming urge to punch him in the face. The next day, the crystal waters are clearer than ever. Isabelle is still sleeping soundly. Slowly, the girl opens her eyes, ready for a long day ahead. As she stands, she still seems very tired. In front of her, the warrior had been awake for quite some time. The previous night, the girl had slept for 5 hours. However, that would be her last rest since the training was about to get serious. Free demonstrates Cassidon's training method called conflict. It was an extremely dangerous method of training. That's why his advice was that the girl should only observe. Suddenly, his aura completely transforms, unleashing the spells. The core begins to form, highlighting the previously combined forces. Soon after, the spells begin splitting, giving rise to a new form. The protagonist was dividing the mana he had gathered in his body into the elements of fire and water. The opposing manas were clashing and keeping each other in check. It was almost as if a war was happening inside his body. The powerful fire fighting against the water, both controlled by Frey. With his eyes closed, he keeps focusing on the powerful technique, manipulating the power of water. Inside his body, the elements seem to have minds of their own. The water attacks the fire, which tries to shield itself from the blows. The other side of his body is in harmony with the fire. It was necessary to adjust the balance so that neither side overwhelmed the other, like trying to stabilize a scale that was impossible to balance. In awe, Isabelle realizes how amazing the method was. That was Conflict, Cassidon's training method. Without taking her eyes off Free, she watches attentively. With courage, she decides she must face her fears and try a new technique. Closing her eyes, she focuses on gathering energy inside her body. Soon after, the forces come into contrast. Just as taught, she tries to form something perfect and balanced. Even with all her willpower, it still wasn't possible. The girl starts to feel sick while attempting the technique. Falling to the ground, she feels immense pain. That happened from losing just a bit of balance during the technique. It was a truly extreme training method, but Free seemed calm, meditating peacefully. At that moment, the girl had many doubts about her companion's true identity. Isabelle decides to take a bath in the waterfall. After an intense day of training, she washes her body in the crystal waters. Lost in thought, she reflects on everything that had happened. After leaving the water, she gets dressed and stores her belongings in a bag. Shortly after, she separates some stones by her side. In front of her, she places a large rock accompanied by 6 smaller ones. With one hand, she drops the small stones to the ground, then replaces them with a stone identical to the others. It was her method of keeping track of time, realizing that 2 weeks had passed. During all that time, Frey hadn't moved from the spot. The boy kept training with a terrifying method inside the cave. Crossing the barrier, she returns to check how things were going. As she places her bag on the ground, she notices something strange and decides to take a look. The energy being released has a blazing blue color. In the middle of it all, Frey is sitting with his eyes closed and legs crossed. The manifestation of mana was proof that he was about to reach the 6th degree. after 2 weeks. The girl had never noticed anyone grow stronger at such an absurd speed. All the energy being released from his body caught her attention. But for Frey, everything still felt too slow. He needed to be faster and more efficient. In awe, the girl resumed watching him. Sitting in front of him, she tried to copy some of his movements. Closing her eyes, she attempted to concentrate her powers on the technique. Outside, the intense rain spread throughout the area. Meanwhile, the two of them were training inside the cave. By now, 3 weeks had passed. The large rocks marked the passage of time. Isabel and Free seemed to be unleashing their powers in imperfect union. Suddenly, the girl felt something strange in her body. Once again, she couldn't keep up with her partner, whose concentration was unbelievable. Losing focus for a moment, her balance was thrown off. Despite the difficulties, she was growing stronger at an unbelievable rate due to the conflict-based method. All of her ancestors had trained in something this intense, which explained why modern-day mages were so weak. Smelling her own clothes, she realized she stank. Her attention turned to the waterfall passage. The barrier was breaking down due to a possible intruder. Soon after, the wall gave way completely. Right in front of her, a massive creature appeared. Her gaze reflected pure fear at the sight of the immense bird standing before her. At that moment, Frey opened his eyes to see what's happening. Waking from his deep training, he realized it was a phoenix. Isabel couldn't believe such creatures existed beyond the legends, but the protagonist showed no fear at all. In fact, his gaze was one of intense admiration. Noticing her companion's movements, she tried to see the bird from a new perspective. There were monsters of all kinds in the Hispania Mountains, but she never imagined there could be such a divine beast. The phoenix had been drawn in by the fire mana released during their conflict. Extending his hand, he asked the bird to come to him. Panicked, Isabel screamed that divine beasts couldn't be tamed by humans. The phoenix stared intently at the boy's every movement, but he continued trying to approach calmly and peacefully. Afraid, the girl watched everything from a distance. Before long, the phoenix was being gently caressed by Frey. The bird allowed him to touch its feathers, showing no sign of hostility. Shocked, the girl couldn't believe Frey was able to touch those fiery feathers with his bare hands. But since the creature showed no aggression toward him, there was nothing to fear. Besides, it had deep claw wounds all over its body. Apparently, its heart had nearly been ripped out. It was a miracle it was still alive. Isabel didn't even know phoenixes could die, since legends said they rose again from the ashes. Frey explained they were simply more resistant to death than other beings. It didn't mean they were immortal. Shocked, the girl accepted all of that explanation without saying a word. Those mountains must be home to other powerful beings, capable of injuring even a phoenix. Apparently, the battle had been against an extraordinary opponent. As he touched its feathers, a protagonist stated he could help the bird. His gaze showed all his determination as he awaited the phoenix's response. Soon after, the creature lowered its guard, fully trusting the young man. Isabel noticed that the creature was acting like a little bird, feeling completely at ease. Frey joked that the bird would now reap the fruits of all his training. Opening its eyes, it didn't seem too amused by the joke. But the process was almost done, just a few more minutes. The warrior used all his powers to heal the phoenix's wounds. Meanwhile, Isabel watched everything with intense focus. To her, the young man seemed very different from the Frey she used to know, with different expressions and words. Moreover, the atmosphere around him had become peaceful. In his memories, Frey recalled an old friend. Noticing the phoenix's hesitation due to the rain, he teased it. Annoyed by the comment, the bird began to take flight. The two would race to the top of the mountain, even if the phoenix couldn't speak like humans. Touching the creature filled him with intense nostalgia as he remembered his friend. Soon after, the wounds began to fully heal. Phoenixes regain their healing factor once their energy is restored. Not long after, the bird was already standing again. Energy flowed through its entire body, causing it to let out a powerful screech. Grateful, Frey was happy to relive old memories. The two locked eyes firmly, and the phoenix was thankful for all the help it had received. At last, it took flight and left, showing all its beauty as it soared through the skies. With its strength restored, it was far more powerful than before. A small phoenix feather was left behind inside the cave. As a token of its gratitude, the bird had left a gift. The phoenix feather could be used to heal wounds or create magical items, being something extremely rare. That bird was definitely someone who repaid their debts. As a joke, he compared Isabel to the creature, since the girl wasn't helping with anything. At that moment, she realized the young man was referring to her. She couldn't believe her companion could be kind to birds and rude to humans. Ignoring it, he returned to using the conflict technique. Isabel noticed she was alone again, as he was about to begin deep training. Beside her, the rain kept falling harder as night approached. The next day, the sun shone through the clouds. The rain had soaked some plants and trees with its water. According to the stone count, 4 weeks had passed. Inside the cave, Frey was still training with ease. Isabel kept watching him even after a whole month had passed. It seemed her companion was about to faint, having not eaten a single meal and meditating all week. To her, it all seemed extremely concerning. Even so, his mysterious appearance resembled that of a divine master. In awe, she watched the energy radiating from his body, emanating in all directions. She thought he was truly one of a kind, even if he acted like a disrespectful man. The cold and sharp personality he showed, the occasional calm and gentle care for the phoenix, his vast knowledge and his experienced way of speaking. It was almost like he was a great mage. At times, Isabel remembered the great mage Lucas Trauman, whom she had observed. Maybe she could develop great feelings of admiration and respect for him. Suddenly, the young man seemed to breathe with precision. Alert, the girl waited for his next moves, fearing something unusual might happen. His aura released all the energy accumulated during the conflict process. His eyes revealed how exhausted he was. Shortly after, he stood up, even if with difficulty. Stunned, Isabel realized he had completed the mission. In just 1 month, he had achieved something extraordinary, and she congratulated him. He had finally reached the long-awaited 6th degree. Observing his body, he felt all the changes in his system. To the girl, it was a completely unbelievable scene. The youngest person to reach the 6th degree was 35 years old. If the public found out that a student from the academy had reached the 6th degree, the world would go into chaos. Just with his breathing, the protagonist could gather mana. However, his expression completely changed when he felt something strange. He lost his balance and Isabel ran to catch him with her hands. His body was completely worn out after a week without food. Now they needed to hunt as he required some fatty food. But there was no need for much concern since she was sure he would be fine. So the two of them left the cave. Upon stepping outside, they realized a terrible battle had occurred. All over the ground, monsters were lying dead. While meditating, he hadn't sensed monsters in the surroundings. Apparently, the phoenix had been trying to protect them both. Remembering how he had helped the bird, Frey felt extremely grateful and was certain that they would meet again. Upon realizing they didn't need to hunt, he decided they would go to the Schweizer dungeon after eating. Suddenly, a scream of pain echoed in their ears. The two of them turned, afraid of what they might find. A human voice could be heard not far away. Even though they were hungry, they would have to go after that sound. Shortly after, the protagonist was already preparing to depart. With a leap, he launched himself into the sky. Desperate, the girl shouted his name over and over. Completely alone, she didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, the voice echoed all the pain the man was feeling. Tears ran down his face as he cried out for help. Tied to a tree, a man was having knives thrown near his body. His companions had been dead for a while. The sharp-skulled bandits seemed to enjoy the situation, turning it into a game. Luckily, Victor's aim was terrible due to a hangover. Taking the knife from his hand, Huon wanted to be the next to hit the target. Meanwhile, the vice captain ordered them to stop messing around immediately. Biting off a piece of meat, he wondered when the mysterious woman would pass through the area again. He was tired of camping in those damn mountains. Holding the weapon with precision, Huon called for everyone's attention, saying he would hit the man right in the forehead. Desperate, the prisoner was already expecting his end. With precision, the knife was thrown. The man screamed in terror, realizing the weapon was headed straight for him. However, something deflected it, sending it flying in another direction. Shortly after, the thrown weapon hit the ground. All the bandits were left confused about what had just happened. One of them even joked that the wind wasn't cooperating with his companion. Tired of playing, they packed everything up and were about to leave. Suddenly, Victor noticed an unusual figure beside him. Startled, Frey appeared like a shadow. Realizing it was a threat, he was already prepared for battle. Human also drew his knife, ready to defend himself. Frey remained still, observing all the evil that had taken place in that camp. His gaze shifted to the right, noticing that the bandits were using humans as targets for dice games. Apparently, they were having a great time with the whole situation. One of the men believed the protagonist was actually a corpse, due to the way his body looked. Suddenly, the strikes began before they even realized it. Victor was swiftly taken down by the protagonist, his head separated from his body. Huon was shocked by the speed of the foreigner's attacks. All the other bandits began watching carefully. Hearing the noise, Captain Lawrence stopped eating. A powerful weapon appeared in front of him, ending the lives of his men. In the blink of an eye, the target vanished completely from everyone's sight. It was a 5th-grade light scythe, an extremely powerful weapon, and its wielder was Frey, who seemed intent on avenging all that injustice. His goal was to teach those fools a lesson. Meanwhile, Isabel wandered through the forest. Running back and forth, the girl was panting heavily. Upon arriving where Frey was, she came upon a terrible scene. Her companion stood amidst a pile of corpses, showing no reaction at all. He had killed all the men, leaving only one to escape using his tracking magic. Looking at something on the ground, the two seemed lost in thought. The head belonged to the vice captain, which meant Frey assumed there was a bandit captain still alive. Curious, the girl asked if he planned on killing all of them. But after they killed innocent people, he couldn't pretend nothing happened. He wanted to put an end to the demigod's entertainment of watching humans rot while slaughtering one another. No matter how insignificant it seemed, the protagonist felt sick just imagining that creature enjoying anything. While he reflected, a frightened voice called out to him. Tied to a tree with a rope, the man seemed grateful for having his life saved. Even though he had lost a lot of blood, Frey said he wasn't obligated to carry him with him. Terrified, the warrior begged them for help. He couldn't die in such a horrible way. Crying, he claimed he needed to apologize to his father before dying. Hearing those words, Frey began to pay a little more attention. Not far from there, some men were discussing the annihilation of the 3rd squad. Captain Carls noticed that his subordinates seemed drunk for spouting such nonsense. But the man insisted he had seen the entire annihilation with his own eyes. The assassin's gray hair blew in the wind, and his thin body reeked of decay. He was clearly no ordinary person, as he fought incredibly well and they hadn't been able to counterattack. He had decapitated all the members in the blink of an eye, and that man was the sole survivor. Captain Carlos was intrigued by the description. To him, it sounded like a high-level mage. According to the report, the man could cast 2 spells at once. He was definitely a battle mage. All of his suspicions were confirmed by his subordinate. Suddenly, he planted his feet on the ground, standing up in anger. He ordered his men to hunt down that individual immediately and notify him once he was found. The plan was to surround the warrior and kill him. Despite the threat, Carlos didn't believe that Mage had been hired by the Aquareed family. Turning to the bandit, he asked if they had really been throwing darts at humans. The person being used as a target was just a random mercenary, someone the captain recognized. A man who had been escorting a mother and daughter who came to gather herbs. Confused, the captain reflected in his thoughts on the mage's identity. The carriage lay wrecked on the ground, belongings scattered everywhere. The fallen soldiers didn't move, showing that an intense battle had taken place. One of them had an arrow in his stomach, realizing he would die soon. In front of him, Captain Carlos appeared with a wicked grin. He had been searching for a long time for the eldest daughter of the famous Aquareed knight family, Sonia. Refusing to give up, the girl tried to defend herself as best she could. She was a very skilled warrior and knew how to wield a sword like no one else. With a single strike, she managed to defeat 3 men at once. Everyone who approached her met an early death. By the end of the fight, the girl showed signs of exhaustion. Even so, she didn't lower her weapon for long. Charging toward Captain Carlos, she wished for his death. Despite her resolve, she was stopped by a man who protected the captain with his own life. Their weapons clash, showing how powerful both of them were. Shortly after, the girl is thrown far away by a powerful attack. Her sword scrapes against the ground, helping her regain her balance. Sonia Aquareed seems very tired after all the battles she has faced. Captain Carlos jokes about being in love with the girl since she hadn't let go of her sword easily. Apparently, the rumors about the flaming sword of the Illuminable Kingdom were not false. Behind her, the women sob uncontrollably in fear. The great soldier was no longer able to protect her. Even with minimal chances of victory, Sonia wouldn't give up so easily. With a smile, the captain seemed pleased with the whole situation he had caused. The leader licked his lips with every glance he gave the young woman. To him, it had been worth waiting more than a month in the mountains, since the rumors about the girl's beauty were true. Born as the eldest daughter of a prestigious family, at just 18 years old, she had received the title of Storm. Looking around, Sonia realized all her bodyguards had been defeated. All that remained were the 2 maids and Sir Leather. Realistically, she was the only one still capable of fighting in that situation. On the other hand, she was facing about 20 men, and they were relatively skilled. Curious, Carlos asks where Sonia's mage bodyguard was. But the young woman doesn't understand what he's talking about. A renowned knight family like the Aquareeds would never hire a mage as a bodyguard. Her suspicions were confirmed when she realized the mage who had attacked his men had not been hired by the family. Even so, Carlos was still curious to find out what kind of person that mysterious man was. In the end, the captain states that they wouldn't kill the girl right away. He had terrible plans for Sonia, something worse than death, as he intended to take advantage of her. With a smile on his face, he didn't even need to explain what he meant. Terrified, the girl understood exactly what he was implying. The men were eager for a chance to play with a noble family's daughter. Furious, her face changed completely, showing all her hatred for those bandits. She would rather bite off her own tongue and die than become a toy for those bastards. But the captain had other plans. He also loved looking at the other women. If Sonia were to die, they would play with her maids. The men had been extremely deprived due to the rough lifestyle they'd endured for over a month, so they wouldn't kill the girls quickly. Now Sonia understood why those bastards had kept the women alive. Trembling for their lives, the maids embraced each other, their bodies reflecting utter despair. The last thing they wanted was to become a burden to the lady. Looking at the 2 of them, tears rolled down her face. Sir Leather stated it would be an honor to die for Lady Sonia. Even though he was old, that man was extremely brave and loyal to the Aquareed family. Facing the whole situation, Sonia had no other way out. With a sad look, the girl was disappointed in herself. She asked for forgiveness for her incompetence, which would be the cause of all their deaths. But the maids didn't seem to mind since they had survived thanks to the prestigious Aquareed family. Lowering her head, Sonia seemed utterly disappointed to have to accept that fate. Meanwhile, the maids kept talking and made a difficult request of the girl. The servants wanted the young lady to kill them with her own hands. To them, it would be shameful to meet the lady in heaven after becoming playthings for those men. With her sword in hand, the girl said they would meet again with heads held high and full of pride in heaven. Captain Carlos didn't understand what the women were talking about. At that moment, Sonia shouted that for the honor of her 2 maids and her family, she would take drastic action. Gripping her sword, she declared she would gladly guide them on a new journey. Desperate, Captain Carlos ordered his men to immediately stop Sonia Aquareed. With one strike, the girl directed her weapon at the maids' heads. All the bandits watched the scene intently. With her eyes closed, the girl began to cry. Gathering courage, she opened her eyes and was shocked. Looking ahead, the maids were completely alive. Startled, she realized the sword had disappeared from her hands. She couldn't understand what had happened, assuming her sword had been stolen. Looking behind her, she thought it must have been the work of those bandits. She couldn't imagine those men being that skilled. In the end, she had suffered the greatest humiliation a knight could face. On top of that, she asked the maids for forgiveness for not being able to give them an honorable death. So she began her speech again, ordering everyone to bite their own tongues. However, she was interrupted by a voice calling her name. Captain Karls seemed delighted to finally encounter the ghost who had wiped out the 3rd Squadron. Behind Sonia, Frey held her sword firmly, preventing the girl from killing the 2 women. Suddenly, Frey, Isabel, and the wounded man were in the middle of the battle. Everyone was extremely startled by the presence of those strangers. Isabel was carrying the man who no longer had the strength to stand on his own. With a smile on his face, the captain claimed he'd heard a lot about the man who toyed with his boys. Handing the sword back to Sonia, Frey asked if that was the leader of the group. Frightened, the girl simply held her weapon, showing no reaction. Frey looked like an enigmatic figure, his body weak, posing no apparent threat. Pointing toward the mountain, Karls wanted to know if the hero had come from up there. His camp was located around that area, so he was curious to know what had happened to his men. Without dragging out the conversation, the protagonist simply stated he had played with all of them. Upon hearing those words, the leader's expression shifted completely into intense rage. Wasting no time, he ordered his bandits to kill those damned gray-haired bastards. Since he was a battle mage, they needed to stop him from casting spells. With their numerical advantage, he believed they could win the fight quickly. But before they could even realize it, Frey was already gathering all his power. With his hands, he unleashed intense blows that killed several bandits at once. From the back, the captain could only watch the destruction of his squad. Nervous, he couldn't understand how the mage could cast spells so effortlessly. Suddenly, an explosion occurred and smoke spread in every direction. The others were shocked by all that power radiating from the young man's hands. Confused, Sonia asked who these people were and why they had come. Isabel said nothing, only offering a faint smile. They said they weren't her enemies, so she could relax. The captain was thrown backward, but used the debris to catch himself on the ground. To him, the strength of a battle mage didn't matter. In the end, he was still just a mage, and because of the casting time between spells, he couldn't keep attacking forever. Considering the amount of magic launched in his direction, he assumed the guy wasn't very smart. He was curious to see if the mage would fall from exhaustion or be finished off by the swords of his men. Either way, the captain was determined to make the enemy's head roll across the ground. As he approached, he saw one of his bandits being hurled far away. All his men were being struck, their bodies pierced through. Terrified, this was far from the ideal scenario he had expected. Frey was casting all of his attacks at once, hitting both the captain and his men. To him, it should have been impossible to use that much power for so long. Even so, Frey didn't look the slightest bit tired. As far as Karls knew, this was unprecedented. His strength and skill were beyond anything he'd seen. While he reflected, his body was dragged across the ground. Realizing he was going to lose the battle, he tried talking to the young man. Leaning on his sword, he pleaded for him to stop. Many of his men were dead or exhausted, making victory a distant dream. They couldn't even breathe properly because of the attacks. They were extremely out of breath. Collapsed on the ground, they used their swords for support just to stay upright. The leader seemed confused to see the young man stop attacking. Believing he had run out of mana, he ordered his men to attack again. If they couldn't kill him immediately, they'd be the next to die. Behind him, Sonia Aquareed said she would help Frey with his mana. But that wouldn't be necessary as the protagonist was already at a very high level. Creating an image in the air, he told the girl to step back as it was something dangerous. Shortly after, an earthquake began. The tremors were so intense that the bandits immediately felt the ground shifting. Desperate, their expressions revealed utter shock. Even Captain Karls didn't understand what was happening. As the ground shook, the cracks grew larger and larger. It was an earthquake that swallowed all the bandits at once. Soon after, the ground gave way completely. The men began falling one by one, trying to cling to the rocks. Desperate, they begged for help in that horrifying moment. The leader was swallowed by the stones, feeling all the tremors around him. In a state of shock, the men pleaded for help, saying they didn't want to die. Sonia's eyes were glued to the scene, unable to believe it was real. With a single move, Frey annihilated all those bandits. No one was left to tell the tale. The earthquake was a 5th grade spell, and Sonia was curious to know how he had cast it. Isabel explained that the previous attacks had only been distractions to buy more time. Even so, the young woman had never heard of anyone performing dual casting. Those feats were truly extraordinary, and Isabel was there to agree with her. She claimed she had never seen anything like it, until she met Frey. Sonia Aquareed seems increasingly impressed with all the mage's powers. She didn't have much knowledge regarding mage battles. On the horizon, clouds ran across the sunlight. The girl decides to express her most sincere gratitude for all the help. She introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Aquareed family from the Luanable Kingdom. Without a hint of politeness in his words, the young man simply introduces himself as Frey Blake. But he doesn't let himself be intimidated by the young warrior. Laughing, Isabel Trisnane introduces herself and apologizes for her companion's rude behavior. Suddenly, the girl covers her nose as she notices the foul smell coming from the protagonist's body. Even so, she doesn't believe he's homeless, possibly a hermit from the mountains. Sir Leather shows he knows a bit about Frey's family. The Blake family is a noble family among the most powerful in the Casco Empire. Isaka Blake, the current head of the family, is one of the 8 7th-degree mages, considered the 6th strongest among them. After arguing with Isabel, he asks where Sonia and her subordinates were headed. Their first destination would be the nearest city named Hispaniola, located nearby. Free says he'll accompany the travelers since they were heading to the same place. However, Sir Leather remembers something crucial. They would need to gather the guards' bodies before departing, so the young ones should go ahead. The bodies would be buried right there, since it would be impossible to bring them all to the city. Frey offers to handle the bodies, leaving Luther in shock. With just one spell, he lifts all the dead men. With precise control, he starts moving everything around him. Pieces of wood begin joining together, forming a wheeled cart. The expression of the eldest daughter of the Aquareed family reveals her astonishment. Stacking the bodies in the cart, the protagonist asks if they can leave now. Sir Leather doesn't even have words for all that power, and the maids seem enchanted. Together, they travel a long road until reaching the city. With his magic, the cart floats silently. Sonia is shocked to hear that the boy is only 20, as he seemed much older. Disturbed, she couldn't understand how someone so young could be that powerful. Not even he remembered his exact age, saying that 20 or 30 was basically the same. To him, the only important thing was being young. He comments that the bandits earlier seemed to have been waiting for Sonia from the start, which was very suspicious. Thinking for a moment, the girl remembers the captain said he had waited for her for an entire month. 1 month coincided with the time they had traveled since leaving Luenable. Sir Leather states that due to the many enemies of the Aquareed family, they couldn't be certain of anything. Besides, those bandits seemed very skilled. Therefore, the people who sent them must have considerable influence. Smiling, he points out that despite everything, Frey had no trouble defeating them. Curious, she wants to know how he had become so powerful. Sonia had always thought mages were weak and fragile, but that belief completely changed. While waiting for his answer, she stared at him intensely. But the young man attributed all of his power to one word: effort. Not understanding, the girl remained silent as the word echoed in her mind. Shortly after, they reached their destination without any issues. After covering the bodies, the men pushed the heavy cart onto the ship. One of the maids hugged Sonia, crying uncontrollably. As the ship departed, the woman waved to her companions. The vessel sailed smoothly, while the others watched attentively. Sir Leather expressed his deep gratitude to Frey, as it was thanks to him they were able to return safely to their families. With a smile on his face, the hero said he was happy to be useful. Waving goodbye, he wished a safe journey to all of them. But Sonia wouldn't let him go that easily. Not understanding the girl's behavior, he questioned her. The young woman wanted to reward him in some way for all the help he had provided, but he didn't want any reward of saying people needed to learn to help one another. Sir Leather also wanted to give something in return, as it would be shameful to let the young man leave like that. Reflecting, the protagonist considered the proposal. Looking at Isabel, he waited for some kind of reaction from the girl. With a smile on her face, she signaled that he could do as he pleased, so he asked to be treated to a dinner at a place that served delicious sausages. After walking, they arrived at an establishment. Sir Leather and Sonia seemed puzzled by the awful smell of smoke. It didn't look like a place nobles would ever visit, but Frey explained that dirty and old places like that were usually the best. Upon hearing that comment about the place, a voice spoke up demanding an explanation. The old man said he was happy to see the boy again, even if he looked like a corpse. On seeing his companion, Frey let out a soft laugh. Besides him, someone else had returned alive and might be of interest to the man. His eyes took on a terrifying expression when he realized who was being talked about. Isabel was carrying the wounded man on her back. At that moment, the staff member dropped all the trays to the ground. Desperate, he couldn't believe he was seeing his son, Kazan. Carefully, he began tending to his wounds. The man would need to rest for a few days to recover his strength. Kazan had offered himself as a hostage to protect the mother and daughter. Despite his questionable mercenary skills, he wasn't so bad as a man. Crying, Kazan apologized for yelling at his father and leaving. Isabel watched attentively as father and son reconciled. Frey discovered they were related due to how identical they looked, especially their eyes. The protagonist commented that the baggage was surprisingly good at healing magic. Annoyed, the girl realized she was being compared to mere baggage. But the hero quickly changed the subject. They wanted to stay at that place, which seemed so full. The better the place, the more clients it had, so Sir Leather thought it was better to look for another inn. Even though he apologized for bringing Sir Leather there, Frey insisted that the sausages were delicious. Suddenly, the owner of the establishment began kicking out all his customers. Angrily, he declared that the place would be closed for today. The customers tried to argue, but it was no use. Saying they would need to pay, he forced everyone out immediately. He shut the doors once the last customer had left. He flipped the sign on his establishment to indicate it was closed. Now the place no longer seemed full, there were no customers at all. The old man said he wanted to prepare everything for his guests and asked them to relax and take a bath. Night fell and the moon could be seen high in the sky. Meanwhile, Sonia was enjoying a delightful bath in the tub. Pensive, she made a few motions with her hands, not fully understanding their purpose. Her gaze looked tired and confused after the long day she had endured. The table was full of delicious breads of all kinds. Even with so much food, the old man brought out a second tray. Frey devoured all the tasty food like a bottomless pit. Soon after, Sonia Aquareed came to have dinner with her companions. The protagonist seemed enchanted by the girl's beauty, but something in her expression revealed a strange nervousness. She called for the protagonist, but he told her to sit and eat with them. Her face was red, it could have been some kind of illness. However, the young woman claimed she simply enjoyed a very hot bath. Suddenly, she twisted her ankle and began to fall to the floor. Quickly, the hero caught her by the arms, preventing her from hitting the ground. They shared an intense and enigmatic look. Observing her skin, he noticed countless scars. Embarrassed, the girl quickly pulled away and hid her arm. In complete silence, she said nothing, until the hero remarked that he was impressed by the scars, saying they were really cool. To him, they were proof of all her effort and she shouldn't feel ashamed. Hearing those words, Sonia paid attention and felt comforted. Isabel interrupted their conversation, asking what their companion's destination was. Sonia said they intended to reach the Jun family's estate. Upon hearing that name, Frey and Isabel felt the air grow tense. Immediately, they remembered Peruan Jun, their classmate from the academy. Peruan had mentioned a girl from the Aquareed family who was being considered as his fiancée. Now they were certain that woman was Sonia Aquareed. The girl didn't say a word, remaining silent as they came to their conclusions. Sir Leather asked if they knew Peruan Jun. Isabel explained that Frey had been in the same academy and year as Peruan, and it was he who had mentioned the engagement. Curious, Frey wanted to know more about his friend's fiancé, but the girl looked confused by his remarks, which sounded more like trials. In the end, the protagonist was certain that Peruan was a very lucky guy to have a woman like her by his side. Sometime later, they began to say their goodbyes. Isabel bid farewell, wishing the young lady a peaceful journey. Sonia addressed Frey, asking him to visit the Jun family after he finished everything he needed to do. Thoughtful, he reflected on the unexpected invitation, and he said that maybe it would be possible to stop by the Jun family's territory. A wide smile spread across Sonia Aquareed's face as she said she would be waiting for his return. The two began their journey through the forest. Isabel commented that Frey was very lucky to have earned the favor of such a powerful family. While saying that Peruan must have used up all his luck in winning Sonia's hand, her friend fell deep into thought. Previously, she had been talking about the protagonist and not about Peruan, and even after explaining, he just kept mocking her. Finally, the group had arrived at their destination. The Schweizer dungeon was located in a terrifying place. Isabel's body shivered as she saw what lay ahead. It truly lived up to the name Dragon Mountain. Monsters flew around the dungeon with giant wings and enormous fangs. Desperate upon realizing they would have to reach the mountain's peak, she didn't want to face those horrible creatures. Despite her suspicions, Frey claimed it wasn't true and pointed to another location. Letting out a scream, the girl was shaken, while her companion showed no reaction. The two were staring at a footprint of the Dragon King, dozens of times larger than them. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She had never heard of a dragon that big. Frey told his travel companion to pull herself together. Everything was possible in the Hispania Mountains, as it was basically hell on earth. With his hands, he cast a small spell. Moments later, the girl's body was thrown far away. A gigantic creature had tried to strike them with a tree trunk. With the impact, both were launched and struggled to recover. Shocked, Isabel still hadn't understood what was happening. Looking at the giant monster, she realized her friend had saved her. That was a terrifying ogre native to the Hispania forests. Although grateful for his action, Isabel thought the hero could have warned her before tossing her. With blood-red skin and 3 eyes, it could only be a mutant. The bartender hadn't been lying when he said that mutants appeared everywhere in those mountains. Irritated, the creature drooled heavily and gnashed its teeth. Looking at the girl, it charged toward her with its heavy body. But the girl was already preparing her first spell. Suddenly, Isabel conjured a fireball to use as a defense. Causing an explosion, she struck the grotesque body of the monster. Impressed, Frey realized the girl was much stronger than he had expected. The smoke covered their entire view. However, the mutant hadn't been defeated yet. Now it looked angrier than ever. Not realizing her own strength, Isabel believed her attacks were completely useless. The mutant's skin had developed high resistance to fire magic, likely due to the influence of dragons. Therefore, the two of them would have to come up with another plan to get out of the mountains alive. Since fire didn't work, they would have to use another option, ice. As everything around her began to freeze, Isabel felt the intense cold on her skin. The temperature dropped immediately with just 2 small ice spears, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Watching closely, the young woman noticed that Frey really did remind her a bit of the great mage, Lucas Trauman. Focused, he brought the ice spears closer to the mutant. His strikes were fast and precise, hitting the creature's chest. With a smile on her face, Isabel assumed they had won the battle. Despite the intense blows, the two were shocked by what they saw. The mutant was still alive and used all its strength to throw them away. Not even those powerful ice spears had fully pierced its skin. Increasingly enraged, the ogre destroyed every tree in its path. Isabel was already in complete despair, but Frey seemed incredibly calm. Wasting no time, the young woman launched more fireballs at the mutant's face. Even so, nothing seemed to affect it. But that strategy was enough for them to escape. Confused, the monster couldn't see where the two were hiding. Frey was impressed by the mutant's skin and bones, which were as tough as steel. Isabel said that with strength like that, the best option would be to incinerate it with fire magic. But Frey explained that the monster had high fire resistance. As a suggestion, his companion asked if he could bury it alive like in an earthquake. The problem was that a large-scale, noisy spell like that would attract the attention of all the dragons. Frey knew a special piercing technique perfect for that kind of situation. Drawing the monster's attention, he told it to come toward him. Using his powers, he created a few more ice spears. To the girl, those weapons seemed useless, but Frey insisted that the key to success was to never give up. Stunned, the young woman realized they might lose this fight. With one of his hands, he prepared his arrows for the attack. The monster's rage was immense, and its expression was extremely furious. Quickly, it charged toward the two companions. Using his powers, the protagonist launched the first ice spear. The creature felt a piercing strike to its head. Even after losing some balance, it kept running. Desperate, Isabel realized that the technique wasn't working. But Frey was deeply focused on his powers, persisting with the same spell. Shortly after, he threw a second spear, and then a third. The fourth ice spear went toward the same spot on the forehead. However, nothing was strong enough to stop the mutant. Frey had already thrown 7 ice spears when the creature began to stagger. While the ogre was kneeling, he aimed an 8th spear at the same spot. Suddenly, the countless ice spears were able to pierce the monster's skull. Anxious, Isabel breathed a sigh of relief that the plan had worked. But the protagonist had full confidence in his powers. Upon impact, the creature's massive head met its end. With a tremendous crash, its lifeless body hit the ground. Teasing the girl, Frey reaffirmed that the key to success is to never give up. As the two were talking, a loud noise caught their attention. High up in the sky, dragons were watching them. That cursed gold had attracted all the dragons to their location. Now they would have to fight those flying beasts with sharp fangs. For now, there would be no time to rest on that journey. A huge explosion occurred, with flames flying in every direction. Frey shielded himself and Isabel from the blazing fire that burst from the dragon's mouth. Running, the two tried to escape the imminent danger. Using her powers, the girl created an ice arrow. With determination, she launched the weapon at the dragon's neck. Even so, it didn't seem to be enough to defeat it. However, something strange was approaching the creature. Flying through the air, Frey managed to create an ice spear large enough to pierce the enemy's chest. His calm expression waited patiently for the dragon's death. Even his eyes turned to ice, showing that the protagonist had taken down another opponent. He landed on the ground with speed, while the monster's body plummeted from the sky. Shocked, Isabel watched the entire scene unfold. Suddenly, her expression changed upon realizing the fight wasn't over yet. The Dragon King, massive and majestic, emerged from behind the trees. Before the girl could say anything, Frey covered her mouth. Hidden, it was absolutely necessary that they stayed silent. The Dragon King was still far too powerful an opponent for the hero, so they had to wait for it to leave. However, they must have already been discovered. With his yellow eyes, the giant dragon searched carefully for the humans. Meanwhile, the two remained completely silent, not saying a single word. The creature's massive feet drew closer. Looking toward the horizon, the Dragon King decided to leave, and so walked away with its heavy body, destroying every tree in its path. After it left, Isabel was finally able to breathe easily. The creature's footprint was truly terrifying, enough to frighten anyone. At the top of a rock, Frey was recharging his powers. Beside him, his companion assisted him. Determined, the girl helped however she could. Soon after, she finished healing all the hero's wounds. A butterfly landed on Frey's finger. After battling monsters, his body and mind were finally in perfect sync. Even so, he still had many matters to resolve in the mountains. As he called out to Isabel, he let the butterfly fly away. The most important matter was finding the location of Schweizer's dungeon. With determination, the two launched themselves toward the top of the mountain. Frey warned the girl not to let her guard down, as Schweizer might have placed monsters in the lake. Curious, the girl asked how he was so sure that Schweizer's dungeon was there. But the hero had already heard it straight from the man's own mouth. He had a terrible habit of talking too much. At the top of the mountain, there was a beautiful lake that reached into the sky with a small island in the middle. Soon after, the two arrived at their destination. One step at a time, they landed on the sand. Isabel was enchanted by the stunning scenery. That island was truly magnificent, with crystal clear water and lush vegetation. Frey talked to himself, cursing Schweizer as a scoundrel the entire time. At that moment, the protagonist was starting to understand everything. Beneath that island, there was a dungeon much larger than the island itself. Frey explained to Isabel that the island was just the entrance to the dungeon. Even if it looked simple at first glance, it was actually extremely extravagant, just like Schweizer. Those words didn't make any sense to Isabel. Meanwhile, the sun's rays lit up the blue sky. Walking across the island, the two seemed quite calm. Suddenly, they spotted a gigantic tree that had a passage. At that moment, Frey was certain it was the dungeon entrance. Looking downward, they could even see a staircase. All around, crystals lit up the space so it wouldn't be too dark. Step by step, the traveling companions descended the stairs. Anxious, Isabel carefully considered what to say. As she opened her mouth, she began to feel nervous, fearing an unexpected response. But she said nothing, claiming that her thoughts were foolish and should be put aside for now. Thus, the two continue walking in complete silence. At the end of the staircase, they witnessed something unusual. A gigantic door with unrevealed secrets on the other side. With one of his hands, Frey examines its details, looking for a handle. Isabel had no idea how they could open it. Frey explains that it was a spell invented by Schweizer himself, and trying to force the door open could result in death. The protagonist approaches a blue sphere. With one hand, he brings his fingers closer. Touching the sphere entirely, he feels all its power. Suddenly, smoke begins to form in the area. Confused, Isabel seems unable to understand what is happening. The smoke starts taking on a strange shape as if it were a person. Suddenly, a small creature appears in front of them. With a smile on his face, he asks if they can hear his words clearly. That boy was quite strange, and Isabel wanted to know if Frey knew him. Looking at her companion, he seemed frozen. She called his name, but he didn't respond, though his body trembled slightly. The little boy was happy to receive guests in his dungeon, saying they were welcome. Reaching out his hand, Frey tries to touch the boy's face, but his arm passes right through, revealing it was a hologram. It seemed to be a magical welcome message. Recalling his old friend, Frey recognized how noisy he still was. He knew that Schweizerstro had rejuvenated his appearance by many years when recording that message. Even so, he was happy to see his friend in that unusual form. The girl's eyes widen as she realizes the little boy was actually the great Schweizer. Curious, he asked the reason for their visit to the dungeon. Apparently, the two could communicate with him. However, the boy was just an automated recording programmed to say only what was necessary. In Schweizerstro's dungeon, they could obtain anything. Frey prepares to say something, but gives up halfway. Gathering his strength, he wants to know how his old friend had died. But the image changes the subject, explaining that to enter the dungeon, they would need to correctly answer a question. Moreover, they needed to be careful with even the smallest mistake, or they could be trapped in that place forever. Emotional, Frey realized that was truly his friend's voice and even his personality. Feeling like he had returned to the past, Frey realized his voice couldn't reach him, assuming he was the only one still alive. Even so, he didn't want to believe he was the only survivor. Those who mattered had returned to dust, while the ones who caused the suffering still ruled the world. In the end, his enemies were still alive. Isabel grew more frightened by the expressions on Frey's face. Without delay, the little boy decided they had to answer what Schweizerstro hated most in the world. While waiting for the answer, the boy smiled at them. Without hesitation, Frey confidently replied that he hated the demigod. Excited, the boy revealed that the answer was correct. Suddenly, the image disappeared and the doors began to open. Isabel seemed happy with the current situation and was ready to follow Frey on the mission. However, deep inside, the girl felt inevitable apprehension. As she walked closer to him, she tried to ask the question that had been stuck in her throat the whole time. Noticing the girl's unease, Frey turned to listen more closely. As she approached, she tried to say a few words. Even so, no full sentence came out. Meanwhile, the protagonist waited for the question to form. Before she could say anything, he told her not to just stand there. Soon, they would arrive at Schweizer's dungeon. Also, they needed to be prepared for all kinds of traps that might lie ahead. If the girl stood there acting like an idiot, she'd die in no time. Once again, she wasn't able to ask what she wanted and simply accepted his advice. Climbing the stairs, Frey was eager to discover whether it was the beginning or the end that awaited them in the dungeon. After walking for a while, they found a door just like the previous one. Again, the protagonist placed his hand on the blue sphere. Smoke emerged from the object, forming a figure. In front of him, there was a second image, Schweizer, now older. With each door they passed, Schweizer seemed to age a bit more. Now they would have to correctly answer the second question, but Frey wasn't prepared for it. The figure explained that they could only take a single item and not following the rules would enrage the golems. One single mistake would be critical, and they had to be very careful. The name Iris Peacefounder is mentioned. Young Schweizer had the key to that extremely irritating woman, unable to understand what went on in the minds of witches. While they fought to save the world, she fell in love with a man, abandoning everything else. Isabel knew that Iris Peacefounder was the Black Witch, a woman with hair as dark as the night and a mysterious smile always on her face. The title Black Witch was perfect for her, as no man had ever been able to resist her charm. Remembering his friend's power of attraction, Frey became completely mesmerized. Upon hearing that Iris had her problems, but Lucas was even worse, his expression changed entirely. Young Schweizer said there was no point in being a great mage and not noticing Iris's advances. Confused, Frey had never stopped to think about that situation. Quietly, Isabel reflected that Frey was exactly like Sir Lucas in that regard. To that figure, even a golem was less clueless than Lucas, but he changed the subject upon remembering the question. Iris had a contract with 3 powerful demons, and one of them wielded a weapon, embodying coexistence. Before he could even finish the question, Frey already had the answer on the tip of his tongue, Asura. Upon getting it right, Isabel was genuinely impressed that he hadn't even waited to hear the full question. Crossing through the door, they saw valuable jewels. The environment was filled with treasures in every corner. Walking a little further, they reached the next door. Now, Schweizer was much older and presented the next question. The girl reflected to herself on the aging of those figures. The reason their appearance aged with each answer. It was because the entire dungeon was based on his own journal. Schweizer probably wasn't thinking clearly when he created that place. Reflecting, the protagonist believed he had been trying to send a message to someone. Answering the third question correctly, the door opened once more. For the fourth question, the protagonist faced no major difficulty. Side by side, the two walked slowly. Isabel was impressed they were already inside the fourth room in such a short time. Frey seemed thoughtful about the fact that none of the questions were about magic, but rather bizarre topics. Still, Isabel believed he was even stranger for being able to answer all of them correctly. Suddenly, the two reached the next door. Old Schweizer calmly stated it was the final door. Perhaps due to his now much older appearance, the hero was shocked. The man before him was the friend he had missed so much. The name Lucas Trauman left his mouth with confidence. At that moment, the hero believed he had been recognized. The figure said that his greatest pride and joy was being able to consider Lucas a dear friend. The protagonist returned the compliment, saying he was proud to be Schweizer's friend. Schweizer was also his dearest friend among all. Confused, the young woman didn't seem to understand any of that strange conversation. Old Schweizer waited patiently. Shortly after, he began the final question, asking what Schweizer's real name was. Now, all those strange questions made sense. The whole time, he had been asking things only Lucas Trauman would be able to answer. With sincerity in his eyes, he gave the correct answer, Schweizer Wilsman. Isabel couldn't understand how the protagonist knew so much. With a smile on his face, the old man felt proud. Opening the door, he asked the boy to enter and said everything in that room had been made for him. Desperate, Frey asked the figure to stay a while longer. Before leaving, Schweizer asked Lucas to take care of everything for him. Even trying to stop him from going, there was nothing that could be done. Meanwhile, the girl processed all that information. Schweizer, the great sage, had called Frey by the name Lucas. Shortly after, the two entered the final room. Unlike the others, it was a cozy and inviting bedroom. Rummaging through a chest, the protagonist found something he had eagerly searched for. In his hand was a flask containing a clear liquid. Isabel was stunned to hear that it was the frozen river, the legendary potion of the Cave of Lament, with one drop forming every 1,000 years, capable of nourishing eternal mana. A single drop was enough to turn a normal human into a 4th-grade mage. Shocked, the girl had believed the frozen river was only a myth. If Frey wanted to reach the 7th grade, he would definitely need that elixir. Curious, the girl searched through the other belongings in the chest. Suddenly, she found a pair of earrings and was mesmerized by their colors. Frey's expression changed instantly upon seeing the object the girl was holding. To her, the jewel had an extremely tacky design. Schweizer had kept the earrings stored inside the chest for many years. They were typhoon earrings crafted by the protagonist himself. But the girl didn't believe it was possible he had made something that was kept in the final room of the dungeon. 4,000 years ago, the hero had made those earrings and given them to Schweizer as a gift. Not even he knew his friend had kept them for so long. The expression on Isabel's face took on a serious tone. Confused, she asks her companion to explain better what he had just said. Looking at her, he wonders if it would be better to tell the truth. Determined, he builds up some suspense before revealing who he really was. Attentive, his travel companion awaited that moment anxiously. In the end, Frey Blake claims to be Lucas Trauman. 4,000 years ago, he and Schweizer rebelled against the demigod Lord, and his punishment was to be trapped in darkness. One day, a voice pierced the darkness of the abyss and reached him. That was the voice of Frey Blake, who wished to become stronger. Even without knowing how his words had reached him or how their minds had synchronized, he heard his call. Frey Blake was the one who gave him that body. Processing all that information, the young woman doesn't say a single word. Her gaze drifts into space, thinking about what she had just heard. Curious, she asked if her companion was really telling the truth. It was truly an unbelievable story, but the young woman believed in him. As strange as it seemed, that absurd story explained everything. Looking at the earrings in her hand, everything became clearer in her mind. Kneeling, she gave her greetings to Lord Lucas and offered him the earrings. He observed the girl with deep focus in his gaze. He took the typhoon earrings. Lowering himself to her level, he asked her to keep calling him Frey as always to help him reach his goal. The protagonist wanted the girl to act normally, just like she always had. A lit candle on the table illuminated the room. Frey seemed excited to find his old earrings. Meanwhile, Isabel looked at all the relics in the chest, finding a bracelet of sensory amplification. The hero said those items were Schweizer's work. It wasn't a bracelet, but rather a scepter from the great sage who used it as if it were part of his own body. If not used wisely, it could drain all mana and kill the user. Placing it on his wrist, the boy decided to use the artifact. In addition, he put the typhoon earrings on his ears. Suddenly, energy began flowing throughout his body. Isabel was impressed by the abilities of the mage Lucas Trauman. That was truly an incredibly powerful human enhancement. Magical tools weren't really his style, but it was a keepsake from a friend. Searching a bit more, the girl found something interesting. In her hands, she held a golem core charged with mana. In the end, it stored all the items in Frey's bag. Looking at Schweizer's desk inside the room, they saw an eternal mana-powered candle, since the old man always liked to invent useless things. Isabel commented that it was still possible to see Lord Schweizer's affection and care for Lucas in the design and details. Carefully, he opened a book laid out on the table. His face turned to shock upon reading the words in that diary. On the marked page, a sentence recorded that on that day, Lucas had vanished. Reading further, the protagonist discovered the suspicion regarding Rode. To Schweizer, no one but Rode would have been capable of making Lucas disappear without leaving a trace. Schweizer recorded the events that occurred after his disappearance. The conflict between Cassidon, the magic warrior king, and Lucid, the sword king, along with the sudden disappearance of Iris. The demigod's influence had spread across the continent, and Schweizer could no longer trust other humans. Despite showing admiration and respect, they were filled with malice and wished for the sage's death. The terrible battles he had to fight daily were recorded in detail in his diary. Lucas read about the solitary, struggle-filled life of his friend. To them, Lucas Trauman was the leader, someone irreplaceable. even trying to take on the responsibilities in his place. Each moment made it more evident. Isabel just wanted to cry at such a tragic story. Despite all of Schweizer's efforts, he apologized in his diary for failing completely. Trembling, the hero was even more shocked by those words. With tears in his eyes, he didn't want to believe his friend had gone through all of that alone. Beside him, the girl tried to find some way to comfort him. Having gone through this in his current life, the young man realized how lonely it was to be abandoned. At last, he declared he would take that loneliness along with all that willpower. Determined and with fury in his eyes, he declared he would wipe out the demigod's kind. Turning his back, Frey fell into complete silence. However, the girl noticed something strange in the diary. There was still one more page left to be read. The sentence said that whoever was reading should finish Anastasia. Schweizer had left all his records in Anastasia, his greatest masterpiece. Not understanding what it was, the girl looked confused, but Frey was already searching for something in his bag. Holding an object in his hands, they both observed it closely. That was Schweizer's masterpiece, called Anastasia. The path back continued to be lit by all those crystals. As they climbed the stairs, they talked about the jewel that in fact was a golem core. Schweizer was a puppet master, but Frey didn't really understand what Anastasia was. Suddenly, Isabel started to think of one. Curious, she asked if Frey could complete the golem using that core. Activating his memories, the protagonist stopped in the middle of the stairs. The boy remembered the first golem he created when they were younger. His friend mocked his creation, which had an avant-garde design with a cubist vibe. While laughing, he said his golem was pathetic and that he should make another one from then on. Next time, he could just ask him for a golem, and he'd make a better one without even using his hands. Mocking his friend, he couldn't stop laughing, nearly losing his breath. Unable to tolerate such arrogance, young Lucas hurled a fireball at his face. Frey felt a strange sensation as he recalled those old memories. Returning to reality, he pulled something from his bag. If they could complete that, they would learn about the lost history. Isabel wanted to know more about what he was talking about. The lost history was everything that had happened while Lucas Trauman was trapped in the darkness of the abyss. Soon after, he stopped again on the staircase. His expression revealed a sense of imminent danger. Behind him, the girl asked why he stopped this time. As a command, he told the girl to run to the village immediately after exiting the cave. In the sky, dragons were flying, hunting for new targets. At the mountain's peak, the two noticed the tension in the atmosphere. Afraid, Isabel showed fear all over her face. Patiently, the Dragon King waited for them. Lucas taunted the beast, showing no cowardice in his body. With a furious glare, the creature was ready for another battle. Knowing it was an intelligent monster, Frey wanted to know if the Dragon King had been waiting for him. Suddenly, the Dragon King began to speak, realizing that this was an interesting human. Roaring, he said he'd been waiting the whole time since the boy had invaded the territory of the Great Torkunda. That great monster must have sensed the two intruders while they were still in the forest. From Isabel's perspective, Frey seemed a bit nervous, his voice trembling. The creature laughed at the whole situation, revealing its massive fangs. He had been waiting for them to leave the dungeon since everyone always returned with something valuable in hand. At that moment, Frey remembered the frozen river. Torkunda had grown strong by using that dungeon as a trap to hunt humans. That place, which his friend had valued more than life itself, was used to fill a worthless belly. Irritated, the protagonist said Torkunda needed a beating. Upon hearing that, the beast was stunned by the boy's audacity. Frey's eyes triggered memories from his past, when a woman had said she would kill him if he ever came after her. Suspicious, Torkunda said he didn't like those eyes. Before the fight could begin, Frey told Isabel to run away as fast as she could. But she couldn't leave, knowing her friend didn't feel confident about the battle. To the monster, humans like them were the tastiest. Unleashing his powers from his mouth, he said it was the perfect time to devour them both. With one movement, Frey grabbed Schweizer's staff. He tried to cast the Earth Wall spell to strike his enemy. Torkunda felt an impact, but it wasn't enough. Isabel was still in the middle of the fight, refusing to leave. Arguing with the girl, Frey said she was completely useless and just getting in the way. Hearing that, her eyes welled up with tears. With an idea in mind, she left, saying she would return as quickly as possible. Torkunda was already preparing another one of his powerful attacks. Opening his mouth, he unleashed flames toward Frey. Dodging, Frey floated through the air. Looking back, he saw that the creature was relentlessly chasing him. Flapping its wings, it tried to catch up with the boy. Meanwhile, he cast another one of his spells. But with one move, Frey was able to dodge the attack with his fragile body. While flying, he was met with a new threat ahead. Several smaller dragons blocked his path. Combining the power of the earrings with the staff, he managed to create his ice spears. In his hands, he focused all of his energy to generate a windstorm. Confused, the dragons didn't realize what was coming. Suddenly, they were struck by that powerful energy. The pulsating spell surged toward all those flying creatures. Many dragons had their bodies sliced in half or suffered severe wounds. Soaring through the air, the boy watched all the destruction he had caused. Deep down, he knew that killing those pests wouldn't change anything. His goal was to take down the leader in order to win the fight. As he prepared himself, Torkunda approached swiftly. 3 seconds would be enough to cast the explosion. As he began his spells, Frey noticed how quickly the figure was closing in. However, the enchantment was nearly complete. Moments later, that was the exact moment for a soft strike. Suddenly, a great explosion erupted in the skies. The massive creature's body was incinerated by the abundant flames. In the middle of it all, Frey waited anxiously to see the results. However, his face revealed all his frustration. Torkunda emerged unscathed even after that impressive attack. The creature appeared shocked at the boy's cleverness in crafting an explosion based on his own speed. Despite his good skills, his power wasn't enough. The Dragon King declared he hadn't even felt a tickle from that spell. Realizing he was in danger, Frey no longer knew how to escape that beast. In front of him was Torkunda, the Dragon King, and behind him, an army of dragons. In that situation, he had no idea what he could do to save his own skin. His last chance would be to take the frozen river elixir. He remembered Isabel's words asking if he wouldn't drink a potion. But that elixir wasn't just some basic Gatorade. Even he would need at least a week to control the potion's energy. Besides, they couldn't remain in that forest for so long without food or water. Declaring it would be suicide, Frey decided he couldn't drink the potion. So he would have to fight those dragons with his own energy. While flying through the skies, his eyes searched for the Dragon King's whereabouts. Looking ahead, he was shocked by the danger he faced. Torkunda tried to swallow him whole with his enormous mouth. Realizing he was too close to those fangs, he didn't know how to escape. Suddenly, something very strong struck the Dragon King's body. Confused, Frey didn't immediately know who had saved his life. But the phoenix appeared in the middle of the battle, defending her friend. The bird pecked at every dragon that dared cross her path and grabbed them by the neck. She wouldn't let anything bad happen to Frey Blake, her savior. With her strength, she immediately took down 2 smaller monsters. The bird was burning with vitality. Looking at Frey, she showed a more respectful expression. However, the greatest problem was still ahead. Torkunda. Nervous, the protagonist still didn't have the perfect plan to escape the situation. Knowing the phoenix wasn't a match for the Dragon King, he begged her to flee. But the bird was already too close to unleashing one of her powers. As she moved closer, Torkunda also revealed his full might. The 2 creatures collided with immense force. To Torkunda, the impact only tickled. Frey knew the giant dragon had great resistance to fire. Thus, he was a natural enemy of a phoenix. Desperate, the protagonist pleaded for the phoenix to flee. But the bird wasn't afraid. The phoenix had known everything from the start and was trying to buy time for her friend. With her gaze, she tried to ask the hero to escape as fast as possible. But the great mage Lucas Trauman would not flee from a battle. However, his current self was truly weak and pathetic. Even so, he couldn't blame it on his frail body, nor on his dulled senses due to the magical decline over the past 4,000 years. What he lacked was courage and determination. Apologizing to the phoenix, he knew he'd owe a great debt to the mighty bird. Heeding her advice, he hid inside the dungeon. Despite everything, he would never forget that lesson. Death was always nearby. It was something ordinary. Asking the phoenix to hold on a little longer, he drank the frozen river elixir. Throwing the flask to the ground, he noticed the changes in his body. His expression began to change, his eyes widened and turned dark. In that moment, Frey's hair began to turn white. Suddenly, pain echoed throughout his fragile body as he felt the full power of the elixir. His eyes changed color, and he let out a terrifying scream. The energy in his body expanded throughout the area. It was clear how that potion was provoking severe changes in the protagonist. On the other side, Torkunda recognized the phoenix as the divine beast that had escaped his grasp in a previous battle. To him, this would be the day that fiery bird met its end. Although the fleeing human was a nice target, the phoenix life energy would fill his belly far more. With fury in his eyes, memories of that day quickly resurfaced. From atop the mountain, Torkunda watched the phoenix fighting for her life. His goal was to make that beautiful creature his next meal. Even with severe wounds, the bird wasn't about to give up. Using its powers, it cast one last spell against the opponent. The entire region was engulfed in intense, blazing flames. But the great Torkunda knew that resistance was useless in that situation. Suddenly, he realized the little bird had escaped without a trace. But the Dragon King knew that haste was the enemy of perfection, and one day their paths would cross again. Loud noises could be heard throughout the forest. With a powerful movement, trees began to split in half. The phoenix's body had been launched deep into the forest. Wounded and severely injured, the creature could no longer gather strength. Lying in front of a great waterfall, it couldn't even move properly. By its side, Frey observed that the bird had fought an extraordinary opponent. Its gaze begged for some kind of help. The protagonist was determined to help the phoenix in that moment of pain. To him, the situation was filled with pure nostalgia. His old friend had also been like the beautiful and powerful phoenix. Upon hearing that word, the feathered creature gathered all its strength to defeat the feared Dragon King. Using its claws, it drew close to his face. Torkunda became extremely enraged at the one he called an annoying worm. With his long tail, he struck the phoenix. Feeling the pain, the bird screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Frey was still trying to control the powers in the frozen river. Even knowing the load was heavy, he hadn't realized just how difficult it would be. Hurt, he apologized to Schweizer for wasting his second chance at life. He believed everything was his fault due to his extreme pride and confidence. Besides, he didn't have enough energy to absorb the power of the elixir, nor the determination. Suddenly, he felt he was slowly regaining energy, and a warm aura embraced him. By his side, Isabel was using her powers to help her friend. She had brought food and water so that he could absorb the frozen river. At that moment, the hero realized that his friend had gone to the village to help him. With sadness in her voice, she spoke of abandonment. The protagonist only understood what it was to be truly alone after going through it in his current life. Not knowing what her purpose was in that world, the girl said that he was the only person she trusted. So from now on, it was no longer right to say he was alone. Even though she couldn't take care of herself, the girl was helping free. Before his body became completely frozen, he gave a soft smile and thanked her for the support. At that moment, the protagonist discovered what he had truly been missing. It wasn't anything related to courage or determination. It was the trust of those who are still alive. The massive creatures stared each other down, each showing its strength and determination in a duel. The eyes of the sharp-fanged beast noticed something unusual and intriguing in the surrounding environment. There was a cold and terrifying energy, a strange sensation unlike anything ever seen before. The bird began preparing its powers, concentrating all its energy into a single devastating attack. With all its might, it struck the enemy with a powerful blow, causing an impressive impact. Managing to hit one of its eyes, it left him furious. He retaliated by biting the opponent with surprising ferocity, showing his strength and resolve. Feathers flew everywhere, floating through the air as the intense battle continued non-stop. The creature couldn't believe the bird's boldness in injuring the immense Torkunda's eye with such a daring act. The ground began to tremble with the forming battle, reverberating the intensity of their clash. Enraged, Torkunda's glare turned toward the bird, filled with fury and a thirst for revenge. He was already on the brink of death, yet he still smiled with hope. Despite the situation, there was a smile on his face reflecting his courage. A deep rift formed in the ground, releasing intense energy. That energy surged with force, striking Torkunda's body directly. The impact hit him, though he showed no sign of fear. Thus, the monster decided to launch an attack. Debris could be seen everywhere, and the beast realized that it had been quite dangerous. Something was happening inside that cave. Lights were shooting out in every direction. The monsters in the sky also noticed something unusual was occurring. The beams of light turned them into ice. The beasts were no longer able to move and were left frozen, until the ice cracked and shattered into pieces. Torkunda was still alive and flying over the region with his massive wings. It was the first time he'd ever felt the instinct to flee in thousands of years. Upon seeing a sinister figure emerging from the portal, Torkunda felt fear. Without looking back, he flew through the sky. He questioned himself for being afraid of a mere human. No matter how much resistance the opponent showed to him, a human was still just a human. However, he knew he needed to recover until his eye returned to normal. Suddenly, the human was on top of one of his wings. That left him in complete shock. The figure began to shoot arrows toward the monster. He felt pain as he was struck and was launched far away. With the objects lodged in his chest, he became furious. Even with holes in his body, he managed to break free and prepared his attack again without showing any signs of fatigue. Despite everything, the human had already disappeared. To him, a millennial monster, he shouldn't rely solely on one eye. Suddenly, the man was standing right in the beast's blind spot. With his ice powers, he was already preparing his next attack. With one strike, he hit Torkunda's eye, who grew even angrier at the situation. He tried to hit the enemy by hurling rocks, but they shattered in midair. With a maniacal laugh, the monster boasted about his feats. Even so, his eyes looked frightened. Without realizing it, his tail began to freeze. The human appeared, walking among the wreckage. The monster began to doubt that figure. With countless questions, he asked if he was even human. Observing the figure, the creature sighed. Irritated, he wanted to discover the true identity of his enemy. With his massive and imposing wings, he flew closer. The pink-haired girl was frightened. With his back turned, he ordered her not to come any closer. He prepared to launch his next ice attack. Taunting, the monster asked if that was really his most powerful move. He began to open his mouth, determined to end the battle once and for all. A mere human using the ice attribute had no chance against that ferocious roar. With the power of fire, he sentenced the enemy to death. But he wouldn't give up so easily and blocked the attack. The girl tried to shield herself at all costs. That shockwave was incredible, causing earthquakes across entire mountains. Fire and ice were colliding, creating a massive explosion. The beast's roar grew too strong, but not strong enough to break through the ice layer. He tried to charge forward with all his might. Frightened, the girl realized her companion might lose the battle, being slowly overwhelmed. At that moment, there was nothing she could do to help. Her eyes stayed locked on every moment. Suddenly, she noticed that Frey had vanished. Torkunda claimed he had won the battle, comparing his enemy to a mere insect, until he noticed something strange. The girl also realized what had happened. Suddenly, the beast felt something at his neck. The human was using his ice powers to cut off Torkunda's head. It seemed the battle had finally come to an end. The creature's lifeless body hit the ground. To the girl, the scene was unbelievably fast. Looking at the beast, she realized her companion had been able to slay the millennial Dragon King, even without being in his perfect form, without reaching his peak. At that moment, he began to fall from the sky. His body descended at the speed of light, but the girl managed to catch him. She realized her companion was extremely cold, his entire body frozen. His only request was to be taken to the Phoenix. The two flew together while the red-haired girl recounted his feats, highlighting all his skills. He replied that the millennial dragon lacked enough battle experience to defeat him. As a tip to the girl, he said that killing humans and fighting for real were entirely different things, and added that brute strength alone wasn't enough to fight powerful enemies. The plan had been to make the dragon believe his final attack was going to be full force, but he had only used 80% of his mana. In other words, the remaining 20% was used to get behind Torkunda and create an ice scythe. Impressed, the girl stated that it was a very clever tactic. Phoenix feathers were scattered all over the ground. The warrior looked at the scene with sadness, and the girl's eyes filled with tears. The great bird had already taken its last breath. With sorrow, he touched its feathers and thanked the creature for saving his life. However, the phoenix began to rise again. Through his powers, the protagonist was going to revive it. The millennial dragon's body lay beside the great bird. The fiery energy within Torkunda's heart was being absorbed by the phoenix. Surely, the bird would be able to revive with all that energy. After Torkunda's death, the dragons of the valley would fight among themselves and kill one another to decide who would be the next ruler. Therefore, the new sovereign should be the phoenix. So that his friend's dungeon wouldn't be defiled by a second or third Torkunda, the protagonist decides to leave that mission to the great bird, saying he was looking forward to the day they would meet again. In the village of Cow Symphony, everything seems quite peaceful. People are smiling, walking around the marketplace. The warrior is sitting on a bench near some bushes. Quiet, he seems to be reflecting on his own life. A voice says that a ship had been booked. Breaking some juice, the young girl says there were no ships departing today. After the battle, he felt fine but needed to put on a little weight. The gear recovered from the nest seemed to be working, especially the fire salamander cloak. She points to the spatial bag that contained all the items from the nest. The protagonist had refused to let his friend's belongings rot in that place. Silently, the two continued drinking their juice. The journey had been long and the next semester was approaching, making it feel like years had passed. Even so, they had only spent a week in Hispaniola. The girl asks if it was a good idea to visit Lord Peruan's house. Either way, they would have to spend another day there since there were no ships. As they approach a large gate, both of them are startled. The guard asks the reason for their visit. Curious, the protagonist asks if Peruan is home. He introduces himself as a friend. Thinking the boy was an insolent brat, the guard asks his name. Smiling, he says he's Frey Blake. The image of his old friend appears, showing that he had already spoken of the third son of the Blake family. If he ever came, the order was to treat him as he himself would be treated, with courtesy and respect. Upon hearing that name, the guard is shocked. That was his master's only friend. Slowly, a carriage approaches. Another sentinel announces that the young lady has returned. The two look to see who will step out of the carriage. They remain standing near the vehicle. Suddenly, the doors open, and a beautiful young woman places one foot on the steps. Her name was Miss Lilia, and the guards are visibly tense to see her again. They say the man beside her claimed to be a friend of the young master. Looking at the boy, Miss Lilia observes her brother's companion. Her eyes are light and carry a certain melancholy. Smiling, she says her brother had spoken a lot about Mr. Free. She also recognizes the girl at his side, Miss Isabel. Impressed, the red-haired girl is left speechless. Returning to the carriage, she introduces herself as Lilia, Peruan's younger sister. Neither of the two move a muscle. The girl is extremely impressed by the lady's beauty, left breathless. Embarrassed, the guard states that the visitors' identities had not yet been confirmed, but the young lady knew that formality wasn't necessary and gives the attendant a look. He immediately understands. Saluting, he apologizes for his lack of courtesy. The carriage continues on its way to the mansion. Having passed the gate, it was still impossible to see the main house due to the size of the estate. In silence, the beautiful lady keeps looking at the mysterious man. She doesn't understand what he had been staring at so intensely the entire time. Noticing her gaze, he asks if she wanted to say something. She just says he was very different from how her brother had described him, not to mention his hair was white instead of gray. Pointing to his hair, he says many things happened during the journey. Laughing, she says there was no need to be so formal when talking to her, and he immediately changes his tone, but gets scolded by his friend. Continuing the conversation, Lilia wants to know what her brother was like at Westerod Academy, where they had studied together. But he says he had no idea because of the age difference between them. Peruan was 2 years older. The girl reflects that the hero wasn't much older than her. Meanwhile, Isabel asks him to be a bit more respectful and polite, since they were in the Jun family's residence. The mansion was enormous, surrounded by massive trees. The three are dropped off by the carriage near a fountain. Patiently, Peruan waits for them in the garden. Smiling, he welcomes his friend and says he had waited a long time for him. The two begin talking, laughing, and exchanging pleasant words. The boy also notices the change in Frey's hair color. Exhausted, the protagonist says he's starving. Besides that, Lilia notices how different he was. She had never seen her brother smile so openly. She joins the conversation, saying her brother didn't care much about her since he always ignored her. Upon seeing his sister, he walks toward her and calls her a princess. Furiously, he realized that Peruan hadn't noticed his presence until a minute ago. Turning her back, she entered the mansion. Lilia would get angry sometimes for some strange reason, which was a real problem. To Frey, the strangest thing was how he called his own sister Princess without even hesitating. The two entered the house talking about the protagonist's upcoming journey to the mountains in hell. Curious, the young man asked if he hadn't saved his fiancée, but Frey didn't understand the question. Joining the conversation, Isabel said he was talking about Miss Sonia. He felt relieved to hear that Sonia had arrived safely. The woman had been training her swordsmanship non-stop and had earned the title of Storm very young due to her relentless effort as a warrior. Her skills were incredible and spectacular. Moreover, her arms were toned and very strong. Jokingly, the protagonist said it was a waste for that girl to be with Peruan. The house rules that all guests must greet the head of the family first. Stopping in front of a large door, the two were about to be introduced to the boy's father. The house was full of valuable and sophisticated items. Even the cutlery and teacups had a refined appearance. Everyone was seated at the table, waiting for the signal to eat. Two blonde boys exchanged glances. Lilia ate a piece of cake, and the woman beside her sipped a hot drink. Another woman kept serving tea. The family patriarch said it was a pleasure to meet the protagonist and asked about Count Blake. Laughing, he answered that the man was doing very well. He thought that he had probably never met Frey's father, as he was only borrowing his body. The atmosphere grew tense, and all eyes turned toward the man. Shepherd Jun was the leader of the Jun family, and in addition to being one of the 5 7th-tier mages of the Empire, he was also the master of the 4th magic tower. The young man thought that maybe he might know something about the demigod. Holding the teacup, he stated that the 6th magic tower was very far away. Therefore, Shepherd only met him once a year during the magic tower gatherings. He said he missed the fun and valuable time they had spent together. With a sharp gaze, the young man began to examine the mark on the man's face. He was sure the tattoo was the only magical tattoo of Schweizer. Shepherd was extremely grateful that the protagonist had helped his son and saved his fiancée. Curious, he wanted to know more about what had motivated him to go to the Infernal Mountains. Without going into detail, he said that he needed to take care of some personal matters. He added that it was something so trivial that it wasn't worth the man's attention. In the end, the patriarch accepted those answers. Changing the subject, he asked how the banquet preparations were going. Peru would answer that everything was going according to plan. He would personally take care of the important guests attending the event, aiming to gain experience for the future. Bowing his head, the son accepted the order. The man turned back to Free. He said he had personally researched a magic spell and would like to hear the boy's opinion about it. Nervously, the protagonist said he wasn't sure if he could help with his current abilities. But the man was looking for other perspectives and ideas, wanting to hear the opinion of a young mage from the new generation. The protagonist waited for his next words. Meanwhile, Peruan stood up and said he would be waiting for his friend in the banquet hall. The young man asked Isabel to go help the boy with the preparations. Now only the two of them remained seated at the table. Starting the conversation, Shepherd called out to Frey Blake. He didn't look away. The man's eyes changed color as he wanted to know why the warrior wasn't revealing his true intentions. He wanted to know everything he was plotting, causing the young man to freeze inside. A drop of sweat ran down his face. The man's gaze revealed deep dissatisfaction. He wanted to know why the Tronen rings had come to his estate. Dodging the question, the warrior claimed he had misunderstood something, but the man said it was very clever of him to use Peruan in his plans, and stated that Frey was an arrogant person for using that item in front of him as if it meant nothing. At that moment, the protagonist realized he was talking about the Typhoon earrings. Touching the jewel, he made a suspicious expression. He had thought the Tronen rings were just the club led by Peruan at the academy. Even so, he denied those accusations and said he had gotten the earrings while in the Hispania Mountains. Confused, the patriarch asked if he wasn't part of the Tronen rings, and the protagonist replied that he wasn't. He said his friend had once invited him to join, but he declined because he didn't like being tied to any group. Angrily, the noble slams the table and says he's not talking about the group led by Peruan. With a sharp gaze, he stops mid-sentence and concludes it was merely a wanderer. Feeling extremely embarrassed, he asks to lower his guard. The boy remains still in his chair but mocks the situation. His pride makes the head of the family very irritated. However, the protagonist says he was only at a friend's house. The man's eyes become more focused, and he repeats his statement, saying he came simply to visit a dear friend. Besides that, he had absolutely no intention of meeting that man. Meanwhile, the final touches for the banquet are being organized. Seeing that the discussion was coming to an end, the man had fewer words to say. He didn't fully trust the boy, but would try to change his opinion. However, he demanded to know about his past immediately. He asks who the true master of the continent was to him, and claims that among the nations founded by humans, the Casca Empire should be the largest, even if it covered only 1/10 of the continent. Silent, the boy agrees with that statement. If the power of the continent's intelligent beings amounted to 10 fingers, then the power of humans would only be 3. The boy knows there is another master, the true transcendental being that rules the continent from the shadows. His hands remain under the table as he hears the man say exactly what he was thinking. Rightfully, the man says there existed a demigod. Upon hearing that word, the boy is startled. But the old man continues speaking about a partially divine existence that transcends humanity, and that they were the true predators that control human society. Even though it sounded like a conspiracy theory, he knew those beings existed behind the scenes of that world. Nervous, the protagonist seemed to be smiling. He remembers there were only 5, the only ones who stood against the demigod. After 4,000 years, he thought the demigod had regained control of the world and that people had no idea about the laws. But there were still people who thought like them, and their numbers kept growing. Those who realized the demigod's existence were warriors who had not given up and had not surrendered. Confused, the man asks why the boy was smiling so broadly. For the first time since returning to this world, he saw a light of hope. Back to the conversation, he says he knew about the demigod. However, he should stay calm as he wasn't sure if he could be an ally. He decides not to reveal his identity precisely because the man was his ally and claimed to have read Schweizer's notes. Upon hearing that, the man becomes very angry, but the boy remains still. The two exchange intense stares. Once he calms down a bit, Shepard hopes the boy wants to share the information he has. But he says they didn't know much about demigods, nor were they fully convinced they were real. The only certainty was that they were strong enough to erase the existence of every creature on Earth. The protagonist feels relieved to realize that man knew about the important things. It was certain there weren't many of them, no more than 100. Even so, each one of them was akin to destruction itself. Beginning a story, he says that 4,000 years ago, 5 heroes rose against the demigods. Schweizer, the great sage, Cassidon, the magical warrior king, Lucid, the sword king, Iris, the black witch, and Lucas, the great mage. But after the great mage vanished, history changed. A feud separated the warrior king and the sword king. The black witch erased all traces of her existence. The great sage was the only one who stayed and fought until the end, but he wasn't able to face the demigod alone. And that's how the names of those people enter history. They continue staring at each other, seated in their chairs. Just like Schweizer's notes, that man even knows about events that weren't recorded in current history. He claims his circle is an organization that inherited their will. In reality, everyone was divided and scattered across the continent. Over time, that inherited will kept splitting, and they were now in a situation of mutual control. Free thinks everything always ends in politics when 3 or more people gather. Most influential circles are the Stroke Collars, Peace Founder Bracelets, and Lucid Swords. The protagonist thinks that these circles use their names, but doesn't understand what happened to Cassidon and himself. The man also says that the situation of the Traman Rings was not good, and apparently the circle's master had died. The title of the magical warrior King Cassidon was passed on to one person at a time, but they didn't know their whereabouts. Despite having the same names, the circle has no relation to the Academy Club. Shepard says the club was something the young students decided to create on a whim. And when they discover new geniuses at the Academy, they bring them to their side. For them, it's even better that other organizations with the same name exist, as it helps them stay hidden. Offering a glass of wine, he says he doesn't know the true reach of the demigod's eyes and ears. The boy thinks that this conversation could be reaching the demigod's ears right now. The man thought he was a devoted member of the Traman Rings due to the Typhoon earrings which belonged to Lucas. Finally, he ends his story saying that was all he could share. He looks at Frey with a curious expression, and still wants to know how the boy got those earrings, since he claimed to have found them in the Hispania Mountains. Rumors reported that the hero's relics were hidden in the mountains, but no one had managed to find anything so far. The reason no one could find the items was that most people had no idea where the dungeon was located, and even if they found it, Torkunda was probably waiting for all of them at the entrance. Avoiding the topic, he explains that he was in a difficult situation and ran into an unknown area. He adds that he ended up finding Schweizer's dungeon purely by luck. The man understands that the notes mentioned were found in that same place, so he already knew everything he had just heard. Growing impatient, the man demands that he explain how he got there. But he gets disappointed when the boy says he found the place by accident. Suspicions surrounding the warrior still lingered, and he asks him to show the effects of the Typhoon earrings. The boy sets his glass down on the table, and the items begin to glow brilliantly, emitting an extremely contagious energy. Showing the powers, he asks the man what he thinks. He says nothing, just closes his eyes, and says that this wasn't the worst possible scenario. Lastly, he states there was a much bigger reason to be suspicious of the boy. The lights in the mansion are all on. The banquet had already started with its many guests. People were eating and drinking joyfully, and exchanging a few words with one another. Frey arrives at the event wearing a black suit. He was glad to have found someone who knew about the demigod, but everything would get more complicated from now on. Everything was fine until the part about the circles inheriting the will, but splitting and fighting among themselves was something bad. It was necessary to learn more about the circles, master the frozen river's energy, and complete Schweizer's golem. At that moment, the protagonist knew he had many concerns in his mind, and that maybe he hadn't sensed very well with Frey due to a mere coincidence. Curiously, a voice asks what he was thinking about so deeply. Smiling, the girl says the dress was made by Lady Lilia especially for her. The boy envies the girl, saying it must be nice to live without worries on your mind. He frowns, but the girl doesn't understand what he meant. Saying nothing, he takes a sip from his glass and remembers the conversation from earlier. A month ago, a report during the Magic Tower conference revealed that someone had made contact with the demigod. At that moment, Frey became extremely curious about that information. The man hesitated, unsure if he could say everything, but the boy's expression showed all his curiosity. He said the person who made contact with the demigod was Isaka Blake, the boy's father. A voice says that Sir Patrick's skill with swords was comparable to the warriors of the Luwenable Kingdom. Recognizing his peer as Guspar, the man invites him to the next family banquet at Dyrsti. That man was very easy to manipulate, his ego swelling with every compliment he received. Thanks to his stupidity, he got an invitation to the next banquet and everything was going according to plan. Near the table, the young man enjoys a cold drink. While watching everything, he pays attention to a few beautiful girls, until he notices something strange and unusual. Looking at the two people chatting in the corner of the room, he recognizes one of them. Suddenly, a voice says she had finally found the protagonist. It was Miss Sonia, looking stunning in a white dress. Holding hands with Isabel, the two begin to talk. The girl notices something strange in the white-haired man's expression. Pointing at Sonia, he tells Isabel that that is what he calls beautiful. The two start arguing in front of the girl. After the argument, he asks if she wanted to say something. Lowering her head, she doesn't say another word, and the two fall silent, both finding this situation awkward. The protagonist offers her some of his drink. Meanwhile, Guspar approaches with a slight smile, but the protagonist doesn't recognize him. He wonders if it might be someone Frey knew, but he's shocked when he realizes the man is referring to him as the trash of the Blake household. With a malicious smile on his face, the man waits for his reaction. Now he was sure he was dealing with an idiot. Even though he considered him trash, Guspar was impressed to find him at the banquet due to the connections of his house. For him, a mere rural aristocrat, getting an invitation had been extremely difficult. That place was a battlefield for nobles to exchange information with one another. The man continues his assumptions, saying that he managed to get into the academy, something he himself couldn't do. His gaze freezes for a second after being told to leave. Annoyed, Frey orders him to get out of his sight. The girl mocks him for repeating the phrase he said he wouldn't repeat. Guspar claims the man was extremely arrogant and crazy, and says there's no way he could talk to him like that. However, his thoughts shift to another matter, and he turns his attention to the two girls in front of him. He already knew Peruan's parties had beautiful women, but those two stood out even among the most beautiful at the event. What he couldn't understand was why they were so close to trash like Frey. The young man doesn't react. He was trying to look tough in front of those babes. Three men approach, asking if everything was alright. It was Sir Patrick, along with two friends. Curious, he looks at the girl in front of him and introduces himself to Sonia as Sir Patrick, eldest son of the Dyrsti family. Guspar gets irritated upon realizing he's hitting on the woman he had his eyes on. The blue-haired girl introduces herself as Sonia Aquareed. Upon hearing that name, the man is startled. He believes that being from another country, she probably didn't know what kind of man Frey was. So he decides to seize the opportunity once and for all. The girl was the eldest daughter of House Aquareed, having earned the title of Storm. He then approaches her and apologizes for not recognizing the fiancé of Lord Peruan. Upon hearing that, she turns around and tells him that nothing had been made official yet. Returning to his own interests, he says Frey Blake wasn't worthy of that lady's kindness or attention. The three fall into complete silence. Sir Patrick recognizes the infamous Frey. With a smile, he says he knows the man's brothers well, the mages from the Magic Tower, Michel and Heinens. Upon hearing that Lord Michel had become a landmaster, the protagonist ignores the useless information. Trying to provoke him, he says he understands why he was banished by Count Isaka, and claims he can't believe the same blood as those amazing people runs through that boy's veins. Furious, the young lady steps in to defend her friend. She says no one at that banquet could compare to Frey when it came to her, and she even demands an apology. The man refuses, saying that would not be possible. He adds that the girl must be joking. He doesn't believe anyone would invite such an unworthy man to such a prestigious event. His friends back him up, laughing along. Guspar joins them, loving the situation that had unfolded. Meanwhile, Peruan quietly approaches and says he must have offended someone. The Lord states that the invitation for Frey came directly from him. The men are shocked to hear those words come out of his mouth. Approaching Sir Patrick, he apologizes for disappointing him and says he didn't know he needed Dyrsti family's permission to invite his friends. Finally, he declares that Frey is the most valuable guest on today's list. Seeing the men's nervousness, he simply tells them to enjoy the party. Sensing the shift in the situation, Guspar tries to sneak away, but is grabbed by someone. Lord Peruan grabs the man from behind. Putting fear in him, he assures that if it weren't for the party, he'd already be a dead man. Terrified, they all run off while apologizing. Lord Peruan and the others watch them leave. Apparently, the boy was far more ruthless than one might imagine. The two begin throwing jabs at each other, joking about their personalities. Hearing the exchange, the girls laugh at it all. The party continues with guests all around. Frey pays attention when Peruan says he's a very strange man. Now the boy is reflective as he holds his drink. He says that if the world knew about the strength he showed at Cortez, they wouldn't be calling him the trash of the Blake family. But the protagonist says a man should be full of himself like that. Curious, he wants to know about the conversation with his father. His friend talks about the suspicion of being part of the Trauman Rings. At that moment, Peruan says nothing. He lifts the drink to his lips, wanting to know if he was going to join his club. But that wasn't one of the protagonist's goals. Remembering the conversation, the man had stated that someone had confirmed his identity. Curious, the boy asks who it was, and is left stunned when he hears the name Heinz Blake. He was the protagonist's second brother, who was also a member of the Stroke Collars like Peruan's father. Even knowing what the family had put him through, tried to give a hint. Heinz was different from Count Isaka and Michel, having agreed with his exile for a different reason. But the man could only reveal limited information. Frey mentions his plans not to return to the academy. Shocked, Isabel hears that statement. The protagonist no longer had a reason to stay in that place. From afar, the girl observes the conversation between the friends. Sharply, he realizes he's being watched. Even so, he doesn't say a single word. Worried, she thinks about the fact that Frey won't return to the academy. The dude's recommendation was for him to join the third magic tower, since the quality and quantity of magic books they possessed was superior compared to the other towers. Sonia notices that Isabel suddenly began acting strange. In the sky, the moon rises as night falls. The girl walks through the mansion's hallways. She knows they would take separate paths tomorrow, with Frey going to the tower and her returning to the academy. Ever since she discovered he was Lucas Trauman, she knew this day would come. However, she was still very apprehensive. She didn't know what to aim for from now on, nor what she should learn to become a true mage. Confused, she doesn't know what her next step should be. A door begins to open in front of her, and someone asks if he was leaving tomorrow. Sitting down, the protagonist agrees and says he had a great time, thanking them for the banquet and everything offered to him. He says it's impressive to witness the fame and prestige of Peruan's name, and that his friend must be the genius of the century born in the Jun household. Repeating his friend's words, he says that might actually be true. The first time he felt mana was when he was 5 years old, but he wasn't trying to brag. Even so, Frey thinks it's surprising, since both Schweizer and himself only sensed mana at age 7. By the age of 17, he had already reached stage 4, even though official records state it happened at 20. Frey is intrigued by the conflicting information. Trusting his friend, he shares that he never expressed his most sincere feelings. With sadness in his voice, he believes his talent is more like a curse. Face to face, the friends look at each other. Frey is quiet and says nothing, while Peruan looks down, thinking about what to say. He says he once had a teacher, who was a thin stage 6 mage and vice master of the 5th magic tower, as well as a man with vast knowledge. Whenever he asked a question, the answer came with a sweet smile and a pat on the head. The boy liked his teaching style so much that he studied more and more just to come up with new questions. It was the man who awakened in him the will and joy of studying magic. However, that was just his perspective. The boy shows deep sadness in his gaze. Not long after reaching stage 4, he asked a question even his teacher couldn't answer. Thus, he became very confused. Completely enraged, he shouted at him and called him a monster. In truth, his face was filled with terror. The teacher was witnessing him develop his skills at an incredible speed. Because of that, he ended up hiding the sinister feelings in his heart. After that day, the boy lost his path and purpose in life. He still loved studying magic, but whenever he immersed himself in something and it touched his heart, that same face would reappear as a curse that stopped him from moving forward. Every day he cursed his own talents, tens of thousands of times. Crying, he wished he were ordinary and had learned magic in a more passionate way. That way, he wouldn't have been called a monster by anyone. His friend gently touches his shoulder, trying to comfort him amidst the sadness. But the tears roll down his face uncontrollably, revealing his deep pain. Frey asks him to stop being so dramatic and over the top. He asks the boy to listen carefully, trying to convey comfort and support. He says there are people whose level of skill is so incredible that calling them geniuses isn't enough. They are the pinnacle of magic. He says that if having an unqualified teacher discouraged him, he would never be able to reach the pinnacle. The boy listens carefully to his observations. The protagonist warns that the next time they meet, he will have reached a stage many times greater than his current one. So Peruan should do the same. Hearing that, the boy becomes thoughtful and reflects a bit about the demigod. But Frey suspected the boy already knew about its existence. Standing still, he doesn't take another step. That was the evil god who controlled all forms of intelligent life and changed the laws and rules of the world. But it was humanity's own fault for not understanding they were under his tyrannical laws. Humanity still has the potential to defeat him and fix the world if they don't give up. The protagonist says that this is a goal only humans can achieve. If his friend's goal is to live an extravagant life in the magic tower while bragging about his abilities, then that's fine. But Frey's goal is to reach the pinnacle of magic to be able to defeat the demigod. The boy deeply wanted to reach the final stage and, curious, wanted to know Peruan's true desires. Seated, the boy remains silent. He just lets out a breath, sighing a little. The girl is listening to everything from the crack in the door. Her wish was for her friend to stand against his family and find his own path in life. The vision of 2 powerful men appears in her mind. Touching his shoulder, Frey adds that he will always be one step ahead. The boy makes one last attempt to connect, and says that in their next meeting, he'll be the one ahead. Happy with that response, the hero says that's the attitude of a true friend. Upon hearing that, the girl walks away crying. She's overwhelmed by those revelations. The next day, the sky is covered with clouds. Frey is already outside, gazing at the scenery. The day was perfect for his journey. However, a voice asks if he plans to leave his baggage behind. The girl follows him with her huge backpack. Confused, the protagonist doesn't understand what baggage she's talking about. and she reminds him of the times he called her baggage, burden, and obstacle. Determined, she declares that she plans to study magic to the limit. That's why she should follow the best mage in history, ignoring any other teacher at the academy. Skeptical, Frey says she's going to regret that decision. Ignoring his words, she walks down the path and says she'd follow him even straight into hell. Without showing too much, he lets out a small smile. Together, the two continue their journey looking quite calm. The news of Frey and Perwin's friendship spreads. Lord Michel receives word that the two seem to be more than just casual acquaintances. Sir Patrick says Frey was the most valuable guest at the banquet, but the man doesn't seem to care about that information. Nervous, the other man starts stammering desperately. However, Lord Michel doesn't seem to care about the friendships his little brother has been making. In the end, he sends the man out of his office. Still, he finds it unexpected that Perwin considers his brother a great friend. Looking at Heinz, he asks for his opinion. Despite everything, he didn't find it surprising since the two attended the same academy. The Lord rises from his chair. He thinks it might be a good idea to tell their father about what he had learned. He leaves the room, leaving his brother alone. Heinz watches his brother exit, but turns his attention back to the horizon. A strange object is held in one hand. Frey says he received it from Duke Shepard, a kind of qualification needed to start the test in his circle. The girl reflects that the best course of action would be to join the circle to gather more information about the demigod. Until recently, Isabelle had never heard that name before, nor about the group of 5 heroes her friend was part of, since they were taught only that they were the greatest masters. If it weren't for him, the girl would still think the demigod was just a conspiracy theory. The protagonist states that the worst kind of domination is the one invisible to the eyes. Those under this control can't think for themselves or plan their futures. They always fight with a false sense of satisfaction and victory, becoming happy slaves, and that is the state of humanity. In any case, he warns his friend, saying that he never lost to the demigod. He's just been in a long process of victory. The two approach a massive tower. It was the first time Isabelle had seen a magic tower up close. There was still half a year to go before the protagonist could join the circle. Until then, he needed to stabilize the energy of the frozen river and train until he regained his original strength. That whole environment and atmosphere brought a sense of nostalgia. He says he first started to fully immerse himself in the study of magic in a magic tower. Some people approach them. The two hear the footsteps. They seem to be magical creatures covered in cloaks. They stop near the two outsiders. Apparently, they were dark elves. Elves and dwarves are species allowed to travel freely through human countries. Shocked by that information, the hero remembers reading something about it in one of the Academy's books. Even so, it was still surprising compared to 4,000 years ago. In his readings, the elves have fully unified, with the entire jungle in the far north becoming their territory. One of the creatures notices something unusual, and the protagonist begins to stare, but they continue on their way without talking to the others. Meanwhile, the tower seen from afar looks 3 times as massive. The warriors train in combat and fighting. They also train their magical powers. The training hall is full of them. Kneeling on the ground, the girl begins to train her powers. She's very focused on what she's doing. She had already gotten used to the battle training technique. At the same time, she notices different strikes beside her. Frey was trying to train some ancient techniques. Mesmerized, she watches her companion closely. Rumors said the protagonist spent the whole day performing a strange dance. Everyone said he was just a weirdo. At first glance, it did look really strange. However, now that Isabelle was used to the battle technique, she could clearly see the flow of Kai. There were countless amazing moves hidden within that dance. He struck with a speed impossible to follow with the naked eye, then returned to his starting position, resembling a fluid dance. But in truth, it was a high-level martial art. A man falls beside him. Begging for him to stop, he surrenders. His opponent stands beside him. The elf says that human was very weak, but it was disrespectful to say that to someone who had just acknowledged their own defeat. The elf woman asks if that was the kind of warrior Liamson was bragging about. Embarrassed, the elf disagrees with his master. Walking over to his opponent, he extends his hand. Meanwhile, he notices something strange in front of him. It was Frey still performing his dance. His gaze sharpens toward the man. Isabelle realizes it was the dark elf who had been in front of the group outside the tower. A voice asks if he was a magic warrior. Shrugging, the protagonist says he's a mage. Even so, the elf still has doubts, since those moves weren't typical of a mage. The dark elf recognizes him as a human, but the protagonist asks him to call him Frey. Then he introduces himself as Lamson. Finally, he asks the hero to fight him. Confused, the protagonist doesn't understand the strange request. But it wasn't a fight exactly, since the elf couldn't remember the exact word. His master gives a hint and says he meant duel. All 4 of them face off in the middle of the hall. The elf woman introduces herself as Camel and asks the name of the girl accompanying him. She apologizes for interrupting the training, since her companion was an annoying idiot. The two start arguing in Elvish, but Isabelle doesn't understand anything. Frey doesn't mind the request and says he's available for the duel. Intrigued, Liamson can't believe that human could speak Elvish. He really was a very interesting human. Even more interesting would be an elf learning human magic. His words resemble those of the elders of the elven clan. People begin to gather around them, sensing the start of a new duel. The dark elf prepares to begin the match. Those were unique, intricate movements. He steps closer toward the protagonist. With one leg, he tries his strike from the left. but is shocked by the block he receives. He tries to land a hit every possible way, relying on his speed. Those were silent shadow steps, and the secret was in the feet. Once again, the elf must reach his opponent, but is blocked. Free starts his dance-like movements. He manages to knock his opponent down with a strike, but he grabs onto the ground. Those moves resembled those of a wild beast. The duel was getting more and more interesting. However, it wasn't over yet, and both were ready to continue. They leap into the air, trying to strike each other. Around them, the crowd is amazed. The elves are stunned to see that the white-haired human was on the same level as Liamson, the next leader. With his hands, he makes sharp movements. The dark elf tries to land another kick. However, the two collide in midair. Crouched and exhausted, they look at each other. The elf master concludes that the muscle mass showed Frey wasn't truly a magic warrior. Still, she couldn't understand how he was able to block all of Liamson's attacks with such a slim body. Angrily, the elf yells at his opponent. Once again, he charges forward for a decisive strike. The blocks become more and more relentless. Curious to know who that guy was, Camille observes the unbelievable precision in his mana control. She asks him to stop the fight. Tired and breathless, the two complement each other. Free says that if it were a bare-handed fight at night, the dark elf's power would have definitely surpassed his. Additionally, he noticed that the elf wasn't used to hand-to-hand combat. The opponent gives a smile, and then bursts into loud laughter. Finally, he asks how long his companion will be staying at the Magic Tower. Isabel hands him a towel, and the hero says he plans to stay for about 6 months. After hearing that, the elf says he's glad to know it. The fact that he was only human left Camille intrigued. As her hair moves, an earring becomes visible. Immediately, she notices that powerful object. The protagonist sees that the elf girl cut her sentence midway. She asks why he came to the third magic tower. The young man says that place had more specialized books since he wanted to create a magic elixir. The other men are impressed to see that the weird dancer is speaking with the leader of the elves. Even so, he says he hadn't been able to find the information he needed even after checking all the books. The elf offers him the chance to read magical books. To read the first-degree books, he would need to pass the magic reading exam and be acknowledged by 3 land masters. Interested, he asks when he could take the test. The earliest day would be tomorrow. The next day, many people fill the main hall. Frey draws curious looks after people realize that a skinny guy like him fought evenly against a dark elf. They also wonder why a magic warrior would be there to take the test. They are called, and they turn around. Camille and Liamson were also there. They both brought their friends since they were bored. Once everything was over, the elf wanted a rematch. The doors begin to open, and the 3 masters appear. They were the so-called land masters of that tower. The man in the middle is named Michael, and he's very important, not someone to be forgotten. Soon the first test begins. They had to create a sphere of energy, so everyone started showing off their abilities. In the second part, they had to compress it. Attentively, the men follow the instructions. To them, the test seemed very easy. Master Michael pulls something out of one of his sleeves. It's a small blue sphere. He says that everyone would pass to the next phase if they could compress theirs to a smaller size than that. But the size of a marble was extremely hard to achieve. Some time passes during the test. Many contestants are eliminated for failing the task. With great effort, a man tries to compress his sphere. In the end, he fails just like the others. It was impossible to make it that small. With her powers, Isabel tries to reach the desired size. Then Master Michael declares that the girl has passed. Tired, she could now rest peacefully. The master's attention turns to someone else. The sphere formed was one of the smallest possible. The Dark Elves wouldn't even need another test. They already had permission to read the magical books. A voice questions another student. Frey had managed to reach an unbelievable level, but the man next to him thought he had given up on the test. When he tries to speak to Master Michael, the man is completely stunned. The eyes could be deceived, but the right way was to sense the mana. Frey had managed to compress it to a size invisible to the naked eye. Michael is impressed by those abilities. After noting his earring, he says he doesn't need to take the other tests. The boy introduces himself as Frey Blake, the third son of the Blake family. Additionally, the master wants to have a little chat with him. The two are in a well-lit room. Michael says that those skills were impressive. Upon hearing that he was recommended by Duke Shepard, he stops beating around the bush. The master knew he had reached stage 5. In truth, the protagonist was aiming for stage 7, but there was no need to say that out loud. Looking at the landscape, the master asks if he has ever heard of the demigod. The young man shows that he has some knowledge on the subject. The old man says that some time ago, traces of the demigod were found in Yahello, traces of the apostles. They were people chosen by the demigods, who possessed divine powers and called themselves apostles. Currently, fanatics devoted to the demigod are gathering everywhere in the world to go to them. However, that was something unknown to the protagonist, since nothing like that existed 4,000 years ago. Yahello was under the jurisdiction of Master Michael along with the Honorable Lucas. At this rate, several villages and cities would be destroyed in a very short time, so an investigation was necessary. Michael asks Free to accompany them, and the boy accepts immediately. The man finds the young man's motivations odd, but he has an intriguing and curious look. It was a dangerous mission, so perhaps a bit more time would be needed to consider. The only thing the protagonist wanted to know was why he had been chosen. The master begins to lower one of his sleeves. and shows him a relic of Iris. The man was part of the Peace Founder bracelets. After the master of the Trollman Ring's circle was killed by the demigod, chaos began to spread even more. The Dark Elves in the Magic Tower were reinforcements from the Black Teeth. Therefore, the old man recognized him. A young man wearing the Typhoon earrings. Touching the jewel, he realizes how that object, created without any specific reason, became quite famous. Some preparation time was needed before departure. In a week, he would be able to stabilize the energy of the frozen river. Finally, the master asks why the boy wanted to read the magic books. He says he has an elixir he'd like to learn how to make and therefore needs to study alchemy. The old man is impressed to hear that. He informs him that instead of reading magic books, he should ask a woman for help. Confused, the boy doesn't know who he's talking about but follows the hints. He knocks on the door and waits for the girl to appear. He introduces himself and says he was sent by Lord Michael. That was Professor Adelia, known for being a genius woman from the Westrad Academy. Entering her room, he notices that her lifestyle is rather extreme. Sitting in an armchair, she tells him to make himself comfortable anywhere. Looking at the shelves, he notices her study objects. Busy and tired, the woman says he'll have to say what he wants in just 5 words. Paying attention, he turns to her. His wish is to make a mana potion. The woman is impressed by his speed. She becomes interested in what kind of potion he wants, and the boy hands her a vial. Curious, she begins to analyze the item. That mana was incredibly dense. He starts to explain what it is, but doesn't finish the sentence. Irritated, the professor asks him to increase his word count. It was the heart of a dragon that lived for 1,000 years, and the mana energy should be around 100,000. The boy wanted to turn that into an elixir. Even though it was insane, the professor's eyes start to sparkle. The technique was a bit difficult due to the ingredients. Something was needed that couldn't normally be found. She would need to use a phoenix feather. Right away, the boy places the item on her desk and asks if she needs anything else. Impressed, it was her first time seeing such an object. She asks him to compress a sphere of energy the size of a grape. With no difficulty at all, the protagonist shows his powers. Quickly, he begins to compress the sphere. Shortly after, the two begin the experiments. She's curious to know who this new colleague of hers is. She assumes he's from the Blake household, even though she's never heard the name Frey, noting that she has heard of his brothers. Even if it's outdated knowledge, his understanding of alchemy and mana control was extremely high. With so many skills, the woman wonders how she's never heard of him before. Adelia gets closer and grabs him by the collar. With a strange expression, it looks like she's about to confess a crime, but the professor begs him to become her assistant. Even saying it would be very well paid, he refuses the offer. She would teach him production methods that no one else in the world knew. She begins to think about what she could do to win him over. Sitting on the floor, she reflects on something else. She doesn't understand why he keeps calling her professor. The boy says he's a student at Westrad Academy, so the woman starts to think about blackmailing him using his grades and academic career as leverage to make him her assistant. Before she can put her plan into action, the protagonist says he dropped out of the academy. The professor also had some knowledge about golem creation. Sitting on the floor, she asks if he wants to learn. Using an example, the warrior supposes that a mana energy core of 1 million would be enough to create a golem. Shrugging, she says that's completely insane, and shows no interest in the topic. First of all, it's impossible for a core like that to exist, and it would be extremely difficult to control. Besides, a golem would have to be made of minerals that exist only in legends and through countless steps. The warrior becomes reflective upon receiving the information. He remembers the request to complete the amnesty. Therefore, the task left by Schweizer was more difficult than he had imagined. The teacher begins to consider the possibility that he might have a mana core of 1 million. Smiling, she says absolutely nothing. She simply states that there's no chance that could be true. The dark elf looks very tired. He is thrown far by his opponent. Upon hitting the ground, he acknowledges his defeat, but says his opponent only won by luck. The two hear clapping and praise. On the other side, Isabel was teaching all the elves how to compress energy. The master says the young woman's teachings are very precise and easy to understand. Getting closer to her companion, she learns that the elixir would be ready that night. Soon he would complete the 7th stage, but there was still a long road ahead. Hearing the conversation, Camel becomes curious. She calls out to them, asking if they'd be interested in learning spirit magic, because it would be of great help in the future if they ever made a contract with a spirit. She would teach them in return for teaching magic to her children. Frey meets with Professor Adelia, and she says the elixir is ready. Reluctantly, she's not sure if he should drink it, and she tells him he should reconsider his plans while there's still time. The quality of the elixir was dazzling. The mana energy had been amplified to double the normal amount, and if he drank it without moderation, his bones would melt. However, the protagonist thinks that's great. The professor is left speechless. Shrugging, she doesn't care about the boy's choices and tells him not to come haunting her in the middle of the night when he's dead. As a token of gratitude for her help, he gives her a gift. It was none other than the Ides necklace. The woman starts yelling at him like a scolding. She thinks the boy is trying to flirt with her. However, he simply states that if she used that object, her focus and concentration would improve. Even so, the professor sticks to her assumptions. The young man is left speechless by the situation and realizes he would never be able to understand women. A window is sealed with several wooden planks. Frey is inside his room, holding his bag. In one hand, he carries some stones. Without hesitation, he throws them around the room, and a layer of energy begins to form, making everything cold. As he breathes, a bit of mist escapes his mouth. He focuses and begins to meditate. He opens the flask containing the elixir and pours the entire contents into his mouth. His eyes begin to emit fervent energy. Everything around him begins to transform. Meanwhile, the elf girl is asking Isabel about reaching the 7th stage. She says they had only recently begun learning human magic, so they weren't used to that system. She wanted to know if the human stages were similar to their rank or class. Isabel explains that at the 7th stage, you could be called an archmage or a great mage, and that someone at that level would receive the title of count, be treated with great respect, and have their name recorded on the imperial tablet. Curious, the master asks if Frey's goal was to be successful or become a count, but the girl shakes her head, because her companion had said that this was only the beginning. His goals were much harder to achieve than simply becoming strong and famous. The word demigod is spoken quite loudly. Meanwhile, Frey is absorbing all the energy in his room due to the potion. He desired to take the world back from the control of the demigods. After drinking the elixir, he realizes he has reached the 7th stage. At that moment, the sky is filled with mist. Humans and elves walk side by side. Whole Bridge was the place where the apostles had been detected. Looking around, the girl observes how strange everything was. That place definitely had a mysterious and threatening aura. Her companion says it was divine power, but she doesn't understand his words. The protagonist hadn't felt that in a long time. That nauseating sensation made him want to vomit. Calling the master's attention, he was very curious to know how powerful were the humans personally selected by the demigods. That small village had fewer than 500 inhabitants, and being self-sufficient, they didn't interact with neighboring villages. Apparently, it was the perfect place for the apostles to operate. The master emphasizes that this mission would be very dangerous, and wanted to know if the girl could handle it. But Frey knew that despite appearances, Isabel could defend herself very well. Observing the environment, she notices someone approaching. Curious, he wants to know why the Lord Mage of the Magic Tower was in such an unworthy place. It was the mayor of Whole Bridge, named Lad. Michael reveals that he had a few questions. He questions whether there has been a sudden change recently, something that could be related to his lifestyle or anything trivial, even a mere hunch. However, the mayor points out that it was just a small village where every day was the same. The old man agrees with what was said to him. Now they wanted to know where all the villagers had gone. They hadn't seen anyone in the streets, making it look like an abandoned village. But that day had special circumstances, and everyone was in the nearby forest. Upon hearing those words, they realized the mayor was hiding the sudden changes. Nervously, he claimed it wasn't a lie. Frey calls for the dark elf, Lamson, and orders him to search the area thoroughly. The master notices that the arrogant elf was following the protagonist's orders. Swiftly, he scans the entire area. Without anyone noticing his absence, Lamson returns. He reports that he found no one in the village. However, he points out there were blood trails everywhere. At that moment, the mayor transforms into a dangerous creature. Everyone goes on high alert upon realizing what had just happened. They were creatures of the demigod, determined to kill them all. First and foremost, they would go after the mage. The massive monsters flew straight at the old man, but Isabel was faster and pulled him away from imminent danger. Unleashing her powers, she conjured a pillar of flames, which caused one of the creatures to be completely incinerated. The fire was much stronger than the monsters. However, it wasn't strong enough to defeat them all at once, so Frey jumped into action with an aerial slash that split the enemy's head in two. He unleashed slashes in every direction. Impressed, the beast couldn't believe how he had killed its companion so easily, so it tried to flee from the fight, but the dark elf was already at its side, and managed to slice its legs with a blow, bringing the enemy crashing to the ground. Frey approached the wounded creature and planted one of his feet on its chest. He wanted to reveal everything it knew, but the monster claimed it knew nothing. The protagonist didn't want to waste too much time, so Master Camel decided to step in. She was going to show her magical spirit. She began speaking in another language, something unknown. She summoned the presence of the spirits to aid her. A small creature appeared at the scene. It was a shadow spirit named Dark Goron, the best partner when it comes to extracting information from people. Immediately, the spirit moved toward its task. The master ordered it to take control of the creature's mind. It leaped onto the enemy with all its strength, and through its mouth, entered its body. The torture looked merciful in comparison. Laughing, the master adored that spirit. Watching the scene, Michael reflected that it was better not to have dark elves as enemies. They wanted to know where the villagers were, and the monster replied that they were all dead. Now they had to find out the reason behind that situation. It told them everyone had been used as sacrifices, but it didn't know exactly for what. The sacrifices were used to create monsters and unleash the power of the apostles. A red light began to shine from its eyes. Fearing what was about to happen, people tried to shield themselves. Soon after, a massive explosion occurred within the small village. The master tried to shield his eyes, and the elves used their powers to protect themselves. The protagonist's earring began to generate something powerful. It quickly formed a protective barrier, and Camel explained that the monster had been brainwashed to self-destruct. The situation wasn't looking good, so they decided to retreat. If that had been the work of a strong apostle capable of creating those monsters, maybe they weren't strong enough to defeat him. But the protagonist didn't want to give up. He wanted to push forward. The apostles already knew they were there, and they wouldn't get another chance like that. The old man said they should wait until the Honorable Lucas could return, and added that fighting such a powerful apostle without his help would be suicide. However, the warrior declared that he would replace Lucas with determination, but it wasn't the time to be led by pride. The 7th stage was the stage of fusion. When two opposing elements collide, an explosion occurs, and his 7th stage mage was capable of fusing elements. At that moment, the boy pointed out he wasn't being prideful. With a snap of his fingers, he decided to show his powers, and 2 beams shot up straight from the ground. The master couldn't believe what the boy was doing, but he didn't stop and now joined his hands together. The young man tried to merge the 2 elements, but that wasn't something a guy like him should be able to do. Despite the scolding, the master was impressed with his abilities and couldn't believe he had managed to fuse massive spells. He asked if the boy wasn't still in the 7th stage, but the hero disagreed, and he reaffirms that he would replace the Honorable Lucas. Night falls and the moon rises in the sky. A voice asks Frey to observe something. Camel is kneeling beside a body. The person hadn't died from fire, but had been churned by electricity, which meant the apostle's master was the demigod who controls electricity. A human using a demigod's powers was truly problematic. In fact, the elder states that the existence of apostles isn't entirely disadvantageous to humans. The first time an apostle was subdued was in Casca, and back then, something happened that no one could have predicted. The demigod who controlled the apostle ceased to exist. It wasn't a common occurrence, but the reason behind it was unknown. If the apostles who receive powers from a demigod are eliminated, the demigod itself will also be affected in the process. 4,000 years ago, apostles didn't exist. So the hero wonders if something has changed among the demigods during that time. Meanwhile, they kept walking through the area. It wasn't possible to sense any presence of life in the forest. Apparently, it was a dead forest. Everything around was lifeless: trees, animals, even insects. Camel is shocked by the treatment given to nature, whose vitality had been completely drained. 2 fingers touch the ground, feeling the soil. Isabel notices that the entire forest seems like a trap, with some powerful barrier in place. Frey decides they should destroy everything. However, if a fire broke out, nearby villages would be affected. Camille agrees with the facts presented. Even so, it would take them at least 2 days to break such a complicated barrier. Touching the trees, the protagonist feels nothing. He was scanning the barrier to figure out how to destroy it. With no time to waste, he preferred to act quickly rather than overthink it. Frey focuses on examining it while receiving protection from the elves. But he had already finished his task. Ordering everyone to stay behind him, he summoned his windstorm powers, creating an incredibly powerful whirlwind. All at once, it struck every tree, sending debris flying everywhere. With one blow, he was able to wipe everything out. Amazed, Master Michael couldn't take his eyes off the boy's actions. It didn't seem like the power of a mere 20-year-old. He thinks it's time to be replaced by the next generation. Looking toward the horizon, something begins to appear. A divine power was manifesting like an apostle. Nervous, the old man stays alert for what's to come. He starts to recognize the person slowly approaching with caution. He couldn't believe it was actually possible. Stepping out of the shadows, he realizes it's the Honorable Lucas. The situation was incredibly confusing. In truth, the Honorable Lucas was an apostle. He scolds his friend Michael for not waiting just a little longer. But the old man is very apprehensive, thinking it must be some misunderstanding. Lucas wonders what could be done now. With one of his fingers, he starts casting a spell. He decides to end Michael's miserable life. He casts his power toward the old man, but it's blocked with Frey's help. The apostle is confused when he realizes his spell didn't go through. Even so, the old man falls to the ground. He still couldn't believe that an executive of the circle could be in such a state. However, that man was no longer the Honorable Lucas he had once served. The protagonist questions the reason behind the circle's betrayal. Dodging the subject, he only says the boy should show more respect. Shortly after, Lucas says he has come to understand the powers. He says that no matter how much they fight, humans will always be mere insects compared to him. The protagonist recalls one of his memories. Angrily, he declares that they are not just insects. Radiating an unusual energy, his body is filled with rage. Isabel had never seen him act so emotionally. Lucas says he didn't surrender, he simply acknowledged the demigod's power. The other circle members also know about the transcendent powers of the demigods. Everyone is doing their utmost to stay on their feet, even though fear has consumed their bodies. With every step, they give their lives to move forward and resist, refusing to surrender in order to protect those they love. That was a heroic act by a human, true honor. And Lucas had abandoned them all. Enraged, the spell grows and bursts from his body. Even intimidated, the old man preferred to call it ignorance. Everyone realizes that a new fight is about to begin. Even without chanting the incantation, just moving a single finger, that was the power of an apostle, a completely different level. That pure lightning couldn't be created through magic alone. It only required receiving the demigod's power to reach that strength. Now that he had received that power, he was even capable of transcending the 7 magical stages. Lightning strikes the sky, creating something different. Storm clouds were forming, but this was not human power. In reality, it was the power of the demigod. The elf asks what the plan is from now on. At that moment, they would split up. Liamson would stay up front, protecting the lives of the trees behind him. Camel would provide support to the elf, backing him up with her magic. Lord Mickle would stay at the rear and block the enemy's divine power. The last order is given to Isabel, but Frey hugs his loyal companion without saying anything. He only whispers something in her ear. The revelation leaves the girl completely stunned. Turning his back, there was no time for discussion. The girl would have to save her complaints for after surviving the battle. Frey prepares himself intensely for the fight. The front line moves toward Lucas. With one hand, he casts a spell. The beams flow like water, effortlessly. The elf is quicker and manages to dodge the blows. When trying to strike the man, he defends himself with a shield. That radiant light hits his eyes, and he is thrown far away. Near Frey, the two prepare for the next attack. With a leap, the hero tries to reach his enemy. He casts a spell called Blazing Earth. Master Mickle is horrified by the scene. The ground is splitting open, revealing Frey's true power. Intrigued, he starts wondering what the boy's true identity is. He is determined to end the opponent's life. The warrior moves swiftly across the ground, while the apostle tries to defend himself, saying the boy doesn't need to waste his energy. No matter how strong he is, it would be impossible to surpass the lightning barrier. That was the demigod's power in its purest essence, but the boy did not feel intimidated. With the flame impact spell, he tried to get closer. Shortly after, he unleashed piercing ice. But everything seemed useless as nothing struck his enemy. For them, the situation was dire and terrifying. The plan was for Frey to attack while the others distracted him, but now all attacks were focused on the protagonist. Camel was worried he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. However, Isabel insists that everything was going according to plan. Lucas was trying to figure out the extent of Frey's power, so if they split up, the man would believe their group was the bait. He was receiving an endless supply of power from that storm cloud, and as long as it existed, he would be invulnerable. Therefore, the girl needed to get rid of the cloud. In reality, Frey was the bait, and she needed to join Camel and the Lord. Her comrade had placed his life in her hands, so now it was time to act. The girl asked Michael and Camel to gather as much mana as possible. The outcome of the battle depended on them. Meanwhile, the warrior continued his attacks. He cast more spells to hit the apostle, who remained well protected behind a barrier. Everything was extremely useless, leaving not even a scratch on the old man. Even so, Lucas knew the boy had surpassed the 7th stage. Confused, he noticed the boy didn't seem older than 20, so it would be better to defeat him now before he interfered with his plans. Frey kept attacking, now with the fireball. The boy knew his attacks weren't working, but he kept using them all anyway. Lucas finally understood that he was trying to block his vision, so he noticed the 3 of them were targeting the cloud, but he wouldn't allow it. Isabel realized the man had figured out the plan. A spell hit all 3 of them at once. Frey sensed the danger and shouted for the girl, but they were already lying on the ground, barely moving. With his energy sphere, Lucas intended to kill them all. The plan was failing due to the old man's great intelligence. Maybe it was already too late to come out victorious. Suddenly, Liamson appears to stop the apostle from casting the final spell. Worried, Frey calls for his friend who is in danger. The dark elf tries to hold on as long as he can, and Lucas forms the barrier once again. Meanwhile, Frey runs to help his friends, but they were all fine and tell him to focus his power on the old man, so they could destroy that cloud once and for all. Liamson continues his intense battle until he is thrown back. Lucas is growing angrier and more impatient. He casts a powerful spell that hits him. He grabs Liamson's neck with all his strength. He doesn't understand why they keep fighting if victory is impossible. He declares he'll fulfill the elf's wish of ending his life. No one would leave that place alive. Stealthily, Liamson grabs his staff with his feet and strikes the enemy in the chest, making him bleed. The barrier throws him backward, but he notices the wound he inflicted on the apostle. Even so, that effort seemed useless. As he approaches, he declares that nothing would be able to defeat him. A strange force emanates from the ground and catches the old man's attention, who turns his face. It was an enormous amount of mana, something impossible even for the most powerful beings. Frey knew this wasn't the time to conserve mana. He would need to use all of his power to protect the others. That situation could become extremely dangerous. With a shout, the hero orders Liamson to run as fast as he can. The elf moves away as quickly as possible, and the flaming explosion heads toward the honorable Lucas, destroying everything in its path. The fire spreads throughout the area. The hero's energy is extremely powerful. However, he realizes he used up all his mana. The elf tries to protect himself from the explosion. A massive crater was formed. Amazed, he watches his friend's powers. Despite the blow, Lucas was still alive. He had lost one of his arms in the battle. Furious, he states that he would kill the boy for doing that. And he notices that the boy apparently had no mana left. A typical amateur mistake, which revealed the difference between them. But the protagonist wasn't going to give up so easily, and he was trying to convert the enemy. Even without mana, he would fight that pathetic old man. The master is impressed to realize he hadn't given up. Lucas's barrier became unstable, and he couldn't allow it to be rebuilt. Without wasting time on arguments, the enemy casts his spell. But he isn't completely hit, managing to dodge the attacks. Approaching the old man, he manages to punch him in the stomach. The man feels the pain and his eyes reflect his suffering. Frey brings his hands together and begins his next spell. He manages to launch the man far away. Smoke fills the area. The apostle says the boy couldn't be just a human like him. The protagonist counters that statement by claiming that he was no longer human, just a worm used by the demigod. At that moment, the man's body was no longer moving. Apparently, he was losing the battle. That to him was completely unacceptable. With his remaining arm, he tried to draw more energy from the skies. His mana was endless as long as that cloud remained. As soon as his mana was fully recovered, he would turn everything to ashes. However, he didn't expect the kick he received. The powerful elf was beside him, laughing at his words. He knocked Lucas to the ground. The three continued the mission to destroy the cloud. They were close to completing the arduous task. Meanwhile, the other two were still fighting the apostle. He was already weakened and missing an arm. Even so, his body was full of mana. He struck both men unexpectedly, sending them flying far from him. Frey hits the ground, filled with pain. His eyes are alert to any movement. With one of his feet, Lucas presses down on his chest, saying he would cut him into pieces and burn him to death. But he didn't expect what happened next. An extremely powerful energy surrounded him. It was the howling storm formed by the three powerful ones. The master channeled his elven power, while the elder used his instrument to summon the elements. Finally, Isabel controlled everything together. Exhausted, they realized they had achieved their goal. Lord Mickle still felt a bit of remorse for his former friend, who was disintegrating in front of everyone. In his final words, he begged the demigod to save him. Some lights could be seen descending from the sky, as Lucas's body dissolved. At last, that battle had come to an end. Even so, Michael asked what the reason for the betrayal had been. His friend had turned to ashes. The demigod had promised to bring salvation to humanity. He said he would free everyone from diseases and from the burden of limited life expectancy, ascending them to a higher stage. Frey wanted to end that situation once and for all, but he was stopped. Michael wanted to continue speaking with the remains of Lucas. Nervously, he asked for just a moment. However, the apostle did not want the old man's pity. The elder believed there might be another way to make his companion fight by his side again. Suddenly, he gently touches his hand. However, the man finds the movement suspicious. Even while dying, he does not give up on finishing his mission and grabs Lord Michael. Everyone rushes over, shouting for the man to back away. But fire spreads throughout the area, causing a massive explosion in the crater. Both vanish, leaving no trace behind. Lucas escaped and took Lord Michael with him. Desperate, Isabel can't believe what had just happened. Crying, the girl doesn't want to accept the death of such a kind-hearted man. The protagonist agrees with his friend, realizing something was wrong. The entire world is wrong, and that's why they must fix it themselves. That was a reminder to everyone in the group, as anyone could be next. The hero states that even if he's alone, he should fight until the end. The next day, inside the Magic Tower, Frey is sitting on his bed. While thinking about recent events, someone knocks on his door. Isabel informs him that Lady Camel went to visit the Peace Founder bracelets. He understands the message while looking at something in his hand. There was a crystal found in the remains of the apostle, which was supposed to be shown to Professor Adelia. Pensive, the girl sits next to him on the bed. She still seemed deeply shaken by the recent events. It was the first time she had seen a companion die right before her eyes. Lord Michael was part of the Peace Founder bracelets, which wasn't a circle made up only of witches. In his memories, the boy recalls a conversation with the old man, who told him about the shortage of members in a secret organization, and so anyone could be recruited. He said the young man would be welcomed with open arms into the circle. The Peace Founder bracelet circle was much smaller than the others, composed of contractors and summoners. Even so, their influence was still enormous. Master Altman was the contractor of the Barbarians of Greed, and also a Grand Duke of the Demon World. Upon noticing the boy's interest in demons, Michael was surprised. The Grand Dukes of the Demon World were very proud beings viewing humans as insects, and it was nearly impossible to contract them. Even Frey had never seen anyone contract a Grand Duke, aside from Iris. Remembering Master Alton, he became curious about what kind of person he was. Suddenly, the protagonist decides he should investigate the Peace Founder bracelets a bit more. Another person knocks on the door precisely. The boy gets up to see who it is. Professor Adelia came to visit him, and he says he was just about to go meet her. The woman is startled to see he has a guest in his quarters, but Isabel wasn't a guest. The professor's message is that Elder Julian was looking for the boy. Upon learning that it was the master of the Magic Tower, his interest sparks immediately. In his office, the man says he has heard many things about the boy. He introduces himself as Julian Montalivo, master of the Third Magic Tower. Frey had no idea who he was, but said it was an honor to finally meet him. Standing up, the man says he read his report about the mission from 4 days ago, which described the Apostle's powers very well. However, he says the death of Master of Earth Michael was a great loss, as he was a very loyal and devoted man. Upon hearing those words, Isabel becomes even sadder. Despite the information in the report, the Apostle's identity remained unknown. The man says everyone was too impatient for not waiting for the arrival of Vice Master Lucas before departing. Frey keeps listening to Julian's words. Finally, he wishes to know how Michael's last moments were. The boy thinks of an answer. and says that the man kept his faith and loyalty until the very end, being someone of principle. Looking at the seagulls, he calls out to his lost friend. In the end, he asks Frey to become Michael's successor and take on the role of Master of Earth. The professor can't believe what she just heard. There had never been such a young Master of Earth in history. The youngest had been Michelle from the Blake house, who took on the role at 26. Apparently, the Blake family was full of geniuses, but the boy had yet to give his final answer. If he became Master of Earth, he could do many things more easily. He would receive a private property with a lab included, as well as good sponsorship, which would help him academically. Depending on the project, he could easily obtain materials that would otherwise be difficult to get. The professor is excited by the news, but her expression changes when the boy rejects the offer. He didn't want to become a Master of Earth. Julian asks if his goal was to join the Circle, but he also denies that. The man is very intrigued but still says he respects the decision. As they climb the stairs, the professor tries to convince the boy to accept the status of Master of Earth. Frustrated, she says he's too young to understand everything. While she talks, he remembers something. He wants to show the professor something. In his lab, filled with rare artifacts. The woman is intrigued by what she sees. It was a decision made by an apostle. She didn't know he had defeated one of them. Looking more closely, she says she had heard about Master Michael's death and assumed the boy had run off right after that. That small stone contains the sacred powers of a demigod, but in its current state, it's merely beautiful and useless. If it went through certain processes, not even a dragon's heart could compare to it. A boy asks if he could leave it with the teacher, but she doesn't understand what's supposed to be done with it. Nervously, he asks if she wouldn't be able to help him. But with a smile on her face, her expression changes, saying it would be madness. The object would be left in her care. The protagonist stands beside the dark elf. Some people are gathered in the hall. He welcomes Camel with excitement on his face. The elf passes by him and whispers about the frightening man who's part of the Peace Founder bracelets Arnin Dujanzar. Because he has a temper as bad as his appearance, the protagonist should be careful. She's scolded by the man for speaking in another language. Angrily, he demands to know why they're whispering like rats. Pointing at Frey, he realizes he's the young man who interfered in the Apostle's subjugation alongside Michael. Curious, he asks him to explain what happened. But the boy says everything was in the report. Outraged, he couldn't believe a young man didn't understand what he was talking about. Liamson starts to get irritated with that old man. The boy states he's not part of the Peace Founder bracelets. Therefore, he had no obligation to answer those questions. More and more irritated, the elder completely loses his patience. He couldn't understand how the boy was able to talk to him like that. The hooded man asks him to calm down and says he doesn't want to have to repeat himself. So the man calms down and regains composure. Approaching, his companion removes his hood and recognizes his friend after a long time. Without showing any emotion, the protagonist also mentions how much time has passed. That was his brother, Heinz Blake. The two stand still inside the room. Heinz speaks about the rumors regarding closeness with Peruan. He notices his brother is quite different, and those changes prove that the family's blood truly runs through his veins. Hearing that, the protagonist doesn't quite understand. Heinz Blake was the second son of the Blake family and his middle brother, the one who helped confirm his identity to Shepard. The protagonist still doesn't understand what he was planning. He apologizes for the scene earlier with the temperamental old man. After the conversation, Heinz says someone from the family would show up, and that he should make sure to reject them. The Blakes were in danger wherever they went. He remembers the fact that Isaka Blake was the one who made contact with the demigod. Getting straight to the point, he asks what his wish is. He glances from the corner of his eye. The boy doesn't understand why he was truly acting like an older brother, since Heinz never treated him like a real person. He didn't feel Frey's contempt, but he had his memories, and that man was one of the reasons he had lost hope. It was truly unpleasant to see that man finally acting like a brother now that Frey had become someone important. Heinz begins to explain with few words. He says he doesn't regret the things he did in the past, and that he hoped Frey had never learned magic. Confused, the young man doesn't understand what that means. As he leaves, he only says it would be a good idea not to trust the circle too much. The protagonist asks him to wait a little longer. An old bearded man appears before him. That was Alexandra, the Blake family's butler. Even with Heinz's warning, the boy didn't expect someone to come so soon. He remembers that his brother said Shepard had spoken about their father. Awkwardly, the boy has to start a conversation, but the butler just watches him carefully. Aside from having grown up, nothing had changed. He thought the rumors about his friendship with Peru and Jun might be false. Turning his back, the man says the master had summoned him and he should be taken to the estate. But the boy doesn't go with him. He says he has important things to do and can't see his father right now. The butler couldn't believe the boy was refusing to obey the master's orders. Frustrated, he repeats that his important duties couldn't be postponed. So he concludes the boy had changed a bit. He exits the scene, saying they would be waiting at the estate. Meanwhile, the boy continues mimicking Frey's mannerisms. And when he realizes the butler is no longer looking, he returns to normal. His hand grabs one of the vials while a voice comments that it was something difficult to make. The teacher says that the hardest element to process is electricity, having had to spend several hundred gold. Of course, she would be compensated for the work. She boasts that she didn't take a single coin from a student. In return, she offers the assistant position, but his answer is still no. He knew it was an elixir, but didn't know what it would be useful for. In truth, it was condensed electrical energy. If opened, bad things could happen. The professor had a feeling the boy would find some use for the item later. The warrior does a bit of meditation in his room. Removing the lid from a vial, he swallows all of its liquid. The energy begins to spread throughout the room, completely enveloping his body. He continues meditating as some particles float in the air. His eyes are closed and can only feel the energy. His skills had improved so much that he could now use almost his entire body as a storage for mana. Night falls and the moon appears in the sky. Isabel was called by Free. A cat is shown looking like a kitten. Soon, the girl begins to like the animal. She says it was so cute her heart nearly stopped beating. That was Darkwing, a shadow spirit. She doesn't understand how he managed to form a contract so quickly. No one could have imagined a shadow spirit would be that cute. Because of that, the girl would focus on learning shadow spirit techniques as fast as possible. The protagonist was able to calm the energy of the frozen river and also learn a lot about the demigod. He also became proficient in spiritual abilities. His next goal would be to leave that place. So Isabel would handle the preparations. She asks if he's going to take the entrance exam for the circle. The tower is seen from a distance, highlighting its magnificence. In his room, the warrior organizes all his things. His eyes widen as he notices something strange. A strange energy was radiating from in front of the door, but didn't seem to be an enemy. He opens the door and notices someone standing there. The girl asks if the person in front of her is Frey Blake. Its eyes observe her with extreme attention. That coat brings back some memories. Apologizing for showing up so suddenly, she introduces herself as Vinian Argento, the master of the Traman Ring Circle. A table is full of delicious food and cups of tea. Quietly, the three sit around it. Bringing the cup to her lips, the girl says she came to invite the protagonist to join her circle. It was very common to receive an invitation before taking a test, but when talented newcomers appeared, sometimes it was possible to reach him first. Isabel finds it funny that he's being called a talented rookie. Suddenly, the girl says the redhead is also included in the invitation. The news about the battle against the apostle had spread among the circles, and the connection between the two drew all the attention. Laughing, the girl says she only did what she was told. Even so, the protagonist remains focused on the coat. It was the same one he wore 4,000 years ago, possibly modified by a magical tool. However, what worried him the most was something else. Curious, he wanted to know if Master Vinian was a dragoness. At that moment, liquid spills from the teacup. The girl is clearly startled upon hearing those words, and asks why he would ask that. He explains that dragons don't have a mana compartment, and their hearts act as storage for their transcendental energies, allowing them to absorb an element directly. The girl might have had a mana compartment, but it wasn't refined. The protagonist knew a lot about dragons. Frey had told Isabel that 4,000 years ago, when he was still Lucas, his master had been a dragon. Returning to the conversation, Vinian says he was partially right. She was in fact a hybrid between dragon and human, a half-dragon. Outside his room, they talk about the recent encounter. The protagonist watches as the girl walks away. Curious, Isabel asks what he plans to do. She reports that the Traman rings are in terrible shape, even though the girl only highlighted the positives. He also noticed that the girl lacked a bit in her role as a circle master, but all of it had been rather unexpected. The two continue packing their backpacks. Isabel asks if he had any interest in the Traman rings, but he says he didn't want to get involved in their politics. At that moment, the most important thing was figuring out how to gather power in one single place. Putting their backpacks on, they're ready to leave. Instead of making one circle strong, he was thinking of merging all the scattered circles into one unified unit. Thus, Lucas Traman would be the central point. The girl realizes he's still the same as before. The two are standing on the stairs when they notice a commotion forming in the hall. The old man argues with Master Vinian, who can't even defend herself. Upon noticing the boy's presence, he declares that he possessed noble status. Jerome Bernard introduces himself as the master of the lucid swords, and Steve Zurch is the master of the stroke collars. Apparently, they had arrived late for the visit. The old man wants to know if the boy will join the Traman rings, but he doesn't confirm anything. He just mocks the situation. Apparently, all of them were cut from the same cloth. A voice asks that Mr. Free visit them after getting to know the Traman rings. The man hands him a teleportation scroll linked to the headquarters of the stroke collars. Even without a scroll, the other man asks him to visit the kingdom of Luanable and Geothanbul or Silkid. Both depart on their respective journeys, and the protagonist turns his attention to the present. He wants to know if that old man is going to recruit him, but the man asks to speak in a more private place, requesting that Master Vinian not be present. The three head to another room, and the half-driving girl is left alone. Before they leave, she tries to warn Frey. Smiling, she asks him to be careful. He decides that Isabel should stay in the hall while he goes alone with the old man. He calls Master Vinian to ask her to wait just a little longer, as he'll be back soon. The girl agrees and says she'll wait for him in the same spot. The two are alone in a dark forest. The old man seems much more mysterious. It was a strange place to try to recruit someone. but he would never be able to recruit a fraud like that young man. Laughing, he asked what the man's real intentions were. Turning to him, he wants to know how he was able to defeat an apostle. As energy emanates from his body, he demands to see firsthand what the boy is capable of. The strength of his feet is enough to crush the ground. With his powers, several branches begin to grow and head straight toward the boy. Those thorny vines surround his body. He says that not all 7-star mages are alike, and he won't meet the same fate as the apostle. Mocking the situation, the boy agrees with the old man. Using his powers, he destroys all the plants. The boy had imbued his mana with attributes. With his spells, he shattered the thorns. Dronzer had no right to call himself a 7-star mage. He merely possessed brute mana, totally forgotten. Even without lifting a finger, the hero's powers were overwhelmingly strong. Enraged, the man prepares his next spell. He ordered waves of flames to be launched. He started forming a circle in front of him, but it was cancelled before it was even finished. This would be harder than aiming at dozens of flying blades coming his way. His feet are trapped by ice, which starts to cover his entire body. Now he had lost the battle and had nowhere left to run. However, the boy wasn't going to kill the man. He would give him a test, stating that by morning, that ice would be the cause of his death. So if he really was a 7-star mage, he'd have the skill to melt the ice. Furious, the old man refuses to be tested by an insolent youth. But the boy remains unfazed. That feeling was strange to him. He didn't understand how a boy so rebellious could carry such great honor. He says the boy would have to kill him. Unchanging in his stance, he says that would be the only advice he'd give. Turning his back, he places his trust in the old man's ability. Meanwhile, the girls wait for his return. They're relieved to see the warrior appear. He apologizes for keeping them waiting so long. Isabel wants to know if everything's okay. But in truth, she wants to know about Mr. Dronzer. The protagonist asks his friend not to worry, as he wouldn't die. Even if he couldn't break free, the ice would melt on its own by tomorrow, which would be more humiliating than death. A bit of soup is poured into a bowl. The food looks incredibly appetizing to Frey. She also offers some to Miss Isabel. Master Vinian seemed very used to camping, as it was something common in her daily life. Amazed by her speed, Frey asks the girl if he can have a bit more. The former Circle Master was Orcel Argento, who was the father of the half-dragon girl. The protagonist wants to know the reason for his death, but that was quite an impolite question to ask. Silently, the girl stares into the fire. She explains that there are rankings among the demigods, and the highest of them all was the one they called the Lord. In a memory, the protagonist recalls the so-called demigod Lord. Among the demigods, there are those who possess tremendous strength, being called apocalypses for convenience. They had studied the powers of 3 of these apocalypses. The first was the sword, the second poison, and the third death. About 2 years ago, Vinian's father was killed by the demigod who wielded the power of death. Saddened, Isabel mourns the girl's loss. But the protagonist is focused only on the word apocalypse. He knew the demigod who used the power of poison, an old man who was truly powerful. The next day, sunlight could not be seen through the trees. While walking, the master says that this was the Francisco Forest, where the Traumon Ring's hideout was located. The hero is impressed by the power of the barrier. It had been built by her own father, and she could only make repairs. Frey thinks the former master was at least an 8-star mage. Meanwhile, Vinian was likely 6 stars, and although talented, had reached that level by training for human methods. He wonders if maybe it would have been better if she had been born as a human girl. While knowing his thoughts, even he doesn't understand himself. He was trying to be condescending because of her hard work. Upon arriving at the village, some wooden houses are spotted. That was where the Traumon Rings lived. It was far too shabby to be called a Serple's hideout. A voice calls out to Master Vinian. The Honorable Gazellen brings news from while she was away. He says they were defeated in a war over artifacts, a cursed one that looked like hyenas and had basilisk tails. Attentively, the 2 newcomers listened to everything. The Traumon Rings were going through serious problems. Upon seeing Frey, the man apologizes for not giving him a proper welcome. This time, the stolen artifact was the Red Ring. It was one of the 7 rings made by Lucas. Some figures watched the people arriving. They say Master Vinian wasn't home when they came by to greet her. Apparently, they had been meeting up quite often lately. The girls seemed to be overwhelmed with work, so they offered their help. However, they were too busy and didn't even have time for a cup of tea. Minion appears extremely irritated. She apologizes for the awkward situation. An artifact war took place when a legendary artifact was wagered and fought over for ownership. It didn't seem very wise to be playing around with artifacts. That was a tradition developed during a time of desperation to promote friendship between circles. The man says he believes that way of thinking should have already disappeared. But the war was labeled as something that promoted friendship, so he couldn't refuse to participate. The Basilisk Tail is a group of hyenas targeting the Traumon Rings artifacts, which were now weakened. Small and medium-sized circles were also against them, taking advantage of certain situations. Clearly, the situation was not good. In fact, it was much worse than the rumors said. They didn't even have 1/10 of the people they had during their peak, and the few talented members were away on missions. The protagonist realizes that all they know how to do is complain, even though they were the ones who invited them. Looking at her friend, Isabel asks him to take a look at something. A huge statue beside them. The figure holds a book and a staff. The plaque indicated it was Lucas Trauman. He approaches the statue and shows affection. A voice asks if he's a fan of Sir Lucas. Turning around, he sees a boy approaching. However, he says he isn't any kind of fan. That was Pien, the fourth honorable of the Trauman rings. The two companions greet him. After meeting the boy, Frey already wants to ask him a question. Right away, the boy doesn't hesitate. He wanted to know what was the point of staying in a circle that was on the verge of collapse. But Pien doesn't understand the question. He wasn't talking just about that circle, but most of them. Many of their members would be welcomed into other circles because of their skills. The boy is shocked by the question. Isabel reminds him to be more careful with his words. Laughing, Pien understands what he's trying to say. The strategy of spreading out to other circles would certainly be the most convenient method. But they couldn't do that, or it would mark the end of the Trauman rings. Each circle honors its own hero, and no one wanted to forget the original intent. He explains that Lucas Trauman is the only person in all of history to be titled as a Grand Mage. At that moment, Frey feels honored. He goes on to say that Lucas was a pioneer in the path of magic. 4,000 years ago, mages and magic warriors despised each other so much that they fought to the death. As for witches, they were considered heretics, and no one wanted to have them as partners. But Sir Lucas Trauman was different. He said that anyone who walks the path of magic is considered a friend. Magic warriors, witches, and mages treated him with hostility, but he never gave up on creating a world where everyone was accepted. Thus, the teaching was followed by everyone in that circle. Even though they are weak now, they wouldn't give up until they gathered the scattered forces of the circle. Pien says that if he were still alive, that's what he would have done. Realizing he had said too much nonsense, the young man apologizes. With pride written on his face, the hero says nothing. Isabel also enjoyed hearing that story. In the end, he says that Lucas would be very happy to know he had such great successors. But Pien says it was just something extremely embarrassing. The companions greet two others. They depart, heading for a destination unknown to the members of the circle. The master only knows that he asked about the location of the basilisk's tail and about some rules within each circle. It seems he was more interested in the items than in the weak Trauman rings. However, the girl disagrees with that information, noticing something was still bothering her. He had also asked whether a foreigner could request a challenge in the War of Artifacts. Some men talk about the Trauman rings mocking the circle's strength. They claim they would continue the war until they took everything the circle had. Some wanderers were looking for Rounder and Toyn. They came to propose a challenge in an artifact war. Approaching, Frey asks if refusing a war challenge isn't against the rules. Everyone is shocked to see they managed to get through the barrier. As provocation, the boy says he didn't even notice something like that was there. Since it was too weak, he thought it was just a cloud of insects. Rounder Antoine begins to get irritated with the situation. The boy looked young, but he definitely wasn't ordinary, likely being at least in the 6th stage. Soon, the man asks which artifact they would like to wager. They throw him the communal dagger. That object had immense value. It was a weapon made of mithril with the sword god's vengeance ability embedded in it, a treasure from the Age of Light. Another man realizes it was a surprise visitor. Interested in the boy, he asks him to follow. Before beginning, he asks if the boy knows the rules of an artifact war. A challenge can't be refused, and each side must wager one artifact, with no more than 3 challenges per day. Also, there are no consequences for killing your opponent. To start off, they would wager a red ring. The first to fight would be Alan Fiax. Face to face, the two await the beginning of the battle. The opponent begins to prepare, showing off his strikes. He was a magic warrior, fighting against a mage who was the protagonist. The man thinks a mage who chants spells wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, he declares the end of the boy's life, thinking he'd beat him with a single punch. A man shouts for the fight to begin. Without even landing a blow, the warrior is already on his knees. Everyone around seems shocked by the scene, but doesn't make sense. The opponent had used a level 2 magic skill to defeat Alan. The man begins to suspect that he had magical vision, meaning he didn't need to memorize spells. However, he knew magical vision consumed a lot of mana. After taking the ring, he says his goodbyes. The man remains stunned by the scene he just witnessed. He assumes the boy is leaving because his mana is low, but that was exactly his plan. Shortly after, he offers the Kelvin Stone and the winged boots as a bet. Unable to refuse, they wager the red ring and the convenal dagger. Thinking his plan was perfect, the man is pleased. He calls Killa for a private conversation. He claims the boy is trying to win quickly because he ran out of mana after using magical vision. If they could drag out the battle, he'd surely lose. His tip is to use a defensive barrier at the very beginning to drain all his mana. That kid wouldn't be good enough to beat Killa's experience. He says he'll win the fight. After planning their strategy, they take their positions. The man is focused on the master's advice. As the match begins, a wave of ice is launched. But Killa uses the protective barrier, and he thinks he's won quickly, until he takes a hit that sends him flying. The man can't believe what's happening. Again, the expressions of everyone around the circle are pure shock. The powerful one is thrown into the air, while his staff is flung far away. In the end, he crashes to the ground. Now there's only one battle left. His final opponent would be Rounder Antoine. The final part of the fight begins. The man summons the spirit of battle. Meanwhile, Frey prepares. Because he had used magical vision 3 times in a row, it was assumed his mana must be running low. With all his strength, the man attempts a punch and runs for the boy. He decides he'll finish this in close combat. Meanwhile, more arrows are fired. Noticing the situation, he realizes there's no way to escape. At that moment, the opponent realizes it wasn't magical vision, but rather, his power was just simple ice arrows. The man still couldn't believe that such a low-level spell like ice arrows could be so powerful. The only possible explanations were either the enemies were too weak or the protagonist was too strong. Roder Antoine becomes extremely enraged. Changing the type of attack, he orders them to capture Isabelle. With that, the hero gets distracted, giving the men a perfect chance to strike. Showing all their power, the men rush into battle. Roder Antoine no longer cared about the artifact war. He was now determined to kill everyone. Smoke spreads across the area. The atmosphere is tense as the protagonist calls out for the girl. The fighters are shocked to see the man still alive, but he didn't even have a scratch on his face. Someone fires powers at the enemy, causing them to fall in pain. Isabelle walks calmly, using her self-defense. Now the two of them are together and winning the battle. With rage on his face, the enemy still wasn't satisfied. Like he was just a bastard who hid behind his subordinates while trying to save his own skin against a strong opponent. With each word from the protagonist, anger rises on Roder Antoine's face. Before he can do anything, his neck is wounded. With the power of a wind blade, he falls to the ground. Laughing, the protagonist tells him to be careful and says the man nearly died. Falling to the floor, he is clearly exhausted. Another person enters the room. It's Master Ferric, who wants to know what's going on. Her eyes are pink and her expression is wicked. She was the master of the basilisk tail. She scolds the protagonist, saying his behavior is rude. However, she senses something strange. A pressure, as if her heart is being pierced by needles. She introduces herself as Ferric Ovate and wants to know the boy's purpose for being there. But that was his question as well. He wanted to know the purpose of that circle. The men watch the scene, judging the boy. Roder Antoine calls out to his master. As she kneels, she explains they want to free humanity from the grip of the demigods. The man doesn't understand why the woman seemed like a subordinate in front of a rookie. Continuing his questions, he now wants to know what kind of beings demigods are. She explains they are transcendental existences that go beyond human comprehension, capable of destroying entire cities with a single gesture. At that moment, the protagonist understands that she was very aware of their nature, and even so, she focused on increasing her own power and influence in that way. Angered by her answers, he begins to freeze everything around them. The master asks her people not to make any sudden moves or their bodies would be torn apart. Still kneeling, she begins to beg. She asks for her circle not to be destroyed. However, the protagonist wants the master's life. The woman is completely shocked. She accepts the condition as long as the circle is allowed to continue existing. In one of her hands, power begins to form. Her subordinates scream for her to stop immediately, but the woman is completely resolved. With one hand, the protagonist steps closer. She lowers her head, accepting her fate. He gazes at her with a merciful look. He changes his mind upon realizing the master could be useful to his plans, and melts all the ice that had formed. With the ice gone, there are no deaths. He demands that the master return all the artifacts they took from the Traman rings. Clearly, his request is obeyed. In addition, he has one more order for the woman and looks at her with a smile. Afraid of what's coming next, she waits. The protagonist wants the location of each small and medium circle in the area. Master Vignan is standing at the gate of her circle. She had been outside for so long she might even catch a cold. Reflecting, she wonders if Frey managed to find the basilisk tails safely. But her subordinate asks her not to be so disappointed, saying they might have good connections in the future. As they talk, the hero quietly approaches. The two are startled by his presence, but he says he just went out for a long walk. The friends are sitting around a table. They look at Frey attentively. The hero has something very important to say. Opening his mouth, his voice comes out slowly, but he was thinking about getting rid of the demigod from this world. For that, he would need power and influence. He realized that the circles were now in a very disappointing state, each one trying to unify on their own group. But there was nothing they could do about the current situation. The plan was to make the Traman rings a central pillar, for both small and medium circles as well as the three major ones. Minion starts to contradict the warrior, but it wasn't something he wanted to hear. He just wanted to know if everyone had the determination to go through with it or not. Handing over his backpack, he warns that they would go through a lot of pain, to the point they would miss their mediocre lifestyle. However, if everyone could endure with resolve, he would make sure they reached the top. Everyone is shocked when he shows the artifacts that had been stolen. They begin to understand the real reason he left. Frey had made 6 small and medium circles surrender and unify, with the promise of joining the Traman rings. In a single day, he had managed to do all of that. But he says he wouldn't give the objects to those people. It was only his way of showing gratitude for the warm hospitality they had given him. Still undecided, he lets Master Vignan think it over a little more. Turning his back, he says she has one day to decide, but the girl calls out to him. Rising from her chair, she demands to know just one thing: whether that plan to make the Traman rings a central power was truly possible. The protagonist swears on his own life that he'll make it happen. While the members listen closely, an announcement is made. It was still very early and all of them were extremely tired and sleepy. They thought the group might be dissolved. Master Vignan prepares for her speech and announces that she would introduce a new rounder of the circle. At that moment, the people are confused. They didn't even know the protagonist's name, only that he had arrived a few days ago. He introduces himself as Frey Blake and notices that many were uncomfortable seeing such a young rounder appear repeatedly. The boy thinks exactly that this move would spark a lot of resistance among the members. Continuing his speech, he adds something else. He says that none of those people were qualified. Minion's expression shows a slight smile, and the others are shocked by the man's boldness. But he goes on to say that they were all weak, so weak that someone as young as him could become a rounder. However, the people didn't understand those words. With a leap, he lands on the ground, landing right in the middle of all the men. He would accept complaints, but not through words. Whoever managed to damage his collar would take his rounder position and his earrings. Frightened, the boy didn't understand the protagonist's intentions. The man next to him has some theories. He believes he was testing the strength of the members on his own. And Vinian says that he was gathering all the circle's frustration. So he's ready to begin the contest, calling out the first challenger. The clouds reveal a blue sky. Feo Guntar, the mage, approaches Frey. The boy prepares for the first strike and asks if his opponent shouldn't take a proper battle stance. But he taunts him, saying he'd take his hands out of his pockets if the opponent turned out to be good. That protagonist was overly arrogant. The mage launches a powerful fireball, but it doesn't cause a single scratch. His defense is too strong and the fireball shatters. Everyone notices the man didn't use any incantation and they're shocked. The mage is frightened because he thought the protagonist's level was the same as his. Theo Gunter seemed to be a mage specialized in fire magic, and it was truly his specialty as he had studied it for years. The advantage of fire magic was its destructive power. Compared to other magic attributes of the same level, fire magic is more destructive. Frey realizes the boy spent days and nights training that near-perfect fireball. However, he was still wasting too much energy to maintain its form. And a perfect shape didn't increase destructive power, it was better to focus on amplifying the force. Paying attention to the advice, the mage asks how he could do that, but the protagonist replies that he only has one task: to master fear. A long time ago, a mage friend of Free suffered severe burns all over his body. Everyone believed he would never be able to use magic again, but he managed to overcome it and became a fire mage. The boy listens to every detail carefully, and everyone around begins to understand his words. That mage's achievement was only possible because he had personally experienced both aspects of fire. At that moment, the boy breaks into a wide smile. What mattered was how he imagined it. If he could accurately envision the essence of fire, he would see the path. The boy thanks him deeply for the guidance. Beside him, a man asks why he was so happy even after losing the battle. But the boy simply replies that his comrade would understand if he faced Free. It seemed like a new world had opened up for the boy as he fully trusted the hero. With his battle gear, the man approached the opponent. He readied himself with his shield and sword. But before he could move, he was struck by a blow coming from beneath the ground. After some time, he returned, understanding everything the boy had said and believing that Router Free knew the right path to follow. The sky had a yellowish hue. In just one day, the protagonist managed to win the hearts of the circle's members. Everyone was happy and cheerful. Showing a number with his hand, he stated that he would need 3 months to make the members of the Trauman Rings stronger, including Master Vinian, Gizelin, and Pian. In 3 months, a friendly battle would be held with the small and medium circles from the nearby regions. It wouldn't be a war of artifacts, but rather an event to foster friendly relationships. However, they needed to win as many matches as possible. The first step to reviving the circle was to have enough victories so that other circles wouldn't have complaints. Pian disagreed with that, saying it was nearly impossible, but the protagonist had already warned that they would face hell. In a more distant location, the protagonist began training with Master Vinian. The girl started to release her magic. Just as he thought, she had forced herself to create a mana compartment. She had heard that it wasn't possible to use magic without one of those. But a dragon doesn't need to collect magic, they can draw it directly from nature. Therefore, she had to get rid of that compartment, causing her to release all the mana that had been stored. He touched her back and began to release all the energy. Kneeling, the girl leaned against the ground and screamed as she felt her mana draining away. Once she calmed down, the two resumed their conversation. Gently, he touched her back again and told her she should focus on releasing the remaining mana she had gathered. She concentrated her energy, showing some effort. Meanwhile, the girl was anxious. As he pressed more firmly, the mana began to flow out. Everything inside her was being released into the universe. Her compartment was being destroyed. The protagonist warned that the next step would hurt a little. Slowly, the compartment began to crack. He wasn't sure if Vinian could withstand it. The master struggled as he continued his work. Her hands clutched her pants tightly. Frey remained focused on the task. He knew he was worrying too much. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground after the entire process. She grew irritated upon hearing that this was just the first part. It would take an entire month. Still, he had already warned that the girl would experience hell. Her eyes filled with tears, and she became very worried. At last, a loud scream echoed through the surroundings. Pian was next in Frey's training sequence. He tried to land a hit on the man, but failed. Everything he did was useless against his opponent's powers, who was incredibly fast and agile. He grabbed his hand to stop the unnecessary attacks, but Pian resisted, trying not to give up. Now he used the strength of his legs, but his kicks couldn't reach the protagonist's face. He didn't give up and tried again. With his agility, Frey blocked all those attacks. It looked like the boy was punching a rock. After some time, they stopped the fight. Tired, the boy gasped for air. Pian's skills were worse than those of a second-class martial artist. The boy seemed quite proud, which meant he had the potential to become stronger. That martial art was the White King's fist, and there was no irregularity or complex technique in that style. That's why Pian struggled in long fights, as opponents could easily read his attack patterns. Frey said that happened because the boy was weak, and his martial art was only good because it was a classic one. Frustrated, he grew curious about how he could get stronger. But there was no shortcut for magical warriors. It had to be taken one step at a time. Lowering his head, he thought it would take a while to become more skilled. However, the protagonist could help him take those steps more quickly. Crying, tears streamed down Pian's face. His whole body was lying on the ground when a bit of water was splashed on his face. The boy seemed exhausted, like he hadn't slept the night before. He asked the protagonist to end his life. However, there was still more than half of the training left to be learned. The sky had a golden hue, mixed with a hint of pink. Two comrades are inside the forest. The Honorable Gazellin awaits orders from the new router. Handing over a dagger, he asks him to use it. Communal's dagger was an artifact from the Era of Light. In addition to being made of mithril, it possessed several imbued abilities, making it impossible to find another like it. Laughing, Gazellin claims he's a mage. Even so, the protagonist knows he's used a blade for a long time and has continued training to this day. He discovered this by noticing the calluses on the man's hands, a result of years of training to become a skilled swordsman. His goal was to train him to become a magical swordsman. In terms of magic level, he was only at level 5, but if he managed to use the dagger, he could surpass that. He touches the weapon with curiosity and care. He states that he would dedicate as much time as needed to learn how to wield it, even if he wasn't confident. However, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. The hero would teach him everything he knew, making sure to give the man more confidence. As night falls, the skies grow darker. Gazellin enters the room, unable to stay on his feet. To him, it really felt like hell. Pian notices her friend has returned, but can't even turn her head to greet him. Shortly after, the other collapses to the floor as well. Their arms wouldn't move, and they couldn't get up. Not even going to the bathroom was an option. Suddenly, Master Vinian appears at the door complaining about her stomach. Soon, she collapses beside her companion. All three of them complain about the pain in their bodies. Excited, Frey shows up at the door announcing that the evening training would begin after a 5-minute meal break. But none of the three move a muscle. A voice calls out to Master Vinian, saying he has returned after completing his mission. Standing at the door, the boy doesn't understand what's going on. That man was the Honorable Azek. Upon seeing the scene, he declares that the hero is a murderer. Drawing his sword, he decides to start a fight. He can't believe what happened while he was away. With a strike, he tries to hit the protagonist, but Frey blocks it, asking for his name. The man remains furious, thinking he hurt his friends, until Professor Adelia recognizes Frey and Isabel. Vinian explains that the person had been sent on a mission in honor of the Traman rings. With that, Frey begins to recognize Azek. Lying on the floor, the woman asks him to lower his sword, and she introduces Frey Blake as the new router and his assistant, Isabel Trisney. The two can't believe that those young people hold such prestigious positions. Professor Adelia is furious about the situation. She doesn't believe that Frey is a router. Azek apologizes for acting so rudely, as he didn't know he was the new router. The professor can't believe how he assumed such a prestigious role. Pausing to think, the boy asks if she wasn't once part of the Traman rings. At that moment, he calls her Adelia, and says that she should address him formally now that he holds a higher position. She becomes extremely angry and tries to hit the boy, who was just playing a prank. Azek tells them about his journey and says he found clues about the location of the heir to the king of magical warriors. In the end, he says he successfully tracked him down. Everyone is curious to hear the rest of the story. The man prepares to speak about his mission. As expected, the king's personality was far too difficult to handle. At that moment, he lifts his shirt and shows his scar. Leaving everyone shocked, he says people didn't seem interested in the circles and believe their martial arts should come first. The boy buttons his shirt. Frey looks at Isabel and calls out to her. He asks how long it would take to reach the Great Renal's jungle. She says that if they take the southern route and use the teleportation stone Fillet, it would take less than 4 days. The hero begins to consider a new possibility. Fillet was the location of the Blake estate, Frey's family's main mansion. The boy calls for Master Vinian and places one hand on the table. He says he will meet the heir of the magical warriors. But it was an extremely dangerous mission. Curious, the half-dragon asks what the departure date will be. But the boy was already on his way out, rising beside Isabel. Azek notices that Master Vinian has a lot of trust in that man. In the dark sky, the moon is enormous. Its light pours through the window. Thoughtful, Frey says nothing, until he calls out to his friend. But she already knew what he wanted to say. His wish was to go on that journey alone. With the circle's base now established, there was no way to ensure nothing would happen while he was away. She stands up and approaches him, saying she would take over his important duties so he could focus on his work. Even so, her face is on the verge of tears. As she leaves the room, she asks him to send word from time to time, and if anything were to happen, she would immediately come to help. Laughing, he realizes the girl had grown up. After a chuckle, his gaze shows understanding. He thanks the girl for her help as she leaves the room in tears. The moonlight brightens the sky even more. With his backpack on his shoulders, he bids farewell to his companions. Closing the door behind him, he sets off on his journey. But he notices something strange at the exit. It was a corridor formed by all the honored ones, trying to talk to the protagonist, pleading for him to stay a little longer and not abandon them. But he found the situation overly dramatic. Patting Isabel on the head, he says her explosive temper will drive the men crazy. The girl gives a faint smile. Besides, he would only be gone for a month. Everyone starts crying, remembering the friendly tournaments with the neighboring circles. As a warning, the protagonist declares that none of them are allowed to lose their fights, but his subordinates say they can handle it. Raising his fist into the air, he leaves, saying he's looking forward to seeing them again. Remains are shown inside a crater. A green eye opens, revealing something unknown. The phoenix's feathers had transformed into a magical being, with hands like those of a human, and long orange hair that looked like bonfire flames. The woman stands, trying to keep her balance. Her goal was to rule over all things, becoming the mistress of the mountain range so she would not be profaned by a Torkunda. She held on to those words of hope and unleashed all the energy she had stored. With a leap, she soared into the sky and flew swiftly across the surrounding lands. In the city of Grode, people strolled through the streets. The protagonist looked at his reflection in the mirror. He noticed energy coming out of his hands and cast magic onto his face. After some time, he looked different. He claimed to be Kane Rickstone, a rank C mercenary. He was 26 years old and lived in the city of Temigo in the south, working as a 3-star mage. It was a disguise to blend into Filet, the territory of his family. However, there were rumors that Isaka Blake was connected to a demigod. For now, his plan was to avoid the family. Using his disguise in the streets, the guard informed him that his identity had been confirmed. He thanked him with a smile and continued on his journey. Filet was Frey's hometown, strangely familiar. The disguised hero approached a commercial establishment. Some men were eating and drinking while laughing. The bar was full of all kinds of figures. He walked through the Hall of Authority. Everyone noticed the presence of a glorious mage, and thought the Vulcan group was finally getting the recognition it deserved. When he reached the bar, a girl was chewing gum. Looking at him, she asked if he was going to order a drink. Knowing the trip from Filet to the jungle was long and harsh, he planned to save time with a carriage. But he didn't know of any that went that deep into the jungle. Azek had mentioned a group that traded with the elves every month, so he needed to disguise himself as a mercenary. Since they used mercenaries as guards, he handed something to the girl, saying he had come to accept the mission. He was willing to work as a guard for the escort heading to the Great Renal's jungle. Upon seeing his guild, she said he needed to be at least rank B to be accepted for the mission. Therefore, she asked if he'd like to take a test to raise his rank. She opened her book to schedule the test, but he wanted to do it immediately. So she placed her pen down and didn't write anything. Asking him to follow her, she said the application fee was 10 silver coins. The two went downstairs together. Confused, the protagonist kept observing the place. It was a huge corridor that seemed endless. A man was lying in a chair. When they entered, he asked what the visit was about. Smiling, the girl said the mercenary had come to take the test. Iron began explaining that there were 2 types of tests for ranking up: the commission and the demonstration. In the first, the evaluator gives you a mission and judges how you complete it. The demonstration is when you showcase your skills in front of everyone, but no one had passed that kind of test in the last 100 years. Looking at him, she said they were very strict when evaluating someone. With no time to think, he chose the demonstration test. She popped her gum bubble and they asked for it to begin. The evaluator paid attention to the conversation. His headache even eased when he noticed someone interesting had arrived. The 3 of them stood still at the testing site. The boy asks if he would need to fight both of them, but instead he would use his magic on the wall. She informs him that it would be impossible to destroy the wall, as a 5-star mage had placed a multi-layered magical barrier on it. Not even her drunkard leader would be able to break that wall. That man was an A rank, so if a young man could destroy the wall, he might become A rank as well. The 2 of them are stunned by the statement, and they start laughing hard at the boy's words. But he doesn't waste time and asks Iron to move a little to the side. Wishing him good luck, she turns her back. With his powers, he forms a fireball. Upon sensing the 5-star magic, she is surprised. As he prepares, he takes aim at the wall. The drunk warns Iron to take cover. With all his strength, the boy unleashes his spell. The 2 dive to the ground to protect themselves. A large cloud of smoke appears, and shortly after, a massive hole is blown into the wall. Acknowledging his skills, the leader immediately approves the boy. Now he was officially A rank. Impressed, he believes the boy is truly incredible. The man introduces himself as Dumpky and asks if he's already affiliated with a mercenary group. But the boy only wanted to work as an escort for the caravan heading to the Great Renal's jungle. Dumpky finds the attitude very suspicious and odd, but he says nothing more and completes the boy's approval. Rumors say that Count Isaka might resign from his position as master of the 5th Magic Tower. While drinking, another man asks if he hadn't already been fired. Frey wishes the gentleman a good afternoon. He says he just joined the community and didn't know how things work, so if he wanted some tips. Trying to make friends, he says he'll pay for everyone's drinks. But the men see him as just a brat. The table is filled with delicious food. Shortly after, everyone is chatting comfortably. Free says he wants to become a guard at the Blake estate, while his friend talks about how beautiful the girls living there are. Curious, he asks about the rumors. A friend of theirs said he saw several carriages entering the mansion, and there were too many carriages for it to be a simple supply delivery. The man says his friend also claimed to hear voices from inside the carriages, sounding a lot like screams. The boy's gaze reveals intense fury. Sitting alone at the counter, he remembers those conversations. He recalls the talk about sacrifices and starts connecting it to what he had heard. A voice calls for Kane Rickstone. As he lifts a bottle, the man introduces himself as Alcon, leader of the escort group. The captain heard from Dumkey that the boy was an extremely talented mage, and it was very rare to receive praise from a man like that. Concerned, he tells the boy not to lower his guard during this simple mission. He says the last caravan that headed for Rinal's last month was annihilated. An immortal being had caused massive destruction, and it was common for those types of monsters to appear frequently throughout the continent. Therefore, everyone should remain on high alert. Immortal beings typically act purely on their hatred for all living things. But there's no use thinking about that now, as he should focus on his current goal. The carriages set off for the mission. Everything is calm for now. The soldiers are sitting inside the vehicles. Kane notices something strange around him. An old mage is watching him closely, but he doesn't understand why. After a while, the man turns his face away. He assumes that everyone must have complicated circumstances. The captain asks how Kane is feeling, and he replies that he's fine. He tells the boy to rest while he still can, as the real mission will begin once they enter the forest. Curious, he asks who that man inside the carriage was. Alcon replies that his name is Siax, a 5-star mage and A-rank mercenary. He was also known in the region as Rookie Siax. They stop to rest at their cabins. Reflective, the boy's thoughts are far away. While eating, someone calls out to him. The old man appears in front of him with his staff. The boy asks him to sit. Introducing himself as Siax, he already knows Kane's name. He apologizes for an old man like him disturbing his meal. The protagonist is nothing. While eating, he asks to continue. The mage sensed the energy of a rare spirit coming from him and wanted to know if he was a spiritualist. Remembering his Darkmane, he realizes what the man is talking about. But the boy doesn't answer, instead asking if the mage himself was a spiritualist. The boy says he only made a contract with the spirit, but he wasn't a spiritualist. Still, he wanted to know how the man was able to sense the energy of his spirit, since an ordinary person shouldn't be able to feel it. Nervously, the mage tries to change the subject, but the boy doesn't dwell on it. He just wants to know why the man is on the escort mission, and the man reveals his concern about the immortal being. An immortal appearing near the Great Rinals is a rare occurrence. It hadn't happened in at least 1,000 years. That man spoke as if he had lived for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells him to eat his soup before it gets cold. People use magical illusions to change their appearance in order to hide something from others. In his case, he was trying to conceal his identity. With a different face, Siax seemed to be hiding something. Someone runs in to inform Captain Alcoven that they're in trouble. A group of undead appeared in the southwest, and there was no way to avoid that area. So they announce that they're heading out on a reconnaissance mission. The two mages enchant the team's gear with spells. Divine power could be felt even if faintly, but it wasn't strong enough to be from a demigod. The men set out on their mission. As they enter the forest, they smell something rotten. The undead were approaching. They draw their swords and prepare for battle. Charging with fury, they advance. They close their eyes and throw themselves into the unknown. When they arrive at the destination, they notice something odd. All the undead had already been destroyed, but they had been moving for 30 minutes. Frey begins to analyze the situation. It looked like the work of a single person, who didn't even need 10 minutes to annihilate the undead. Everyone is confused by the situation, until the protagonist notices something. He had found the successor of the Magic Warrior King. Stunned, the men begin to lose their composure. Some birds fly over the treetops. Noticing how complicated the situation is, he warns them that they should leave the area. The annihilation of the undead was something dreadful. The person who did that was extremely powerful. With a single blow, he wiped them all out. A severed head flies near the soldiers' feet. Frightened, they don't move. A man stands on top of the corpses and notices the presence of outsiders. That brute had been able to defeat all his enemies with just one move. The captain wants to know what his purpose was in destroying the undead, but he orders the man to get out of his way or he'll die. At that moment, the captain is left speechless. In truth, that big man is the successor. The man says it's too dangerous to leave him like that. Caravanners use that path frequently for travel, so they couldn't leave monsters roaming that area. However, they couldn't fight him, so Frigg decides to follow him. The protagonist would track and determine on his own whether he was a dangerous enemy. His disguise skills would be enough. He moves into the unknown, asking the captain to continue the mission. Sounds can be heard throughout the forest. The destruction of the undead continues. The strong man doesn't give up on his goal. He clenches his fist, forming a punch. With his powers, he launches the bladed fist. Suddenly, he's attacked from behind. One of the monsters manages to bite him, but all its teeth shatter. It wasn't strong enough to pierce his skin. With a single strike, he destroys his opponent. The warrior doesn't seem even slightly tired. Meanwhile, Frey watches from where he's leaning against a tree. The big man finds it odd to be observed by a stranger. The protagonist approaches him and asks how long he's been learning techniques from the magic warrior king. Angry, he realizes it's just some idiot from the circles, and Frey states that he's from the Traumon Rings. The man immediately prepares his next punch, which is launched at the hero. A curtain of smoke forms. Upon hearing the name of that circle, the man became extremely furious, but the protagonist is protected by his barrier. Still, he shows no fear or any other emotion. With one hand, he grabs him by the clothes, lifts him into the air, but the young man doesn't react. Shouting, he declares he would never associate with any of those bastards from the circle. It was strange that a successor of the magic warrior king didn't want to get involved in demigod affairs. Grinding his teeth, his rage becomes evident. To him, the circles were full of pigs who only thought about stuffing their faces with food. He didn't want to be connected to a group like that. However, he explains that none of the circles had the slightest intention of preparing to subjugate the demigods. With a joke ready, the protagonist says the man was insulting the little piggies. His goal was different, aim at change. A reform in the order to unite the scattered powers was necessary. His aim was to unite the broken circles. At that moment, the large man lets him go. Upon hearing that, he realizes the guy was interesting and wanted to test his power. Wasting no time, the warrior was already prepared for battle. His opponent tries to hit him, but fails. His speed is unmatched. Destroying everything in his path, the man starts running. But Frey shows no fear and keeps mocking him. He decides to combine two elements, the ice spear and the windstorm. The two charge at each other, but the man is able to break through everything in front of him, displaying great ease with his strikes. He keeps running without a scratch on his skin. That stubbornness was exactly like Cassidon's. With a round sphere, Frey creates the icy breath. His expression shows a bit of shock. His feet begin to freeze to the ground, as that power hits him with full force. He brings his hands together, trying to defend himself. The rock shield was a very powerful spell. After the explosion caused by the spells, Frey descends from the air and calmly lands on the ground. He wanted to know if they could talk seriously, but the man was completely frozen. Still, he wouldn't give up easily, and his eyes change color. With that, he shatters the layer that held him, and manages to break free from the ground. Now he jumps toward his enemy. With a massive punch, he tries to hit his face, but the protagonist is much faster and appears behind his opponent. Lying on the ground, he is impressed by the bull hunting technique. Reaching out his hand, he still wants to talk, but the man doesn't let it go and manages to punch him. The blow hurts his chin. In the end, he runs off into the forest. Unable to believe what he saw, Frey chases after the man. The two keep running at spectacular speed. Soon, Frey catches up and is running beside him. He realizes the man wasn't fleeing, but leading him somewhere. That guy was extremely strange. The technique was the Fool's Walk of the Magical Warrior King, but it was only taught to the first successor. Frey hadn't learned it from anyone. While they run, he finds out the man's name is Avon. They head to a place unknown to the hero. In the end, he would find out he just had to follow the man. The two stop in front of an old wooden house. Joking, the protagonist has no idea what kind of place it is. With a shout, Ivan calls out to Ricky that he's arrived. A loud noise comes from inside the house. Covering his ears, the protagonist can't stand it. But it was the only way to wake Ricky, who wouldn't wake up otherwise. Even so, the young man didn't know who he was dealing with. He's shocked to find out it was a demigod. The smile on Ivan's face is evident. Meanwhile, no one comes out of the house. His eyes can't believe what they're seeing. It was truly a demigod in front of him, wanting to know who Ivan's friend was. Yawning, the figure had just woken up. There was no doubt, given that immense divine power, he really was a demigod. Frey knows his power was on par with that old man who used poisons as strong as an apocalypse. Pointing to his companion, he says he's part of the circles. The demigod looks him up and down. He asks if Ivan managed to complete the task given to him. Looking ahead to the next stage, he asks to enter the house. He also accepts the presence of his new friend. However, Ivan is stopped by Frey, who grabs his shirt. Desperate, he doesn't understand why the successor of the martial king was cooperating with the demigod. But the man doesn't answer his questions. Depending on the response, he could die on the spot. Still, he feels no fear of Frey's abilities. The reason for that cooperation was obvious. In truth, Ricky was a traitor, and his goal was to annihilate the demigods. Despite the words, the protagonist doesn't believe it. He should draw his own conclusions after hearing his story. So the two decide to enter the house. Frey notices as he passes through a magical portal. Inside, the small house is gigantic, having used spatial distortion, a magic used to warp the fabric of space-time and expand finite space. A human without knowledge would be unable to notice it, let alone enter a place like that. Ivan had no idea about any of it. While peeling the skin off a fruit, the demigod asks them to sit down. Surprised, Ivan didn't think Ricky would allow that stranger enter, but he tells him to look into his eyes. That was not the gaze of a common human who lives less than 100 years. Frey starts the conversation, saying he heard about the betrayal. While eating the fruit, Ricky agrees. The protagonist wants to know the reason, but telling it wasn't something he was interested in. The reason he was invited to the house was that the demigod wanted his help to execute the plan. By killing an apostle, the respective demigod enters a forced hibernation. Nervous, sweat begins to run down the protagonist's face. During their slumber, they can be easily killed by slicing their necks with a small knife. The undead are being created by an apostle, which is why Ivan destroyed all of them to provoke his wrath. The apostle is inside the great Renal's jungle. Upon hearing that, the young man starts thinking. He already knew what the demigod was talking about. It was Oiden Friedekwood, apostle of the demigod who controls death, Nosedog. The demigod who controls death was the apostle in Apocalypse. Therefore, the two of them should kill him. The plan was to kill the demigod while he was hibernating. Unlike Ivan, the protagonist had a well-functioning mind, but he asked to be left out of the matter. However, Frey still had doubts about why the demigod himself didn't kill the apostle on his own. But he explains that if he made any move, it could be noticed by the others. An apostle's consciousness is connected with that of their demigod, and if they discover his betrayal, the plan would have been for nothing. The protagonist reflects on the proposal. He doesn't believe it would be that easy to kill an apostle. Seated, Ivan remains thoughtful about the situation. Tired of waiting, he wants to go into battle. The protagonist says that he had defeated the apostle who wielded lightning, and even though he wasn't in Apocalypse, it was very difficult to defeat him. Ricky asks if he's referring to the apostle Indra. He wants proof, since Indra was the only demigod who controls lightning. Opening his backpack, he tries to find something that could help. He shows a vial filled with lightning energy that they had extracted from the crystal. Looking at it, the demigod recognizes it as the lightning energy of Indra. He stands up and says he'll be back in a moment. He grabs his sword and slashes something through the air. A portal opens, and he steps through it. Finally, the rift disappears completely. But Ivan already knew his master would return soon. Patiently, the two of them wait in the room. After some time, Ricky returns from his trip. Frey is shocked by what he brings with him, the head of the demigod Indra. The protagonist is horrified by the situation. That was a real demigod killed so easily. Shocked, he doesn't know how to react. Ricky says they have the same goals and the same interests. Therefore, there was no reason for them not to cooperate with each other. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.